Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the one and only Zegama-Aizkorri for one more year. We are extremely happy to welcome you in what looks to be a sunny day in Zegama. This is Martin Gifford, and I am super excited to be with one of the most familiar faces in the Golden Trail World Series circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, David Heller. David, how are you doing today?
Oh boy, I'm excited. The G Team is back, and I just don't think there are many races in the calendar that are as exciting as a Gamma. The history, the fact that course sometimes determines the winners, even prediction of the weather, all these things change the race in a way that it doesn't seem at other races in the world. And knowing that we've got Manu Marias returning, Sara Alonso desperate for a win in Basque home country. There's so many. Judith Wieders never raced before. You know, one of the best downhillers in the world. There's so much to look forward to in this race.
Yes, David. And as part once again of the Golden Trail World Series, there's a whole lot of people, as you said, lined up, not only for the race, because they do want to do well in that race, but also for the overall classification. It's the fourth stage. We were two dates in Asia to kick off the Golden Trail World Series season in Kobe, Japan, and in China. And more recently moved back to with Noli, and we had this past weekend, and we're back on for this iconic. We have a whole program for you, so stay with us. We are in for about 5 hours of live broadcast, following the men's and the women's race, obviously. And here is the iconic line.
Oh man, I wish I was there. I wish I was there. But we're going to bring you through the whole of this race. And if you don't know Zegama, one of the reasons why it's such an iconic race in the calendar is because a full marathon in May is super hard on the schedule. And not only that, but the level of elevation, 5,400 feet of elevation across this course. It's an absolute monster. And so we're going to see some athletes coming in here who aren't ready to run a race this long so far this season. But because the Golden Trail has been spread, Martin's already mentioned that we've had 3 races already. Uniquely, almost in 3 years, we're having athletes coming in with tired legs, and we've seen runners like El Hussein racing last weekend. And so all of these elements will come into play today. It's not just about being the best athlete, it's being about bringing your perfect race for a whole marathon in May on tired legs. And that is a really tough ask for people.
And this is funny because things are changing. We were talking about just earlier off mic. Zegama used to be one of the season opener, and now like the season starts February, March, and in runners, as we say now, the problem is that they have to make sure they're fresh enough for such a race. We keep talking about the Golden Trail World Series. Zegama is now, by a long shot, the longest race in the series. Now, all the other races are in the ballpark of 22 to 26 Ks, and this is now the only marathon distance left in the circuit. So that will be a challenge for some runners. That will definitely play the advantage of other runners as well. And boy, look at these images. It's not very often that we see Aizkorri without clouds.
It's true. It's true. Now, if you're wondering what the conditions are like, because we'll talk about the differing years and how actually the rain, the mud, the wind has determined the winners in the past. Just because it's sunny today, there has been a bit of rain building up to this, and the Gamma is known for being wet because it rains 50% of the time of the year. So we're looking at about 180 days of rain every year, which means even on a Sunday like today, it's the build-up of rain over the previous 1-2 weeks that is also significant, because while at the top you might get some bright sunshine to dry it out, actually we'll see on the back end of this course particularly in the trees, there could still be quite a lot of mud. And so it's not just good enough to be a technical trail runner. You need to be someone who's good at flowing through slippery terrain, and also shoe selection can be quite important as well, because if you're not used to running on trails like this, it's a new challenge for you, and you might not realise that the lugs on your shoes aren't going to get you to the finish as fast as you want.
Yeah, David. I mean, this is the beauty of trail running, and let's take a look as we're talking about footwear selection, the actual 3D maps of Gamma. So as we know, it starts with a tiny little loop in town just to spread out the field, and then this is the first long climb, and then. That's the thing, we know Zegama as a very technical race, challenging race with a lot of mud, but there's so many running sections. And again, when you see the course records in the men's in 3 hours, 36 and 40 seconds established by Kilian Jornet, and then it was Nienke Brinkman, one of the fastest legs in the running circuit in 4 hours, 16:43. Like, this is still a fast course. And as you see, like here, when you start going down and across, that's where things get real. And all the technical runners, we're thinking Manuel Merias, in particular, Luca Pero, also pretty strong sky runner. This is all the ridge here on your screen, and then they drop down, and you see this is all like grass field, and you have the final climb up to Andrades. Usually it's always in the clouds, and then it drops down. And that final part, that last 13 kilometers, is extremely fast, but not like the slope is not the grade is not high enough. I'm gonna get there to let you just flow to the finish. You actually have to push and really open up your legs to close that loop and to make it to the finish line. So there's always things going on, and in this last part, in the last downhill section, positions change, people pull away. We remember last year Malenosa went from I think she was 12th all the way down to second. So a lot of things can happen if, again, you manage well your race pacing, your effort, your nutrition, and as you say, like your gear, whether this is like wearing a jacket if it's cold, or have the right choice of footwear.
Yeah, and even think 2 years back, you know, an incredibly experienced trail runner like John Albert, he was leading here at the top, came over the top, and his legs just weren't ready for the downhill of Zegama because it was wet conditions, and his quads took a pounding, and his seat just wasn't weathered enough at this stage in the season because he was coming from Norway, where there were very few opportunities for him to train in snow in the valley that he lives. And so it's, you know, these athletes to be preparing 3 months in advance if they're going to get their legs ready for the type of brutality that Zegama gives you. And if we look back at that trail, you know, the downhill of Aretz and Aizkorri at the top, they can be punishingly steep. And so one of the challenges, as Martin said, is if you're having to push in that last third of the down, if your legs haven't been weathered with weights, with actual significant training on downhill to get your quads ready, you're not going to be able to push in that last third. And we've seen in the last third, the race determined. We saw Manu Marias being El Hussein 2 years ago. We've seen Sarah Alonso almost running down Maud Mathis, the series champ at that stage. And so it is a race that changes throughout its course, and we've seen over the years so many different narratives happen, and it's very hard to predict what narrative is going to be today. Martin, we're going to have the top 10 read out quite soon, where the local organisers, they'll put the Basque, the Spanish runners last up, but it fascinates me. It's almost like their ranking of who they think is going to do well today. And the fact that we've got like Sylvia Norskar, returning champ, 4 plays up from being, normally she'd be the person walked out as here's the star return, the firm favourite. But such is the race that she's walking out in 5th with Judith Wieder, Miao Yao, Sarah Alonso, and Marlon Oscar all ahead of her. That is how they view this race playing out, which to me is mind-blowing. You come back as champ and you're instantly reminded that was last year. That means nothing today.
Let's take a look at this.
And it's the start of the Control World Series Grand Final.
Here we go.
I guess the juice is flowing.
It is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Runners are getting closer to 9 a.m. start local time, so we're more than 15 minutes away still. But you know, you want to be on that line. You want to get the vibes and get all the stoke that's building up. There's going to be a few presentations from the locals, as well as the traditional dance to share a bit of a cultural experience for all the runners and acknowledge also the local traditions. It will take, I think, a little while. And as you were saying, David, I think we're going to have at some point a elite athletes presentation after that, just to run them to the start line and be sure that we don't forget anyone. And then it's going to be the Orescu, that Basque dance that is very dear to the organization, all the runners, and then we're going to be close to the start line. So that's the protocol in the last 15 minutes before the race.
Yeah, and we're hopefully going to see our top 10 athletes being read out and see them return. Who are you surprised to see on the list, excited to see on the list? To see Nadir Magwet return. I've not really seen him do many golden trails in the last few years, and he was last year, I think, 3 years ago, where he missed 2 flights to get.
Bueno, Goierri al final, en Euskadi en general y en Goierri en particular, siempre ha habido esa cultura también de apego hacia el monte, ¿no? Hacia la montaña. Es verdad que tenemos un valle muy concentrado en cuanto a población, en cuanto a industria, donde se concentra la autovía, la 1, el río también, el ferrocarril y las zonas urbanas más importantes. Pero luego a nada que salgas 1 kilómetro, 2 kilómetros, como digo yo, tenemos a un lado el Parque Natural de Adalar y también el Parque Natural de Aizkorri, ¿no? Entonces siempre ha habido esa vinculación con el monte. Nosotros decimos que Goierri es el paraíso de las actividades en la naturaleza. Para empezar, Goierri significa, es una palabra euskera que significa tierras altas, las tierras altas, pues precisamente por el Aizkorri, que es el monte más alto, el pico más alto de Euskadi. Esas tierras altas nosotros la traducimos, ¿no? Promocionalmente como las Basque Highlands, somos las Highlands vascas, y eso lo que hace es que haya pues multitud de productos vinculados a esa naturaleza que decíamos, ¿no? Estamos hablando de la Zegama-Aizkorri, también la Ulmilla, que es esa trilogía que se da en julio también. Tenemos una vía verde desde Mutilo hasta Ormaizegui, también tenemos rutas de senderismo, múltiples rutas de senderismo, de cicloturismo, también hay circuitos de orientación, juegos de orientación para disfrutar en familia, hay una estación de trail aquí mismo en Zegama, Euskal Herriko Trail Gunea, que ya se lleva trabajando durante años. También hay una GR 283, que es la ruta del queso y Azábal, que atraviesa los parques naturales y también transcurre por Aizkorri. Entonces, todo eso hace que esa infinidad de productos, ¿no? Pues todavía el vínculo que tiene el turista o el visitante que venga a conocernos, pues es mucho mayor, ¿no? y la vinculación con la prueba deportiva Zegama-Aizkorri, pues bueno, es algo, yo diría, bueno, viendo un poco la esencia desde el comienzo, ¿no? Pues un poco la forma de ser los vascos también, ¿no? Aquí los de Goierri, ¿no? Ese voluntariado, esa forma de trabajar en equipo, bueno, de ayudarnos y bueno, de poco a poco, en eso sí que nos parecemos no tanto a otras culturas porque somos más reservados, pero bueno, el dar valor a lo que tenemos, ¿no? Y siempre haciendo un llamamiento que aquel que nos visite, sea para disfrutar de la naturaleza, cualquier otros elementos gastronómicos o otros deportivos o culturales, que venga desde el respeto, ¿no? Tanto que hablamos hoy en día de esa sostenibilidad y la sostenibilidad empieza con el respeto y la actitud que tiene cada uno hacia el medio que está pisando y hacia el destino que visita, con lo cual pues hacer un llamamiento para que vengan efectivamente a Goierri, a esas Basque Highlands, que vengan a Zegama también y que vengan pues bueno, en cualquier época del año, pues bueno, repito, toda la cantidad, la multitud de productos turísticos que están vinculados a la naturaleza y que siempre cualquiera que nos visite será bien recibido.
And here we go, team. We had a testimony and an explanation of the Zegama area by Nico Osinbalde, the director of the Goierri Turismo. So there we go. We see here on your screen Daniel Pattis, who just ran past the runner from Italy. And so I think that means that the elite athletes presentation has already started.
Yeah, and Daniel had an incredible season, and this is Arne Gibson from America. We're talking about how early it is in the season. She's normally training for track at this time of year, so it's the first time that we've seen her come into trail in May, but she's got incredible speed. So it'll be interesting to see how she manages herself across the whole marathon distance, which will be a very long run for her.
Here, another very strong runner on technical, Lorenzo Beltrami, that we can expect a lot of things. But I just want to say that when you look at these ladies and gentlemen on the start, you look at the face, you can tell who's going to have a great race or not, almost. Here's Marta Martinez, like an absolute legend here, and one of the fan favorites. She has been on the Zegama course countless times. She knows it, and she will most likely deliver. Here's Stian Ungermun, who's back to racing, back to competition. And I think this is the opportunity for us also to address Stian's situation, because everybody is obviously like wondering, asking questions, a lot of things. So we'll obviously go down through the top 10, and then we'll have a little bit of a statement just to make sure we address everything. So Marta Martinez, it was Rosa Lara.
Rosa.
Yeah.
And she's already started this season well. She was there racing last week and did well. And obviously Luca Del Puro, another very good technical specialist. You can see he came fourth in Zegama last year, and he'll be someone who, towards the second end of the race, could potentially be up there with his downhill skills. But if he's still got the legs, given he's raced a fair bit this season.
Yeah, David, that is the conversation we had. Here's Therese Leboeuf, who's also is an experienced runner, both in the Golden Trail World Series and here in Zegama. We know she can do well.
I didn't actually know she was on my start list. I'm surprised to see Therese. I'm excited to see her back.
Look at him, Il Mago. I messaged him, it's like, are you going to drive again to Zegama? This is a story we can talk about a little bit later. But he said, well, my flight is tomorrow, so I'll tell you then. So that was earlier this week. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your 2024 Zegama champion, Sylvia Norksar, is back in the house. And look at her. The smile is there. She is in good spirits. We're in for a hell of a show this year again. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, and then Thomas Garden, I think it's his first time running Zegama.
Yes, it is.
There's going to be a few French athletes who I think are worth watching. Andrew Blanes hasn't come through yet either, but he's also someone else who we'll be talking about, who could potentially surprise some people if he can stick with this technical terrain.
she is. Judith Vider, ladies and gentlemen. She doesn't need an introduction anymore. And I am personally delighted to see her on that start line and see what she can do. I believe she can do extremely good and possibly good, the likes of Sierra Alonso, a run for their money. Here he is, Roberto De Lorenzi. Had a good race this weekend, probably a bit under par what we would expect him to do, especially after like a solid off-season working on speed. But, you know, he is definitely one to count, to do well. Yao Miao, ladies and gentlemen. David, you know her well.
I mean, she's got huge expectations coming to us. I know she was frustrated with the race in China. I think the pressure probably got to her. She went out very hard. But, you know, we saw her 2 years ago. She was leading out this race. She was leading all the way up to Aritz, and that shows her ambition. And actually, she's improved since then. She's better technically. She's someone who really could win this. And Elazine Elazoui, he is yet to win in Zegama. Incredibly. He came second last year, second the year before, and this is a big one for him, given that he came second last week as well.
There we go. She's at home, and you can see it on her face. She's happy, excited, but there's a pinch of nervousness or whatever you want to call it. She knows that the win could be hers today. So that's a lot at stake. Here's the man.
I didn't know he had a new beard. Is this a statement piece? I like it. It's showing I'm ready for the mountains. I'm amongst the sheep.
Yeah, you can never know, but Emmanuel Merias, who's in good shape, man, he will be lethal, and he will be coming in strong in the last part of the race. And here she is. Malenosa had a bit of not a bit, like she had massive sickness coming back from Asia. She got salmonella, which is no small feat. She was in the hospital for a few days, so she was gauging whether or not she was going to be able to be in racing shape for this race, but eventually her recovery ended up going well, and she managed to put weight back on. And so she said, you know, I'm healthy. I may not be the most fit I could be for this race, but I feel like I'm healthy, which is a privilege that I want to honor by just towing the line in what feels like her home country, home crowds. And during the press conference, she explained that, you know, had all these people around me, like home crowd, it's not, like it could sound like pressure, but to me, it's just something that's going to carry me.
And those last two runners, we saw Annie Marias and Malin. Sorry, and Malin, they're both running. We've seen in the past come very much from behind in this race, and so we don't expect to be seeing them in the first, probably not even the first half. So if people are going out
vocal de la Federación Vasca de Montaña, Euskal Mendizale Federatzeko vokala, Josu Larrarte, Diario Vasco, Campo Harremanetarako ordezkaria, Relaciones Externas y Diario Vasco, Josu Larrarte y Joseba Ubalde, Gipuzkoako Mendizale Federatzeko presidente de la Federación Guipuzcoana de Montaña. Beraz, agintari eta botalari guztien eskainita iratuko dut kompetentzia ikasturikoaren aurrezko. Zegama me queda haciendo ese corte protocolario cuando estamos ya a 2 minutos para la salida. Alaxe da, Azara Domínguez etxanda, mugikortasuneko turismo Katalunian de antolaketako diputada de Movilidad, Turismo y Ordenación del Territorio, Arantxa Echemuño, directora de Agricultura y Equilibrio Territorial del Corte, ahora para Josu Larrarte, Diario Vasco. Y vamos con los miembros de la Federación Mireia Trineros y Joseba Federación Orquesta Oche Sita Montella. Muchísimas gracias a todos los representantes y autoridades.
Now, we've seen in the previous years, Remy Bonnet and Kylian, typically the runners that are leading up these hills. It's quite hard to predict who's going to take that role because LSE is someone who likes to be at the front. And yeah, he'd be the natural choice as a person to attack the climbs, the best climber. Possibly him that will steer if he's back on form. And it's very hard to see who's going to feel that way.
And you know how we're going to fight? In 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute before the start, it's happening. And yeah, just to give a heads up, like we appreciate your feedback in the chat. We are working on the audio. There's going to be a bit of a reset eventually, but it's going to be just after the start. So we're gonna work on that. We have identified the problem, so we're gonna bear with us, please. And that's gonna be fixed very soon. Appreciate your feedback again.
Nervous moments in the build-up to the start of this race. It's super fast as they go around the town, and this is a tiny town, as you will see. Only 1,500 people live here when the race is not on, and that moves to over 15,000 on the day. Camped through groups just to be able to see the race. And they're off. It's the start of Zegama-Aizkorri Marathon Golden Thread and turn once again. The runners flood through the streets. Who is going to be leading out? That is the big question. Who is going to be glycogen stores a little bit too fast in the hype of today?
I'm going to see that very soon, but what is again an excitement for me is that we see blue sky and this massive sun shining over Zegama. And this means we're going to have stunning views of the entire aerial shots from the drones, as much as, you know, we true Zegama conditions as we during this week. It's been raining to make the course challenging. So as we were telling you, if you are not familiar with the Zegama course, because it draws more and more new people into it. So if you're following us here for the first time, welcome. And this is the first lap that happens in town to spread the runners out. So on pavement, and usually is, as you say, quite crazy for another while, and it branches into a huge four-wheel drive track, and this is where we saw last year take off and leave very little for anybody else but Elusin to
Yeah, it's surprising actually that Kylian attacked first time so aggressive. Really surprised everyone else out there, really. Well, projects from Poland, often at the front leading out through the town. And I think everyone else was expecting Kylian to attack on the downhill, to be good on the technical. In fact, he went out so hard. It was the course record all the way that Stamford caught up with him about 2/3 through the race. Really to set the tone and run a special race last year. But we haven't seen Robert Keem on the top 10. He was down on my list watching. In the past, he actually been the ascent and attacked these climbs. We saw years ago he attacked Remy's in the run up to Alan. So if he's in the field today, he often goes out a little bit too far. He's just backing himself in his strength legs. So he's the one who potentially could be the person that someone like Elvis can happily sit behind on the shoulder.
And this is it. In the small village, Zegama, into the mountains, the first part of the climb.
You may have seen in the town there are a huge number of tents, there's an RV, and all the way up the mountain people win, and it builds to spirited where there are thousands of fans who some have woken up wanting to try and hike up there before the run, and so when people say Zegama is Zegama, it's because energy when the athletes go section, and it's overwhelming. You can barely see where to pick your foot. The noise is deafening, and these runners aren't used to it. It's incredible and pace this race when you've got one of the biggest adrenaline you'll ever receive.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's a lot of saying that going through that cruel up to eventually Corri summit, they said that it was definitely, they came out of it with ringing ears. It's that crazy. And again, as you were saying, makes the magic. There we go. So we have this aerial shot here. Looks like there's a bit of a group in the free runners, really. So as soon as we catch up, our cam runners and mountain bike will be able to tell you a little bit more. But it's on. I would say in the chat, let us know who will be your top unders in the men's and women's race. Now you had a bit of a chat before the live, and so we have our names in on paper. See how that pans out.
And even when we have our names is probably with our heart, one is with our heads, and that is also the conflict here. That it's so much passion for this race in the local league that it's hard to want a local runner to do well because you know how it's going to react to it, but with a huge amount of pressure. And for me, the significant race to look back on is see last year, we saw 3 of it who were racing today, all battling. Meow won, came second. Sarah Alonso, some distance behind them. This Sarah has focused so aggressively on her speeds that she now comes to this series as quite a different athlete. And we saw that in Kobe. Now, can we pick up the colours of the green yellow? Is that potentially Brooks runner, maybe Roberto direct front there? I'm trying to pick out these.
David, I actually can't see well enough to be able to tell. I'm sorry. I need to eat this.
I need to get some glasses, that's for sure. But this is where Killian changed gear, and we see him start racing on course, and we'll be able to give you that. But the course was set. It hadn't rained for about 30 days in the build-up. So think about these rains. A course like that, having no ball on the route changes so much the speed you can flow over it. And the fact that last year, when it's in okay condition, but underfoot was near as good as it had been. Course record had been set. So the runners last year went out so incredibly firm. It just just shows how much that the athlete is improving, and even someone like Ilian, who he's won here times, he's moving and being pushed all the way to the line as well. Now, make of El Hassin's performance, and do you think that's going to potentially help with him today? The fact that he's one of the few who is doing back-to-back races.
Your first question about Aluzin's performance last weekend in Norway. So if you didn't watch it, he was basically bet his very own streak, meaning you stay at the back of the lead, you let them do the work. Obviously, engine to keep up with them because they were doing extremely well, and it was basically a race of it. And eventually everybody just pulled back, except from Philomene. But then when Elusin went his signature move out, close to like maybe cups away from the finish, well, Philomene was able to respond. There he is.
There he is on the left of us, and just ahead of Nadir.
Yeah, basically his strategy did not work for the field. So now he's going to have to rethink that, and he had less than a week. So the very important question to be asked is, will his strategy, and as you were saying, David, will he actually pull away from his competition a bit earlier and not bet on his final kick with the likes of Manuel Merias, who said the press conference says, like, with Eluzin on that last downhill, heal myself, that's his words, to finish first.
And this Andre Blanes on the left, we've got Roberti in the light on the left here. He often likes to take it out fast. I'm surprised to see him doing that at this stage in the race.
Okay,
we try and
go ahead.
We're just going to reset our audio quickly, so we have a minute without any audio at all. That has been the case anyway, so hopefully we'll be back shortly with more. Is this Andrew Blanes on the left?
Fully Zegama 2025. We are with the men's leader here. And let us know in the chat if the audio is back onto something that, yeah, there we go. Thanks, Lois. It is awesome to be back in the game and offer you a true experience that you deserve. David, here's the women's leader. What do you got to say about this?
I mean, this doesn't surprise me. The thing to know about Sarah Alonso, firstly, she's a very different athlete to last year. She's run a 1:11 half marathon in Barcelona. She's been working on her speed significantly. But what surprised me most about Kobe is that she took 6 minutes out of Madalena Faria in the last two climbs. You know, she absolutely buried herself on these uphills. She knows Judith's behind her, and so she's going out hoping to build enough of a lead on that up that she can maintain all the way to the finish. But we also know the way Sarah approaches races. She has exact splits for every section of the course. She never really goes out too fast. So the fact that she's running like this at the front now, she's not going to have gone out to a pace she can't maintain. She'll know her heartbeat, she'll know everything. So this is a very strong sign from her.
Yeah, and you were talking about the men's leader, and it is indeed Andreu Blanes, the orienteering runner, who, well, ended up winning, even though there was a bit of a change in position due to very unfortunate circumstances, but winning the CRZ now with an insane comeback. I think that was 2022.
Yeah, I think it was Mark Kungogo was the athlete who was ahead of him and then was found afterwards to have had a little bit of help. But I mean, that's surprising actually that, you know, Andre's in the lead now and he is so fast across the smoother terrain. I expect that downhill at the end he'd be absolutely pummeling. So the fact he's right at the front, could this be because of his speed? We often see fast runners coming in and they forget what trail is like and they go off too quick, because given that he's someone who tends to catch up at the end of the races, it's surprising that he's right at the front now, unless he's just finding it feeling too easy.
Well, I mean, it is always like a personal strategy and how you feel on the day, how much you've prepared for it as well. It's good to see him back in the Golden Trail World Series. And remember his entrance in the Golden Trail World Series. It was actually in the Azores during the COVID year, where he was chasing the sprint segments. As you said, like, he has insane speed in his legs. And so he was actually going for those sprint segments. So to see him back here, I don't think he comes unprepared, and this could be very well I wouldn't call it the dark horse, because now we know what he's capable of doing, but one of the good surprises of the runners who have trained in the dark specifically for the race and are now executing what they have planned.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got I think it's a 3:42 1500 meter time, but he's also got a 2:09 marathon time. So we know he's someone who has distance in his legs. Yeah, but then again, you know, a 2:09 marathon, if you compare it to the likely finish time today, which could be anywhere from 2:35 to like 2:45, you're still looking at an extra half hour, 40 minutes of running, which, given the hills, given the pounding, is quite a lot of time extra. And you know, Sierra Zanau, again, you're looking at 2:30 time. And so this is, compared to a trail race like Sierra Zanau, an extra hour of running that he hasn't done before, I don't think, in his, you know, certainly not in recent history. So this will feel like a very long race for him.
Yep, time will tell, ladies and gentlemen, if Andreu Blanes can actually hold on to that. But I gotta say, right now, he looks comfortable. He's just sitting there, not eating, just following that pace and staying in the right position. You were saying, and I believe I agree with you, that the Brooks runner in front is Roberto De Lorenzi, our Swiss runner from Team Brooks. However, with the white t-shirt, can anybody in the chat, like, at first, I wanted to say it was Jean Margaret, but I think that may not be him.
Could it be Steele, do you think? We know that he's a very good climber. He often has got a similar figure. It's been so long since I've seen him run there, I can't actually remember his plates.
No, Ian was with the blue singlet from, I don't know, maybe his club. I'm looking at the chat and it looks...
I think it was Alan Santamaria, but he's a bit taller than too tall for it to be him.
Maybe, yeah.
But we're going to be seeing the women's race as well. To me, the last year's race was intriguing because it felt like Therese Leboeuf and some of the other runners thought that was their opportunity. And it was Sylvia Nordsgaard who, up until the first third of the race, hadn't been leading and then just seemed to just take the reins and decide no one's going for this. I'm going to start attacking these hills. And so to see Sarah so early on being the person who is hoping to lead from gun to finish, it's gonna be very hard for everyone else to respond to that without necessarily having to change their race strategy. But she's looking strong right now, overtaking some of the male runners who've gone out a bit too hard.
Oh, that's exactly what's going to happen now. You know, all the runners start out pretty fast, and then we always see the ladies just creep up on that field as the course unfolds. Sorry, team, we are still trying to remove the audio from the cam runners and the mountain bikers so you can hear us well. Work in process. Apologize for that, and we still hope that you can hear us well enough to be able to follow that. It looks like we're back okay, and it's good to see all the nationalities as well. Like in the chat, there's definitely a big crowd for Poland, big crowd for Romania. Obviously, I think we won't have a big crowd for Spain or the Basque Country because they're going to be listening to a different feed, the Spanish feed, obviously. But yeah, let us know
Basque
who you're
Country, they're
cheering
all
for.
going to be on the course. They're going to be a spirity, that's for sure. But apparently this is Thomas Cardin, who has been up at the front leading in white on the right of our screens, which makes sense, actually.
And Thomas is a bit of a question mark, and that's also what he said during the press conference. It's like, Thomas Cardin in shape, ladies and gentlemen. Like he's a very quiet runner, doesn't make much noise, but he can deliver. He was European trail running champion last year in style in front of Benjamin Rubiol, who was the 2023 World Trail champion. So he said what he can do. He said it's still a question mark on this instance. I want to come and see what I can do against this crowd. But Thomas Cardin in good shape. He will be absolutely lethal.
Yeah, and the fact that of our runners, he is the one that is coming more from that ultra distance. He's had some great performances at Festive de Templiers and has the experience of running for 3.5 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours and performing at that. So you've got to expect that he'll be getting his nutrition right today and also understanding how to manage a course like this that some of the runners who have been more focused on the 20 to 30k might not be able to do in quite the same way. Now, Elisine really sat back then if he's not in these front two. We saw that last week where...
I was going to say, yeah.
We weren't actually sure if he was on the course.
Cam runner.
This is true. If the camera runners can hear us, give us a little flashback. But at the start of last week, we weren't actually sure if Elisine had started the race because he missed that top 10 presentation. And he was nowhere in the cameras until, I think it was Loop 2, where we suddenly saw him in the background. But a very different, and that looks like that is Daniel Pattis on the right there, also in the green-blue of Brooks. Wow, that's quite a big group now.
That's got to be, I think closing is Marcin. here with the white T-shirt. We'll see if
that-
the Polish flag start flying in the chat. That'll
Yeah,
be him.
Marcin Kubica,
Alan
think.
Santamaria with the pink socks. We got two La Sportiva runners, so Nadir Maguet and then another runner that I couldn't quite identify just yet. I feel like all the usual suspects are in the house. Oh, and there we go. Here's Tian here on the left-hand side of your screen with the blue top.
And we talked about Edison's kick and the fact that it's the first time that it didn't work last week. But he's got to come into this knowing that he was dropped again with the same strategy by Manu Marias. Coming into the town over the slightly more technical terrain, Manu picked his opportunity and broke. And so he's going to have to do something slightly different today. Or he'll be expecting that he'll need to do something different. Now, is this Marta Martinez?
Like? Yep. So we can assume here, because we don't really have information on the screen, but we can assume that this is the chasing lady in the women's race.
And you can see even in that climb, there are significant downhills. And while we're climbing 2,000 meters today, the course does constantly change. There are up and downs throughout. And so even on the climb to Sancta Spiritu, there will be 3 different sections where there'll be fast catch-up points for our athletes.
And so this is what we were talking about, like all the other runners, but like this is where Andreu Blanes has actually made the move. Like he pulled away from Roberto De Lorenzi and Thomas Cardin, and he's opened what at the time looked like a 20-meter, 30-meter gap. And as you were saying, David, like this is extremely early in the race to be doing this. But look at him. He doesn't look like he's working hard. Like he's just cruising. So
Yeah.
I hope he's not killing the race right away, because that's going to ruin it for us.
But although it's we don't often get the chance to see how a runner like Andrew, when they come to races where they've been on track, they've been training for things like steeplechase, and to get the camera on them over the more technical terrain. Zegama's got that written at the top, and it'd be great to actually see how he responds to it if he's had the opportunity to practice over rocks, scrambling. And quite often, if a runner like him turns up at Zegama, because he's not leading out, the cameras aren't throughout our field, and so we only get to hear what they think of the race afterwards and how they reacted to it. But to be able to see it would be quite fun, because we'll hopefully then get a chance to see the difference between him and some of our other athletes.
So there we go. It looks like we're back with Sarah Alonso. She's on a mission. She knew right from the get that that win today could be hers. And that reflects that race strategy. She's going at hard. She said this is the strongest she's ever been this season. And she's going to try and take advantage of that. She wants that name on the axe of Zegama-Aizkorri. And look at Andreu. Look at him fly. Like, that is unreal. If he can hold on to that pace, and if he's not going suicidal pace, man, that's going to be an exciting time. Here we have Luca Del Piero here on that frozen screen. That's perfect to identify all the runners. There was the other La Sportiva runner that I couldn't identify. I don't know if anybody knows who that is in that lead group. Yeah.
And Andrew actually, he said that he had a bit of a few health problems leading into this race. So he was quite nervous. He wasn't going to be able to be fully fit. But he says he's rested up and actually felt fairly recovered before starting. And And yeah, I mean, when we talk about Sierras and ours, his big result in semi-trail, when he came through Ponchette, he was in 21st place.
Yeah.
And that just shows you how crazy it is, how sat back he was. 21st. But it could also be because the Zegama this year is acting as the Spanish Championships. If you want to qualify for the marathon, for the World Championships, you need to perform well in Zegama. And so we're going to see a huge number of Spanish. We always see a lot of Spanish athletes here anyway because it's a home race. But even more so today, people will be... slight mistake there.
You missed that one. But yeah, David...
Such is the pace.
Yeah, too quick. I was just going to say as well, maybe it's just the nature of the terrain. In Zegama, you have this, I mean, you can see it right away. Like, you have that bit of a climb, but then this is extremely rolling, extremely fast. And this is where Andrews shines, as opposed to Sierra Zina, where you have this extremely steep first part, which, you know, Ponchette is right when you come out of that steep section. So perhaps as well, the nature of the terrain is like, hey, I'm a fast runner. This is where I can play my cards. And maybe he's just like, okay, this is not going to cost me much to run extremely fast on that section. I'm going to put time on them. And then I know that possibly they're going to come back to me at some point. But I still want to make the best of that section where I will be one notch above the rest of my competition. So, yeah, we'll see. But at this point, like, someone was saying it, like, he's running like Jim. Like, he is just striding it out. Moving extremely fast, but not looking like he's overreaching.
Yeah, he looks incredibly smooth, and as you say, there's some very steep climbs coming up, and quite often we'll find with faster runners they're not quite used to doing that power hike, and so having a little bit of a buffer will hopefully allow him to, even if he is caught, it will be where the technical sections are, and so he's got then someone he can follow. And one of the challenges is, if you're not as used to technical terrain, how do you learn quickly? And having a tour guide to take you through it is one of the easiest ways. To sit back and to not have to make any decisions is super helpful. Now, one person who does know this course incredibly well is Sara Alonso. She lives in San Sebastian. You know, her family will be out on the course today, and so she, even 3 years ago, she knew this course like the back of her hand. And I think that's one of the intimidating things. If you're Judith sat behind, if you're Meow Yao, they know that Sara's come into this season as a different athlete, but to know the course as well as she does gives a huge advantage. Understanding how to pace it as well, because she knows when she can spend her energy without it actually mattering too much, because she can predict what the terrain is going to be like around the corner, and therefore when she's going to be able to do a bit of a power hike, when she's going to need to push the speed. And I wonder what's going through her head, whether it's pure positivity or whether it's like fear of Judith already.
That's a great question, and you know, this is an answer that only Sarah has, but it is true. Like, there will be a psychological element to Sarah's race today, as we keep repeating. The win could be hers, and I think she might be herself her biggest enemy if things go wrong, or if she just runs for like outside of her pace. So I don't know. We shall see how she goes, but as we said, this is not surprising to see her leading the race right now, not only because it is out of ego, which we could possibly have seen with Yao Miao in China. We were like, wow, that looks like a bit of a suicidal pace there. But then we know Sarah is strong. We know, as you said, she knows the course like the back of her hand. She will know how to pace herself right. So I think if she's there, is because she feels strong. And look at that downhill. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've watched Zegama before, normally it is barely impossible to stay on your feet in that descent, and everybody is usually sliding on their bum in the mud. And look at him go. We know he has the skills because of his orienteering background, but the way he ran through that section will tell us something about how fast the course is this year, and possibly, we could see record times here at this 2025 edition of Zegama. So here we come to that, I was going to say first aid station, but just earlier they had a bit of a table with a few glasses for water, but this is going to be a hard left-hand turn and climbing into the forest on also usually what looks like a very muddy and slippery trail, but this time it might be a decent dry trail that is going to be okay to run on. So sorry, it's a bit of a shaky
camera work from our cyclist.
But we can still see that Sarah Alonso, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team ASICS, is leading the women's race here in this early time of Zegama. Half an hour elapsed on the course. And when we had images, it was the latest we saw Marta Martinez, who was in second place chasing Sarah. We couldn't quite make how far back she was, but that's what we could tell you about the women's race at this point. But we'll eventually get a bit of a split indication, and we'll be able to run through the top 5, top 10 in the men's and the women's race.
Now, that noise you may have heard was the bones of the cyclists juttering up and down as their teeth ground from the vibrations. And when I spoke to Sarah, she said that she thinks compared to 2022, because she's got the 3rd fastest time in history on this course, was incredibly good conditions when she raced, but she thinks she's 5 minutes quicker than she would have run back then. Not only is she significantly faster, but she said that she really understands her eating and drinking so much more than she did, you know, as a very young athlete at the time. And even back then, you know, she's saying she's got 5 minutes extra in her, but as an experienced athlete, she was still tracking down Maud Mathis. And I remember us watching that race, commentating, thinking that potentially she was going to be coming in second, like running down Maud, which at the time had been unheard of. And until Zegama, Maud hadn't lost. You know, Nienke only beat for the first time here at this race. So it was such an incredible performance by her. And exciting to hear that she thinks she's got another 5 minutes on top of that.
Yeah, David, I think that's a very good point you're making in how Sarah has evolved from an extremely talented athlete who came into the sport with a lot of strength and delivering. Woo! That was a bit of a ankle twist, but no gravity. And then, yeah, she's gained experience. She's raced a ton at international level, and she's gone from, again, talented, strong athlete to a professional athlete, meaning no stone left unturned. Everything is dialed, the race pacing, the nutrition, like understanding how her strength will play out on the course and where to play those cards. And as you say, like, how do you say I am 5 minutes faster? Because you've done the math. You've looked at every section and looked at how you were able to run your times in training. So this is now what it takes to be some of the world's best and claim the top spots in the Golden Trail World Series races. It's just, yeah, you need this level of professionalism to be able to do that. And it's awesome to see Sarah have gotten to that level. Here we go. We're popping out on the more runnable section now. It's in the grass. We're going to see a lot more people on the side of the trail cheering. This is where we are used to seeing big crowds as they're cresting on that open ridge. And Andreu Blanes is still cruising in first place. Man, he must be stoked about that.
He's going to be enjoying this right now. Yeah. He looks very, in fact, there's a smile.
This is what we like to see.
Yeah. This is fun, right? Super exciting to see him performing like this. And we're going to get a race split at Uzama, which should be coming up in around 4 minutes' time. Course records set by Killian, they came through that moment in 41:40. So I suspect there's a chance he's going to be ahead of that. You know, he's taken it out very, very hard and very, very fast. The women came through that mark in 49 minutes as well, to give you a sense of what we can expect. In fact, 48:11 from Nienke Brinkman. And so we'll be seeing them coming through in the next 10 minutes and get race splits for you to compare to previous years.
Yeah, that'll be a good indication, David, as whether or not they've taken it possibly a bit too hard. But again, like, look at the course. The sun is shining. I doubt it's too hot still. And the ground is perfect, runnable, not slippery. Usually some years here, there's also crazy wind, like side winds that just blow you to the side. And look at this, it's absolutely perfect conditions. So once again, we could see record times here in Zegama, which would be extremely exciting and possibly would draw Killian back to this race. I know he chose not to come back, but he said he was going to be watching. I got to say, though, he's probably going to be watching in Spanish, fair enough. But yeah, that's... There's a lot of things that could unfold, and that actually, personally, I had not anticipated, to be honest, because as much as I'm a big Andrew Blanes fan, and I was since the day, you know, he did so well in Cersei now with a dried, cured meat sponsor, which was absolutely brilliant, I thought. You know, all the big athletes had like the big brands sponsoring them, and I can't remember, like it was like Jamon Iberico or something. And so I was like, man, class.
You should have seen his pouches when he was at aid stations. It was just fistfuls of ham. He was delighted, having to run in with a small sword and shave off bits of ham at each aid station. It was a real slowdown for him. But yeah, you're right. Killian, as much as he says he doesn't care about course records and things like that, it will be something he's very aware of. And he came out last year wanting to show that he was in better form and to lay down a marker. And this is the race in which he can do it. This is the day he can do it. Weather conditions, it's forecast to only be a high of 18. So while it looks very sunny, that's still not that significantly hot, and so hopefully the weather won't actually, while it's dried out the course, shouldn't slow them down too much. I don't think we'll be seeing people pouring buckets and buckets of water over them, as we have done in some years in the past.
True, and yet, like, nutrition and hydration will be critical, but then the course, as I said, like, there are some technical parts, there's some steep parts, there's some runnable parts. Now we know, and he's proven it, that on anything runnable, Andrew can pull it off. Now, there's going to be some steep sections, in that we saw him right after the aid station, you know, in that little section that he started power hiking. So again, will he have the power for steep running to hold off all the other runners who will be breathing down his neck and try to reel him in? That is the biggest questions on my mind right now. And also to understand which other runners are in top shape and will be wanting to, you know, creep up on him.
And, you know, not to always talk about Elisine, but given that he's our series champion, I don't know if Elisine would have known that Andrew would be in this race and actually have thought about him as being a consideration. But if we're looking at our overall series, there's 8 races where 3 of your results count towards the final. We were already 3 in Ellison doesn't have a win to his name yet. Looking ahead, Sierra Zanao isn't a race that he's ever done well at. We know he's got 2 potential victories in America if he can hold off Filliman's late kick. But already, you're looking at this season and thinking, actually, this might have to be the race that Ellison does well in to be able to go into the final with perfect points as he did last year. Especially as Patrick is currently sat on 2 wins from 2 and significantly is having a lovely bit of rest at home over this period, able to just train because he's not doing a marathon in May.
Yeah, and to add to this analysis, David, I want to say, as much as I love Ellison, I don't believe he's going to be coming into the final with 4 points. I don't see this happening. I would be gladly proven wrong, but at this point, I just have my doubts. And so we'll see. And also, as much as, you know, it is not like ultras, like it is hard to like have back-to-back seasons at the highest level. Sometimes you just need to reset, and sometimes it's just only mentally. And so with what he pulled off last year, that was something. How do you top that, right? Like, he had the perfect points, won everything. Like, his 3 qualificative races, as well as the prologue, as well as the final. So it's almost like, wow, how do you top that? So mentally, I think it'll also be a challenge to stay on top, especially when you have someone like Filliman who beats you at your own game. But again, we'll see how that unfolds. Ellison always is somewhere not too far back, and will make definitely good use of his downhill. Look at this. Traditional horses are out on the course, and as much as Andreu did not slow down our camera, mountain biker's like, I'd rather not get kicked, so I'm going to slow down for a bit here.
Oh no, this is tough. I mean, that is quite impressive cycling there to go up into the bracken. And we saw how tough it can be for the camera cyclists last week, where on the 4th lap in Noli, the cyclists actually had to throw their bike down the course because there was a scramble so intense. It's impossible to cycle. It's impossible to run, let alone climb. And so, they're doing incredibly well here to keep up with our front runners.
Well, not only so, I agree, and I think it's also important to be noted is that the skills of our cameraman bikers, but also like the studio and the realization team, because I don't think I remember having images of this very section of the race. So the good weather might also give us an opportunity to see more of this course that we usually don't get to see.
Now we've had our first splits, and I'll go through.
Hit us.
We'll come through the top 10 later, but he's come through in 41.57. So for reference, the record was 41.40. So he's running well, but also I do have the splits from last year. Killian came through last year in 40.27. So Killian, when we say we were let out hard, there's your reference. So actually, that to me is I'm probably more excited by that. The fact that it doesn't seem like he's let out too hard, which I think is much better for the narrative of this race. That it's far more likely having come through that split, that he'll be able to hold this to the line.
As soon as you mentioned that split difference, that's exactly what came to my mind as well. I was like, oh, he may not be overreaching. So David, indeed, he might just be at his own pace, and then it's just the other runners who you can talk about now that are started a bit more conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a minute gap already, which is like a huge amount, really, over what is 8.5k. So in second, still Thomas Cardin, and he is still running with Roberto De Lorenzi, who is about 5 seconds behind. Another 10 back to Nicolas Molina. We've got Luca Del Perro behind. Seems to be grouped. In fact, there's a huge chasing group of Nicolas, Luca, Nadir Magret, Ellison's in that group. Daniel Pattis as well.
Antonio Martinez.
Yeah. And looking down for any other of the race favourites. In fact, it seems to be that from place 5 all the way down to about 16th, 17th are all grouped together. So we've still got runners like Marcin Resturik in there, Stian Angerman. So they clearly have settled on a pace as a group. We can see them come through now.
Yeah, so there was Luca Del Pero, Daniel Patis. I'm blanking. They're going too fast. But basically, we are in true Zegama style, meaning that everybody is within seconds of each other, and if you have the slightest issue, well, like you sneeze, you lose 10 spots. It is very hard mentally to be able to hold on to this.
I mean, that is a deep field. You think of Alan Santamaria coming through there. Just think how many runners are ahead of him. He's a very, very good climber.
Yeah, we saw earlier as well. Bogdan Damian. I know the Team Romania is there. Look at this. That was Manuel Merias quite a ways back. I think it was Aritz Erea as well here. Absolute fan favorite, a legend of our sport. And so it's good to see them back here. Like Manuel Merias is taking his time. He knows that the runnable sections are not his forte, but this is where, he just needs to keep it together and not blow out too many matches, because the rest of the course will be his jam.
Now, if you want to know what happens when you go out too fast, when Rui Ueda was here in 2022, Kilian led that race, and Rui said that all of his race planning, he'd come into it as the Sky Race World Champion, and he just saw it as an opportunity to actually find out what happens when you run with Kilian. Like, how fast actually is it? So he decided to go with Kilian in the race, and he hit the top, blew up, and ended up in 28th. And Rui was one of our favourites for the top 3 that year, and but he said he had no regrets about it whatsoever, because he just wanted to understand, did he stand a chance? And here's a confirmation of our top 10 there. Anyone surprising you in this top 10? Anyone who you think shouldn't be here, or anyone you're pleased to see that you weren't expecting?
Well, I'm pleased, and this is not because I'm French, but to see Thomas Cardin here, because he goes really unnoticed. He focused on a few key races, often the national, European, and world champs. And so these are, to some extent, a little bit less broadcasted, if I can say so. And so the crowds are not familiar with him, but he has the engine, and he has the potential to do extremely well. And I'm glad that so far he's delivering. But again, he said it himself in a very humble manner. This is a question mark for me. I just want to come against these guys and see what I can do. Other than that, to be honest, David, I'm not surprised by anyone. Yoel Depaz, he's still a young runner, and to see him in the top 10 here at Zegama is pretty exciting. Is he going to be able to hold it together? I'm hoping, but if he scored top 10 there, that would be by far his best result.
Yeah, and to see Roberto up in thirds, what I've been really impressed about him as a runner the last 2 years, he seems to have really matured in how he approaches races, but also what he takes from races. And he wasn't overly joyous with his finished position last week, but actually I think given the strength of the field in Nolly, he ran really well, and to see him coming out today and being in third already shows that he hasn't got tired legs, which was my big fear for him. And for runners like Bogdan Damian and Elisina Lazoui, is those back-to-backs, because last week had so many loops, it meant that it's a lot more punishing than doing one long downhill, because the intensity at which you had to push those down was so much higher. So I was quite fearful for the athletes coming in today that they just wouldn't be able to perform. So the fact he's clearly feeling like he's still got fresh legs is a good sign.
It is indeed, and I just got a piece of information from one of our journalists who are like always passionate about the sport and always picking up pieces of information left, right, and center. Julien Giron, and he explained, and I'm going to quote Thomas Cardin, who says like, "Nobody knows me, but I am in full form, and I'm at peace to be the outsider, and I'm going to take it easy until kilometer 35. How's that?"
Kilometer 35.
In second place at the first checkpoint. Either he caught the Basque fever and completely blew out his race strategy, or we are in for a hell of a show.
And also, thinking about kilometer 35, that is super fast racing, those last 7K. If you've got fuel in the tank, you can do some significant damage. But we've had the race splits of our ladies coming through as well. I'm a little bit, I haven't had all the names come through I was expecting, but Sara Alonso has come through. Oh, in fact, here is the confirmation. 48.40. So that is only 9 seconds behind Nienke Brinkman, which is quite a statement. Like, given that Nienke was third in the European marathon, an unbelievably fast flat runner, uphill runner, for Sara to be only 9 seconds down at this stage, when we know that she's a far better technical downhiller than Nienke, like, she is going out hard.
Yeah, David. Like, and then it's good to see Judith like creeping back nicely but surely into second place. Oyana Cortázar still there in fourth place so far. Awesome to see the locals doing extremely well. Sylvia Nockstar is in fifth. Marta Martinez, Rosa Lara, they are all rather close to one another. Thérèse Leboeuf, Malenosa in ninth, and I think the notable names: Anna Gibson 13, Yaomia 14. So yeah, it is already quite spread out.
And that does surprise me, actually, that Miao Yao is so far back.
There she is, Oyana Cortázar on your screen. Sorry, David, I just got you.
Yeah, former champ Iana as well, who at her age is an incredible athlete to still be performing at the level she has been these last couple of seasons. Just incredible to see. But the fact that Miao Yao and Anna Gibson down in 13th and 14th, again, the strength and depth of this field. I can't think the last race where Miao Yao took it out slowly from the start. She's never done it on Golden Trail.
No, but maybe that's a lesson learned from her race in China. You were saying she was disappointed with her race and probably changed her strategy. You probably realized that taking out extremely hard from the beginning. Here's Sylvia.
That was Sylvia, yeah.
Thérèse Leboeuf. Yep. I'm glad we're having on right. Rosa
Lara there, yeah. They're all nicely grouped together, actually. They're almost working together. The fact they've got those men in between them is probably quite nice to help them work as a pack. And Marlin, not too far off the pace, actually. I was expecting her to potentially be a little bit further down at this stage in the race, but clearly looking quite smooth.
Yeah, and I think knowing that she was pretty badly sick not so long ago, I think she might want to look after herself a little bit as well in the early stages to be able to finish in full force.
Now, the last time Yao Miao did this race, the weather conditions were some of the worst in history. And she almost got blown off the mountain. She was leading up, having overtaken Blondine, but it was such a crazy race because everyone had their hoodies up. And actually in the women's race, unlike the rest of the Golden Trail, the fact that they start at the same time as the men's meant they weren't sure who they were overtaking. They couldn't see. So when Daniela Omas finished, she actually thought she was in 4th place still because she hadn't had a chance to tick off who she'd been overtaking because all she could see was a coloured rain jacket.
Yeah.
Now this isn't the crowd of Sancta Spiritu we've been promising you. Just don't calm yourself down. Don't be disappointed yet. This is just an impromptu set of people cheering on the way up. The crowds are up there and they will be building.
Oh yeah, that is just a warm-up, just a warm-up. And we're back over the town of Zegama with probably a bit of a replay of what took place so far.
So just to confirm our top 10 for in the ladies, in fact, Judith Weedon is up to 2nd, but Sara Alonso leading, first checkpoint in 48.40. Then if we look at our top 10, they are all within 2 minutes. Judith is 1 minute down on Sara Alonso, but behind her, the top 10 are all within 1 minute. So this is an incredibly tight race in our ladies. In terms of the men's top 10, a similar story actually. A minute lead by both the leading man and the leading lady. But let's look at this recap so far.
All right, we are 1 hour elapsed in the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri. And we're back on the start line, finish line, waiting for our next images of our runners. And on the bottom right corner of your screen is Tele Sanchez, who's definitely picking up all the information on the course, and we'll have an interview preview with Sara Alonso, I believe, coming up next.
Yo soy donostiarra, que al final pues Zegama me cae a 40 minutos de casa, de Guipúzcoa, y esta carrera siempre ha sido algo importante porque llegaba a todos los periódicos y aunque yo no me dedicara a trail, sabías que Zegama-Aizkorri existía y sabías que era importante. Por decir mi primera maratón, entonces estaba súper nerviosa pero también tenía un montón de ganas. Y ese año alguna crónica me daba favorita, pero yo decía, es que favorita imposible, o sea, aunque hiciera la carrera de mi vida, estaban inscritas Nienke Brickman y Mau de Matís, que para mí eran otra auténtica liga. Entonces, aun haciendo mi mejor carrera, lo máximo que aspiraba era ser tercera y realmente hice un carrerón. O sea, yo en mi cabeza estaba acercarme al récord de Maite Mayora, que por ese entonces era 4.34 o así, y corrí, me lo pasé increíble, hice 4.26, se me quedó a 30 segundos Mau, de que para mí era una auténtica locura, y desde entonces es como, ¡buah!, hice tercera en Zegama. Fue como una carrera que cambió un poco mi vida, porque me conocían a nivel nacional, pero sí estaba empezando, y desde entonces ya me veía a nivel internacional, me veía peleando adelante en otras carreras. De hecho, un mes más tarde gané Mont Blanc Marathon, y yo creo que si no hubiese hecho tercera en Zegama ni me lo hubiese creído ni pensado que podía hacerlo. Entonces fue una carrera que cambió mi vida deportiva y que fue una pasada, y que desde que acabé la carrera dije, qué ganas de volver a repetirlo otra vez. O sea, yo creo que es uno de los recuerdos más bonitos que tengo del trail, los últimos metros de Zegama. Y de hecho, hoy estábamos viendo el vídeo de llegada, digo, es que este vídeo creo que me lo he visto más de 100 veces, porque es, creo que, una de las rectas que más las he vivido. O sea, fue una pasada, fue, de lo que te digo, un recuerdo que jamás olvidaré en mi vida. Pues este 2025, lo primero, quiero que llegue a las 9 de la mañana del domingo y poder estar en la línea de salida, porque hace un año estaba haciendo esta entrevista un miércoles y decía lo mismo y luego no llega a la línea de salida. Entonces, lo primero, salir, luego disfrutar de la carrera, disfrutar del ambiente, demostrar todo el trabajo que está hecho. O sea, aparte de disfrutar, también quieres que salga una buena carrera. Busco mejorar mi tiempo, claramente, porque pienso que estoy más fuerte que en 2022. Es verdad que igual este año hay más barro, y sí que busco estar en el podium, y sueño con ganar, que no sé si pasará, porque al final son muchas chicas corriendo, una maratón es muy larga, cuanto más larga sea, más cosas pueden haber, dolores, esguinces, ampollas, deshidrataciones, o sea, pero bueno, por lo menos disfrutarlo y volver a vivir, estar en Zegama. Y yo creo que en parte Zegama me lo debe. O sea, vivo en Donosti, que me queda 45 minutos de Zegama, y en sí ahora vivo en Cataluña, y ahora sí he venido 1000 veces y me he ido hasta ahí para entrenar, y eso ya con esa carrera 1000 veces. Entonces, en parte yo creo que Zegama me debe devolverme un buen recuerdo, por lo menos.
Ouais, Zegama, c'est un course vraiment qui typique, c'est vraiment d'énergie, des personnes, d'hospitalité. On ne trouve pas beaucoup de trails, il y a beaucoup de monde comme Zegama, c'est vraiment quelque chose de différent. Et c'est comme ça que je retourne cette année, parce que j'aime bien cette course. Ouais, je pense que j'ai fait vraiment un bon entraînement cette année. Et la semaine, il y a 3 jours, j'ai fait un bon entraînement. Je pense que je suis en forme mieux qu'Inuli. Je pense que Kylian il n'est pas là pour nous. Pour moi c'est une chance, mais ouais, je suis vraiment, je vais être contente si j'ai fait un bon résultat, parce que Zegama pour moi c'est là que je me sens vraiment qu'on fait de trail, et le marathon c'est une autre chose. Le marathon il commence jusqu'à 30 km, mais pour moi vraiment je me sens bien, et si j'ai la forme, je veux faire le départ après 3h42. Mais on va voir comment ça va. Je pense qu'il ne va pas pleuvoir, mais ouais. Je vais être contente si j'ai amélioré mon temps. Ouais, vraiment, je suis ici pour là. Sinon, oui, j'espère. Ça me manque vraiment ça dans mes médailles.
There we go, a bit of a translation of Eluzin's interview. So he's excited to be back here. One of his goals will be to beat his previous time of 3:42 that he talked about. And he said that Kylian not being there is also a pretty exciting opportunity for him. So he's, he seems like he's had a really good training session, and he said he's in better form than he was in Noli, but the marathon
Hola,
distance
soy
is
Biel
really
Rafos
very
y
sad.
hoy
Here's Biel
analizaremos
Rafos.
3 segmentos claves en Zegama-Aizkorri. El primero del que os quiero hablar es el mítico medio maratón, desde Zegama a Santo Espíritu. Si vemos los tiempos históricos, el mejor crono hasta la fecha lo tiene Kilian Jornet con 1 hora y 42 minutos. Curiosamente, no fue el año del récord, sino que fue el año pasado, el 2024. Y en categoría femenina, el mejor tiempo lo tiene Nienke Brinkman, en el 2022, que subió con 1 hora y 59 minutos. El segundo segmento del que os quiero hablar es Santo Espíritu Aizkorri, apenas 2 kilómetros pero con 600 metros de desnivel positivo. El mejor tiempo en 2022, Kilian Jornet, seguido por Davide Magnini, ambos a 2 segundos de diferencia, 22 minutos y 1 segundo. En categoría femenina también fue en 2022 y el mejor tiempo lo tiene Nienke Brinkman con 27 minutos. Curiosamente, el segundo mejor tiempo lo tiene Marcela Vasinova, que no estaba en posiciones de cabeza, pero que en 2022 subió 40 segundos más lento que Nienke, luchando por el top 10. Y el tercer segmento del que os quiero hablar es el famoso cresterio, apenas 1 kilómetro pero muy técnico y en muchas ediciones muy resbaladizo. El mejor tiempo en categoría masculina lo tiene Stian Angormund en 2017, Kilian quien tiene el segundo mejor tiempo con 8 minutos 0,01 segundos. En categoría femenina el mejor cresterio lo sigue teniendo Emanuela Brigio con 10 minutos y 20 segundos. El segundo mejor tiempo Silvia Oscar en 2024, la ganadora del año pasado.
20, Santi Espíritu.
El kilómetro clave de la carrera yo creo que es donde está Santi Espíritu, que siempre te motivas.
El kilómetro clave de la carrera yo creo que es un poco depende de cada atleta, o sea, quien se mueva bien en lo técnico te dirá que es el cresterío, quien se le dé bien lo llano te dirá que a lo mejor las campas de Urbía. Yo creo que la carrera se decide una vez llegas a Aizkorri.
Creo que las campas después de bajar Ustiagorri, la zona que ya llana.
Yo creo que la carrera se va a decidir una vez que se ha hecho la cresta y la bajada que hay después, es decir, más o menos de Urbía hasta meta, porque la gente dice que es muy corredera, sí lo es, tiene sus repechos, pero que se puede hacer mucho daño si uno llega con piernas hasta ahí.
Si hablamos de dónde se decide la carrera, los kilómetros claves siempre van a ser los últimos.
Quizá la clave de esta carrera está en ser capaz de ir rápido en los primeros 15 kilómetros hasta la Lara.
Here we go, you have it. A bit more feedback from all the runners in which section of the course they believe will be critical to the final position.
I love that. They all think a different section.
Yeah. And so here we go. David, same question for you. Do you see anyone surprisingly in the top 10 at this point?
Well, I mean, we talked about Marlin. I think, ninth. It's more the time gap, to see her in the top 10's not a surprise, but actually to see her so close to that second place is, to me, a really good sign for what she can potentially do here. The others, Ayana to be up right at that pace as well. We know that she's a champion from the past. She's done incredibly well in the past as well. Top 5 last few years. And but she's gone out hard again, backing herself.
All right, we're gonna have another video interview with Marta Coy.
Lo primero de todo es esa cita a la que no puedes fallar cada año. Y después, para una marca como Salomon, pionera en el mundo del trail running, el hecho de ir con una carrera como esta de la mano desde hace tantos años y ver cómo está creciendo este deporte realmente es un lujo. Solo hay que ver el ambiente que hay aquí en Zegama hoy. La verdad es que Zegama es una carrera icónica de repercusión internacional a la que todo el mundo quiere venir, desde corredores élite, populares, público. Una carrera realmente organizada por voluntarios, lo cual es un lujazo, es realmente tiene muchísimo valor en un entorno como este, que al final además ellos protegen, cuidan, tienen todo el cuidado. Y bueno, un público indiscutiblemente increíble que año tras año llueva, nieve o haga sol, que a veces también hace en Zegama, ahí están, que suben al monte a animar al corredor. De ahí la frase esa de Zegama es Zegama, porque realmente es difícil de explicar, simplemente hay que vivirlo. ¿Queréis saber cómo lo viven los atletas Salomón? Pues Malenosa os lo cuenta.
Hola, soy Malenosa, atleta de Salomón, y os voy a explicar un poco pues, lo que suelo llevar en una carrera como es Zegama. Para empezar, llevaré cinturón. Es verdad que es una carrera larga, es maratón, pero teniendo tantos puntos de avituallamiento pues no hace falta llevar mucha agua encima, y como tampoco nos piden pues mucho material obligatorio, pues me parece que es mejor ir solo con cinturón para ir más ligera. En cuanto a ropa, iré también muy ligera, muy fresquita, porque parece que no va a hacer mucho frío y al final pues cuanto menos llevemos encima pues mejor. Entonces llevaré como siempre el top Selab para competir y un pantalón corto pues normal. Luego respecto a zapas, voy a correr con la Punchar 4. No se espera barro, pero tampoco se espera muy seco, entonces sí que me ha gustado pues trabajar un poco el grip con Salomón, y hemos personalizado el taco un poco pues acorde al terreno que vamos a tener, que será no tan seco pero tampoco tan embarrado. Y si no, la zapatilla es la Punchar 4 que va a salir ahora de Salomón. Y luego, como siempre, pues gafas. Yo siempre voy con gafas, aunque no va a hacer tanto sol, pues si en algún momento de carrera necesito gafas, pues prefiero tenerlas encima. Y luego la nutrición, que es una de las cosas más importantes para rendir bien en una maratón. Yo suelo tirar siempre del gel High Fructose, que tiene 55 cada gel, y del Energy Drink de High Fructose también. Me gusta andar en torno a 100 gramos de carbohidratos a la hora para pues asegurar de que voy con energía todo el rato, y para ello combino aproximadamente un gel con un soft flask de 500 mililitros con 45 gramos de High Fructose, que salen aproximadamente pues eso, unos 100 gramos a la hora, y así llegar a meta pues con suficiente fuerza. Y nada, luego como siempre el reloj. Voy a correr con la Asunto Race pues como siempre, porque me parece que bueno, el tamaño me gusta y también como queda, así que eso es más o menos pues lo que uso en carrera. Pues nada, esto es más o menos lo que voy a llevar. Fijaros lo que he dicho y a ver si es verdad, y si no os he mentido, y a ver cómo estoy corriendo en la carrera. Un abrazo.
There we go, team. There was a bit of a feedback from Malenosa, and I think we're going to have another video about the one and only Sancti Spiritu, because as some of you know, this part of the course has absolutely no reception, and it's impossible to offer you any images. But here's the current top 10, and it is in a nutshell, David. Look at that.
Wow! Second all the way through to 8, all grouped together. That is... Do we think they've sped up and caught up, Thomas and Roberto, or do we think they slowed down? But the fact they're now working as a back, and Andre Blanes, he's picked up another 30 seconds from his chasing group. He's still pushing the pace.
He is indeed, but the usual suspects are now here. And if they work together, man, there's gonna be a very scary situation for Andre Blanes. But you know what? Like, he did look good, and I think the climb up to to what they call like the crest, like to Aizkorri, and then crossing that will tell us if Andre Blanes can possibly keep it together and take the big W here in Zegama. I believe we'll have very shortly our women's top 10, but then we see now that Stian has moved into the top 10. Antonio Martinez is here in 9th. Careful with Antonio. He always manages his races extremely well and races in the back, but finish extremely strong. He's also a strong downhill runner, so we can expect him to move up for a better than 9th place. And then I don't know if we're gonna get the women's top 10 or straight to the video of Sancti Spiritu, but either way,
Yeah, they're yet to come through the checkpoint, so we'll get those after
Es
the
como
magic of Saint
emocionante,
Spirit.
es como te empujan hacia arriba, sí.
It's a crazy place. There are so many fans there. It's an uphill, short but steep, and yeah, it's vibrating with all the people and fans, and yeah, every trail runner loves to run through there.
Santi Spiritu, I was just once there. I did the race 3 years ago, but yeah, it's an amazing place. You arrive there, there's so much noise and everything. It's an emotional part of the race, and yeah, you have to maybe not push too much because the crowd is really pushing you a lot, and yeah, you have to focus on yourself, enjoying the moment, but yeah, pacing yourself.
Colk, rocks, technical, beautiful view. Yeah, great fans, good crowd, loud, very loud.
Público, sonido, ambiente, fiesta, no sé.
Porque es una sensación de que la gente te lleva y no tienes casi que correr, y al final te sientes súper arropada y súper apoyada.
Adrenalina, pelos de gallina o piel de gallina, emoción, pero ojo, que después queda mucho.
Ouais, quand j'arrive à cette place-là, j'ai pas mal les jambes, mais mon horaire il est déjà, il va déjà exploser parce que tout le monde il est là pour les bruits. Ça c'est bien.
Lo que hace especial Santi Spiritu es la gente, sin duda.
La gente que hay, por el ambiente que generan y porque es que vas bajando la cueva de San Adrián y desde lejos ya vas escuchando lo que se viene. Ahí ya antes de llegar ya vas con los pelos de punta.
Santi Espíritu es increíble, ¿no? Llegas allí y no se te escuchan ni los latidos de tu corazón.
Por lo que he visto en los vídeos, pues una locura. Es decir, Manu también me ha dicho que otros años lo ha hecho, que en ese momento las pulsaciones se te suben 10 o 20 pulsaciones solo por la emoción, la adrenalina.
Una locura. Tengo alguna foto por ahí de otros años que se me ve a mí la foto entera y me acerco a las piernas y se ve como tengo el pelo de punta. O sea, todo el mundo lo decimos así y es que es verdad. Se te ponen los pelos de punta porque es el estruendo, la música esa que hay tan de lejos, mola la de Dios. Y si encima es un año como el año del 23 que hizo tan mal tiempo, claro, estás acercado hasta allí y ves que está lloviendo a dolor y escuchas ese jaleo, se te quita el frío, parece que no llueve.
Hopefully we're going to see some drone shots quite soon of Sancti Spiritu. What did you take from the videos we've seen so far? Because I think that's something that people often overlook about Zegama, particularly for the Basque runners, is just how much the media and the local community expect their runners to do well here, and there's an enormous amount of pressure that I just don't think happens in the same way at other races. If we think about Sarah Alonso, what she said, coming into that race with Maud Mathis, at that stage undefeated champion from the previous year, and Nienke Brinkman, it was 2:23 marathon runner, and yet in their heads, Sarah was the favourite to win that race, having never won a Golden Trail race before.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel, and this is what came back in most of these interviews, like that term, gente, like los gentes is the people. It's what makes Zegama. Like, if you had a quiet Zegama race, it just wouldn't be the same. And so I agree. Like, they do not care about rankings of who's the top standing runners in the series. It's like, we have our people, and we're gonna go full support, push them as much as we can, give them everything we can share to push them to the top spots. And you can feel it, although as much as they are fully supporting their local runners, you gotta say, they are cheering for everyone.
Yeah, the noise as people come through is deafening no matter who you are. And they're up there right until the tail end of the race. We've seen a lot of races around the world, you will have people disappear once the top 10 go through, but not at Sancta Spiritu. The noise just continues, and some of them have been partying overnight in preparation for today, and yet they still find an extra lung. This isn't, this isn't Sancta Spiritu now.
No, this is Arats.
Yeah. This is the climb to Arats, but the other thing that quite surprised me by some of those race splits is just seeing who has the fastest times for those segments. I think something that people often forget with we saw there Kilian's record pace up the climb of Sancta Spiritu, but people didn't realise that Davide Magnini actually raced back onto Kilian. He came over the top with Kilian, having almost out-climbed him with his stomping, which to me, for Davide Magnini, he's won Mont Blanc, he's a great trail runner, but actually that was probably his most significant performance, was coming second here in Zegama. I think that tops anything else he did, and being able to hike down Kilian when Kilian's setting the course record up Sancta Spiritu, just outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that, like, the talent and the ability for Davide Magnini to climb was close to the likes of Kilian. In the Golden Trail World Series final in Nepal, like, Davide was the only runner who could keep up with Kilian on that climb up to 5,000 meters. And eventually, as soon as they turned around and started running down, that obviously was game over. But yeah, Davide was at this level. And when he performs and when the body and mind align, like, he's lethal. So I hope we can see him back on the circuit and show that he still has those skills, because I do believe they are somewhere.
And we've talked about, Andre coming through. He's 90 seconds up in the lead at the moment, and the fact that he hasn't got this trail running pedigree behind him might actually help him, because he's not going to have Zegama in his mind as being quite significant. And look at that. Sarah has stretched even more, almost putting a 2-minute lead over Judith. Like, she is hurtling up this mountain.
Yeah, so we got a bit of a, like, I guess the production is also biased and put Anna Gibson as a Spanish runner, but she is American. I was like, wow, there's a lot of Spanish flags, and I was like, wait a minute, this is one too many here. So yeah, not much changes. Thierry Leboeuf moved up, Johanna Cortázar moved down, Sylvia 7th, Julie Lelon moved up one position, Anna Gibson from the US once again rounding up the top 10. It's good, we see her come back up. She broke into the top 10, so she's doing a very smart race and could possibly come even higher in the rankings by the time they get back to the finish line. And here again, you have the people lined up for the top of Arats and waiting. I mean, as you can hear, it's still chatting and quiet. There's still a bit of time until we see our first runners, but whenever they're gonna pop up, we're gonna hear screams. That's for sure.
No, this is a very long climb. It's not quite as steep as the climb to our peak, but given they've already gone through the checkpoint climbing, this one is this will feel incredibly draining. Checking those times though with Sarah, significantly, she has seemed to have slowed down slightly compared to the pace she was setting before. They all have. She's actually slightly behind her time that she came through in 2022, which surprises me. So it looks like she's settled into a more sustainable pace, but that still seems to be faster than the chasing pack.
Yeah, and so it's interesting to see both scenarios in the men and the women's, where we thought those were like suicidal pace going out, and yet it seems not to be, which means, so they are still running within themselves, both Andrea and Sarah, but also that, it's an open door for anyone to come back, because they will not be murdering themselves. That chasing group in the men's as well as in the women, although in the women's it's not as big, Wow, they will be coming in full force.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone sat behind is going to have energy left. You know, no one is burying themselves, it seems, in the race so far. The one thing that I was talking just before we saw those race splits is the fact that Andre Blenner's Zegama is not going to be as significant to him as it is for some of our other runners. In terms of winning here, I'm sure he'd love it as a Spanish runner, but because he's come up through orienteering, he's done a lot of track, he won't see it as being quite as significant as someone who's done so many Golden Trails. And we saw with Therese Leboeuf last year, she said that actually she was leading for a substantial part of this race. And she said that when she got to around Arras, she suddenly realised that she was leading the Golden Trail. And she felt all of her energy drained away because she suddenly was nervous. She wasn't sure whether it was the right thing. The significance started to hit her, almost as if she had picked up that trophy and like, what does this mean to me? And it completely changed her race. And she wasn't able to respond until she was well into the descent. It is only when she actually got her legs back. So her finish position last year doesn't tell her the whole story, because she lost a huge amount of time from this point until about 2/3 of the race. And it was only once she almost felt the race had got away from her that she returned to normality. So the fact that Andre doesn't have that level of kind of built up in his mind should mean that won't affect him quite as much.
Speaking of the devil, he is still climbing and he is on his way to the top of Arras. We can still start hearing the bells ringing, power hiking his way up.
I want to see how sweaty his brow is to get a sense of how hot this feels.
We can certainly hear a cam runner breathing hard, so can't be too easy of a pace.
He seems to be transitioning well there, though, between the flow between power hiking and running. You know, he's getting every second he can, and I wasn't sure whether he would be power hiking as readily as he is. You know, this is a great sign that he's managing his race well.
Yeah, very true. Those transitions are important to save your legs, and you can move just as fast power hiking efficiently. We've seen also a bit of a chat, like a conversation on the chat about poles. You know, people were saying, yeah, you don't need poles on these terrains. Like, this is extremely steep, and if you can make good use of your poles, they will come handy, especially to save your legs for the later stages. I mean, Luis Alberto is the best example, where he was picking up poles at the bottom of any big climb and then dropping them off at the top. And well, there's no denying that was helping him a lot. So it's basically based on any runner's preference, but if you can make good use of the poles, like, I mean, Manuel Merias will be the perfect example. They can be extremely useful here in Zegama.
Yeah, and we saw in some previous races some athletes trying to pick up poles and trying to introduce them into their racing, but if you haven't trained significantly with poles, they won't be as useful for you. You need to build up your upper body strength. And we saw in one race Bart Prodziewski take on poles with him, and he didn't run with them after that because he realised that he'd actually have to change his training to get that benefit from them.
Absolutely. Man, David, I am impressed. Like, he's picking up the pace, back in running form. Like, I don't know how much steam is left in that engine. Ladies and gentlemen, he is pushing the pace hard. You will have to step at the top of Arras, and we will know how far ahead or behind he is. But boy, does he look good at this point. And the clouds are helping. They're pushing him up.
I mean, the top of Arras is the steepest section of our race. It is ridiculously steep. And he is climbing over 600 meters just on this section here, coming into Arras. It's absolutely brutal.
And look at already the lines, multiple people deep already on that part of the course, which once again is not. Aizkorri is not the craziest, loudest, most fan-packed area. And look at this already, and he's giving it back to the crowds. He still has a lot in the tank, and he's playing with the crowds, sucking up the energy. Man, no man, what is going to stop that man?
And it's small moments like that, when you see them play with the crowd, you know they're feeling good. You know that they're not just focused, thinking, I can hardly move here, I need to look at every step. It means they've got the mental space to be able to actually take on board what's happening and enjoy it, which is great to see. That will have helped him. That level of energy, he'll be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, and if he plays his cards right, like he should try to roll as much as he can, but recovering a little bit on that downhill. And I'm just trying to gauge how comfortable he is to see how much time they're going to be able to possibly make on him, like the likes. And you can see here his heritage from orienteering, taking the perfect lines, running across, not necessarily following the trail. See, shortest possible way down.
And we've seen orienteers coming into Golden Trail and trail running in general, and they are so natural over terrain like this. You know, Judith Weider, 5-time world orienteer. We saw Frederick Chanchand doing incredible downhill running in the Dolomites race, and the fact that they're running this normally with basically reading while they're doing it, it seems too easy for them to come on some terrain and just think, all I have to do is run.
Yeah, and we saw even going back further into the years, Mark Lowenstein. The pool of talent in the orienteering world is absolutely is probably one of the deepest. And there's always a name that gives the chills to all the competitors. Tove Alexanderson. Whenever it shows up, boy,
I'd love for her to come on the Golden Trail. She'd be #1 on my list to get to do a season. I would absolutely love that. But he's got 400 meters of descending now. And actually, Zegama, it's got a huge amount of climbing. It's a very long race for orienteers. But unlike some of our other races, the fact it is up and down repeatedly actually is a little bit more similar to the kind of routine they'll get into when they're doing their orienteering races. It's shorter, sharper bursts, but still 400 meters is quite a significant descent to be doing before the halfway point of our race.
Yeah, and so there we go. We've had a decent group of runners now gone through the summit of Arats at 16.1 Ks, and there is 1:15, so he's lost 15 seconds on the chasing group. Thomas Cardin, Luca Del Pero, Elouzine El Azaoui, Nadir Maguet, and Roberto De Lorenzi. Nicola Molina is also creeping in, he's getting closer to that chasing group. Simon Pacard, ladies and gentlemen, this is, I don't want to say a surprise, but this is a pleasant news here. Stian is right behind Daniel Patis, clocked in, but this time did not. Oh no, he hasn't clocked in through. So this is so far what we have in the men's at the top of Arats.
Yeah, and you've got to expect, if you think of that group, there are several very good technical descenders as well. So when we come into our next checkpoint, which will be at Sancta Spiritu, that should give us a good indication of who amongst our top 10 is actually attacking the downhills, because we know that Andre has that orienteering background, but that doesn't mean he's necessarily that ready to be running this much downhill this early in the season.
And you see once again those fantastic drone shots. And I think, there we go, Manuel Mirias here on your screen going through the top of Arats.
The camera runners absolutely earning their cash today.
So it's Iru on the left-hand side. He's Olympic champion in camera running. He was joking about this a bit earlier on social media. He's the one capturing a lot of the content that the Golden Trail World Series put together, because for every stage of the Golden Trail World Series, there is obviously a live broadcast for most of them, but for every stage, there is a recap, a video recap of everything that goes down. And I think, David, you are involved in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great in that it allows you to see footage that we can't necessarily see live on the day. There will be cameramen who capture more emotion, but also have the ability to dissect what happened afterwards, so we can really tell the story of what's going on. But as you say, this is quite a hard course at times to be a cameraman, because we can see there he was having to run off the trail. And so not only are you having to run at the same pace as these individuals, but sometimes you're running over tougher terrain, rougher terrain, and have to stay upright. But there they are. There's our chasing group. Elisine sat in the middle, Daniel Pattis at the back. And who's that? Is that Thomas with the hat turned backwards?
Thomas Cardin is there, and then I think just ahead was Nadir Maguet.
And from the splits, we suspect... in fact, from the Luca Del Perro may also be up with them, and Roberto De Lorenzo just off the back. Oh wow! So there we go. I mean, that is a
big group.
And who do you think is in yellow at the front there? Who is that? Is that Luca?
No, Luca is Scarpa with like kind of the light blue and white, and he's got the backwards cap, I believe. No, from La Sportiva, if it's not Nadir Maguet, no, it is Nadir. Yeah, it is Nadir, number 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we know that Nadir is a very good downhill runner, so no surprises that he's actually starting to eat up a little bit of ground at the first opportunity.
So there you have it, your top 10 in the men's at Arats.
Still very close, that top 10. If we look at second, the gaps are quite small. Although it does seem they've settled into a pack of 5 now, chasing a minute between Roberto and Nicholas there. So they have pulled away.
Yeah, that chasing group is oh, I would not want to be Andrew Blanes right now, because as much as it's pretty cool to be leading, and he's going to be coming into Sancti Spiritu on his own, and the entire crowd is going to be cheering him on. But when you're being chased by those runners, and you know they're hungry, and you know they're going to pace themselves right, and they're going to probably pull each other up because they want to get that big W. All of them are very, very keen. So there we go. Let's look at Arats now. How far do you believe our first woman is, David, from the top of Arats? I think we're going back down to pick her up.
Yeah, she's got to be close. We'd expect to see them come through in about 1:48, based off previous time. So we've got a bit of time there. Now, when they come up Sancti Spiritu, there is an opportunity to look back, and so you can see across the ridgeway all of the runners. But one of the challenges with the noise, and also with the crowds being so tightly packed in you, as a runner, you can't see outside of the wall of people. And so Andre might not have the opportunity to actually gauge what his lead is like coming into this. But being Spanish means he probably will be tipped off by some of the crowds who'll be telling him and feeding him information.
Yes, David, that's a very good point, and I was going to second you on that. Is that at the bottom of that climb is an aid station, and most likely there'll be someone here handing him over whatever fluids and nutrition he needs, and that's when they're going to be also giving him the splits, at least from Eratz. And if not, maybe somebody will be at the coming out of Sancti Spiritu here at this this little cave, the infamous one. And even though it is a sunny day out there, that cave is always wet, so runners are going to be have to be extremely careful, because that is slippery, and it's almost like natural cobblestones that are used up by people and cattle and sheep going through. And when the runners go through that, you always have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, it's a pilgrimage, so people go through San Andrean, and because of that, those rocks, as you say, those pebbles are almost polished. So even when it isn't wet, it's like you're dancing across a floor. And so we've seen in the past athletes very nervous about coming through that section. Typically, they'll pull to the left, but if the crowd aren't aware of the course, they often could be standing in the only safe places for them to run. So it is a moment of tension for our athletes whenever they go through that tunnel.
And that's it. He's coming into it. There's going to be a left-hand side for Andreu. There you go. We're turning, and we're in. And he knew exactly where he wanted to be.
Wow, the way he rode that wall, almost like he was he was Tony Hawk's pulling up to get out of the rougher terrain. Incredible to see.
Yeah, that man has skills on technical, and look at him. He made extremely quick way of that cave and popped out on the other side already. And he knows the course. He's chosen the perfect trajectory. You were saying it, David. You need to stay on the right-hand side coming out of that cave. And here we go. This is going to be quite a wide section, almost like four-wheel drive, wide, grassy. Bit downhill is going to flatten out before getting into the aid station. And now people are starting to line up. Look at this. He's going to stay on the left-hand side here.
Because a race like Sierra Zanao, it is hot, so you do need to take on nutrition, but this extra 45 minutes is significant. So it'll be great to see what he actually hands over. He hasn't been running with a bottle of water so far that we've seen a lot of athletes do in this longer race.
He did. I can't remember where it was, but he did have a little bit of a flask in hand. He was drinking it out of. He's got a belt on. But I mean, I would agree with you, David. Like he wasn't carrying in much. So my guess is that there will be someone handing him over something at the bottom of that climb. At least I'm hoping so, because otherwise that might be a bit of an issue for the later times of the race. But man, he is still full throttle coming into the Sancti Spiritu climb.
What I love about him is the fact, I often don't really know how to refer to him because he is a Spanish orienteer, but in 2023 he was trying to focus on the Olympic steeplechase, because he just saw that as his opportunity to race in a distance that, and there we go, there's the handoff.
Perfect.
Very fast handoff.
So that is also the beauty of being alone, whether you're in the lead or chasing, is you have room for everything. Your people are there. You can clearly see who's where, pick up everything you need, no second spared. And look at this. I've never seen so many people on the flat. Usually they're waiting on the climb. And now look at this.
And did you see that person dressed as a bull on the right? Brilliant. If you're wondering about the noise, it is the cheers, but sometimes they will take the engine of a chainsaw and use that noise just to increase. This is the thickest crowd I've seen. Wow.
And he's calling the crowds. Ladies and gentlemen, so far it is an Andreus show, and he is delivering. The crowds are ecstatic here. Oh.
And I remember being up here on the hill in my first Zegama and watching the faces of Robert Kimoy and some of the other runners who had never run this course. There was fear in their eyes because they were completely bewildered. And it looks like there's a channel here, but at times the crowd is a bit Tour de France style. You can see it there, waving over the middle, and you're not able to actually see what the route is or to see what is underfoot, and it can be incredibly shocking to the system.
Yeah. And then some athletes were actually saying it in the interviews is like, you got to be careful because with such noise and cheer and power from the crowds, like you could actually be really overreaching. And the minute you come out of that climb and into the traverse on the technical bit on the way to Aizkorri, you are cooked. you do have to kind of manage your effort, right?
Yeah, think about when you've run in a marathon and you suddenly hear the Rocky theme tune and how pumped you are by that. Times that by 1,000, and that is what these athletes are feeling right now. And you are so right. This is the moment where Robert Kimoy decided to attack Remy Bonnet on the climb and overtake him. That's how much adrenaline was running through his body at that stage. Sara Alonso, our female race leader, looking great coming down this train.
There she is. And it was interesting, Sarah talking about like all the things that could go wrong. Like she was cramps, blisters, bonking. But I was actually surprised to not hear her say, falling, because she goes always so hard that countless times now we've seen her hit the deck hard and actually get injured. Like in the US, she had to go to hospital. So it was interesting that it wasn't on her mind. So maybe she's just like, all right, I'm going to take chances, but I'm not going to go over the limit to basically risk falling down.
And look at her body position here. You know, she's really having to brake. Coming down this, and she's holding back, right? And that's the challenge of so many up and downs is you can see some of the other athletes just flowing through this, but she's trying to control her pace somewhat. And this is one of the difficulties when you're running down steep terrain. How do you do it efficiently without either burning yourself out or burying your legs?
Yeah, I agree. I have the same kind of understanding. She seems to be braking a whole lot more than letting go. And she went through the summit of Arats 1:47.07. So another 2 minutes away, and so far, unless it's not refreshing well, there's still no sign of second place, who at the time was Judith Vider. So Sarah's gone, like, she's opened up a bigger gap.
And actually, when we were talking about the previous race splits, she has picked up her pace significantly up that climb then, because she was drifting off her pace from 2022. Now she is ahead of it. She is absolutely hurtling. Now, when Andrew came through the aid station, what I thought was very clever, that you don't often see, the fact he did 2 pickups. The first one, he picked up his gel, he put it in his pouch, and the second one, he then went for his liquid. So he gave himself plenty of time to manage his nutrition about his body. And we see with a lot of athletes who don't have more than one support on the in the crowd, or who are just doing a pickup from the aid station, they have to take their nutrition to their bottles. They try and pick everything up in one go, and it is a risky move. We've seen here in the past, John Albon, when he was running, he partially blames the fact he missed a gel at an aid station for meaning that when he was on this climb, he was really struggling. And so
Whoa! Just when she reaches out for the flasks. Man, any little mistake could cost so much, but glad to see that she was able to pick herself up before hitting the ground. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what we have to fear as viewers. There will be crashes on this course, so demanding physically as well as from the nature of the terrain itself. And the slightest mistake could cost so much.
Yeah, and I mean, especially Sarah, coming into this, she was paranoid about being able to get to the start line healthy, given the previous year. And we talk about pressure. Her mum owns an news agents in San Sebastian, and so she sees every single newspaper every day, and the level of trail running in the Basque region is crazy. I've been sent a clip before where Sara Alonso is the answer to one of the quizzes in a television show. That is how well known Basque trail runners are. And so you combine that with every time she's in the paper, her mum sees it in the morning. She's first to see it because she's unpacking them. And this all builds so much pressure. So she'll just be delighted to be able to actually run, knowing that she's feeling like she's fluid and is coming into it as a healthy athlete and away from that pressure now.
Thanks for sharing, David. I did not know that, and that is a big thing. We know that trail running is becoming more and more mainstream, and there's more and more people coming into our sport, which is fantastic. But to get to that point where you have this level of awareness to be like in a TV show quiz, it's certainly next level, and good for her. Good for her.
Yeah, they got the question wrong though, which is a little bit embarrassing. You want them to know you, right? You want them to know. So Sara has caused some people to lose some money in Spain. But we've got a few more splits coming through. So Sara came through in 1:47. That's a minute up on where she was 3 years ago. Now 3 minutes down, Judith Wieder. Like, Sara has absolutely changed gear coming up into Arats. So Judith in second, another 20 seconds behind her, Thérèse Leboeuf from Switzerland. 30 seconds back, a minute 30 seconds back on her, Patricia Pineda and Rosa Lara Falui is 1:52. So we're seeing big gaps in the women now. They're really being stretched out. A completely different story to the men's field.
Yeah, we see like Sylvia Nockstar dropping down to 8th. Julie Lelon, French national champ in trail running last year, creeping him into 9th. Oyana Cortez are moving down to 10th. Anna Gibson moving to 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, she is moving up. She is so far showing great race management. Malinosa in 6. David, we're in.
Yeah,
I mean, when you think of Malinosa being in 12th last year and finishing 2nd, that shows like that everything is still up for grabs. Obviously, Sarah, as you said, the fact that she ran from outside of her splits into well under her splits on that section, it's not that Judith has slowed down. It's more like Sarah really put on a massive effort.
True.
And so, again, that must have been part of her strategy. Maybe she felt like this was a section where she could make up some of those 5 minutes that she was saying she could be faster than her previous time. But then, again, like going so hard at a section so early, we're not even 2 hours in. It could cost a little bit. So there you go, team.
3-minute lead. Who was predicting that at this stage? Incredible. But we know Judith Wieder is a unbelievably fast descender. She switched to ultra last year. She will be able to run this from start to finish very fast. But yeah, you can see the gaps opening up now, and significantly, Malinosa, Anna Gibson, who were looking like they were going to be outside of the top 10 for quite some time, now in the hunt as well, and the Spanish runners lining up. But Thérèse Leboeuf up in 3rd. You know, she's having a good run as well. We know that she's good on this course, and with that weight of expectation off her shoulders, she, similar to Marlin, had a great last third of the race in 2024. So there's a stacked field behind, ready to take advantage if Zara cannot keep this pace up.
Yeah, 3 minutes can disappear very quickly.
Now we've had some of the splits of the men's as well at Sancti Spiritu, and Andrew came through with a minute lead over Elisine, who was, it looks like Elisine is now leading his group, which is something which we haven't seen in previous years, but actually he took the lead a little bit in last week's race. So maybe he is deciding he needs to do something different today.
I mean, David, maybe he just realized that, you know, there was a bit of a gap between that chasing group and Andrew Blanes, and coming into that climb, he wanted to have clear way and not be possibly slowed down by having someone right in front of him. Yeah, as you said, the crowds are so tight in that location. You want to be able to have like clear passage, and so maybe that was a strategic move there. Nadir Maguet is like right there again. Daniel Petit, Luca Del Pero has dropped out a little bit, like another 16-second back, which is surprising because Luca Del Pero is a good descender. Yeah. And Thomas Cardin also dropped out quite a bit. So is he choosing to not go out too hard? Which, you know, in that descent section, Elusine might have been angry and be like, all right, this is it. We're making a move. And only Nadir and Daniel chose to actually keep up and chose to take a chance on that really crazy pace where the likes of Roberto De Lorenzi, Thomas Cardin, Luca Del Pero be like, whoa, hold on a second. This is too early to go that hard, and we'll do our own pace and come back later. So that's just how I read this. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's see.
Yeah, I think you're right. The last time we saw them, Nadir seemed to be making a break at the front, and it looks as if our technical downhitters, some of them have actually pushed quite hard in the last section. To be able to pull over a minute now, it seems, 40 seconds out of Thomas Cardin in that last section, clearly they've been attacking quite aggressively. But we saw there on screen Zara Alonso almost falling, and it's those moments when you're slightly distracted by what you're doing that you're at your most vulnerable. We've seen in the past it's been when the cameraman has been around a corner or she's gone for a gel. Those are the times when you're looking up and you just lose your concentration slightly, that you fall down.
Yeah, so hopefully, talking about crashers, we're not going to jinx it for anyone, but if that happens, hopefully we have this on camera. Here you go, team. Again, aerial shots of this incredible scene. The one and only climb of Sancti Spiritu in Zegama-Aizkorri, and the Basque country is here. Legend says that there is over 10,000 people just on that climb. You know, the police never showed up to count, but this is what we've heard.
If someone at home can start counting from right to left, please, and let us know what the number is. I always wonder with a crowd this tight, whether it changes the temperature as well, because we've seen, for example, in some of the pace groups at Comrades Ultramarathon, there's up to a 5-degree difference in temperature if you're in the middle of this huge wad of people. But especially because they'll be cheering and screaming, creating all this energy, whether you come through this, and it's almost as if you've been in a sauna.
I had not heard that before, but I guess that does make sense, especially if there's no wind. Like, people like screaming and breathing and just, yeah, getting so active and amped up. I mean, yeah, that would make sense. Here we go, Santo Espiritu. These are
confirmation there. Yeah, some gaps starting to form on that slightly more technical downhill. There was around 300 meters of down there before this long climb where they've clearly not put any brakes on. No Manu Marias in the top 10 yet.
Yeah, still a tad early.
Now, to show you the difference the second half of this race can make. When Manu came third in 2022, he was sat back in 19th place at the 12k mark. So yeah, these early positions are not always reflective of how this race is going to end. So there's plenty of battle left to be had.
Yeah, I think you're right, David, to mention again, we don't stress this enough. The race management here is essential. In knowing yourself, knowing how fast you can run or not, is basically going to dictate how well you will be doing. Because to do your best result possible, you got to run your own race and play your cards whenever they are right to be played. And Manu Marias being an absolute machine on the downhills, he knows that last 13Ks is where he should still have plenty left in the tank to attack everyone and reel them in a way that only he knows. Although we had seen Luca Del Pero managing to hold him back in that section. So we'll have a lot of solid runners down, and I really hope we'll have mountain bikers with them to show you how fast those runners are sending it in that descent. And in the meantime, aerial shots of the runners coming up. Santi Spiritu.
Now you can see how single track this route is, and that Sara Alonso now at the bottom of our screen. Yet Sara coming through.
Yes.
Luckily for
Well
her,
spotted.
it looks like there's a lot of clear space ahead of her. She's not going to get trapped behind a male runner, which is really good news. Oh, she is pushing the pace. She's still running up there. We saw all of the men ahead of her with pearls hiking. She is flying.
Yeah, this is the power of the crowds. So we have audio. Maybe we'll have a cam runner there to give us images of Sara Alonso still leading the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri. And so we're all eyes on the splits. She had 3 minutes on second place at the last checkpoint. Will this lead have increased or decreased? Will she pay the price of a hard effort on the way up to Arats? Or was it just a moment where she just said to the world, this Zegama is mine, 2025 is my year, I have waited so long, this experience has been taken away from me because of sickness, as you were saying, David, and this is not going to happen again.
How do you keep a cool head going through this? I mean, everyone there is going to know who Sara is and will be cheering her name, cheering even louder than they have been for the other runners. She is the local girl, and she's got 600 meters of climbing coming up Sancta Spiritu all the way to Aizkorri, and that's when they hit the ridge, and there is still a little bit more climbing. But this is super hard to try and keep a pace without being pulled into something unsustainable by the crowd.
Yeah, and look at this. Crowd's going all the way through to the gate. And after that gate, actually, this is like in all the Zegamas I've had the opportunity to comment and watch and be at, this is the first time I actually see people after that gate and into the trees.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I wonder whether how much of it is a response to knowing that they've got a good chance of a winner this year, if that encourages people up even more. They're
with the
going there
conditions,
with intent.
Even though we know that people do not care and do not let bad weather come across a good show. Here we get two runners. So this is in second place, Eluzin, and perhaps no.
Yeah, Ellisine definitely. Daniel Pattis, it looks like to me at the front there.
Yeah, I want to say Daniel Pattis, but last check in the rankings, like Daniel was quite far back. So did he actually make up that time? Because I was going to say Daniel Pattis as well. I'm with you, David. Let's check again.
Yeah, no, I think Daniel was up there with Nadir and Ellisine. Yeah, and actually, Nadir is the weaker climber of those three. But wow, I mean, Daniel came into Kobe, and I know he was feeling a bit ill.
He was completely sick. Like let's put it out there. He raced both races, Kobe and China. Like Kobe, he was bloody sick, and then a little bit on the mend, but having taken like antibiotics and that. So like go ahead. Like he had 2 races on the par and still managed to sneak into the top 10. So this is more like. Now, Daniel Pattis in full force, I believe, David.
So it could be that he is bringing frustrations into this also, and is wanting to really perform. We saw in China last year, he got a podium there. It was, I think, for him unexpected. He's still not a full-time athlete. He's working at a university, and so is training along outside of that, but. Maybe this is the race that he's, since Asia, targeted as being his first chance to really show that he has grown again this season.
Yeah, I think, David, that's a very good point that you bring it. And this is totally a choice. Like we were chatting on the Asian trip, and he was like, oh, yeah, I could go full time. There's nothing stopping me from this, but like it's my own doing. I want to stay grounded in a job. I love my work in the lab. And it just keeps me like from being solely a professional athlete. So if it's not going my way, then I have so many other things that I could just focus on. And so yeah, it's really good and refreshing to see such a healthy mind, and yet like having the ability and making up enough time, obviously, to train to deliver here, because holding off Eluzin Lazawi on such a climb it takes a big engine, I tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Daniel does have a very good head on his shoulders. He specializes. He uses a metal printing machine which costs £200 million as his day-to-day job. I got a bit geeked out once on a night out with him talking about it. So yeah, he's someone who I've never seen him go out too hard. I've never seen him blow up in a race on Golden Trail, and so the fact that he is running well at this stage is a good sign that he's backing himself to be able to maintain this pace to the finish. But Ellisine always finds himself someone to do the work, no matter where he's in the field. He always finds someone to be his driver. He loves a nice chauffeur, doesn't he, up the mountain?
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And there we go.
One of the other things.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, one of the other things I thought was quite interesting from the videos when they spoke to Marlin was talking about her. And look at this. I mean, this is now a significant gap he's put in El Hassin. Although El Hassin seems to be sprinting back already. You can see, wow. That's how El Hassin operates, right? He knows where he wants to be, and he will sprint at times to get back into the position he likes to be in.
Yeah, and as you were saying, like having someone in front of you on that section is extremely helpful, because you end up picking up the perfect trajectory while the person in front of you is showing you in which direction the trail's going. So that will help a lot. But then again, yeah, as you said, the gaps is increasing and decreasing. Obviously, like this aerial shot doesn't do justice to the terrain going up and down as well. Those are small kicks up and down, but they do make a difference. And that's where you see the runners slowing down a bit, is because there's those technical sections where, you know, you go down and you go up. And there's going to be some leg-burning climbs coming up ahead where, you know, you barely realize, but they are mean climbs through that technical section here, getting onto the ridge now.
Yeah.
All right, team.
Is
this
that
for
true
real?
what we've just heard?
All right, team. This is big news. David, bring it up.
Well, we're watching the leader of Zegama. What's happened? It appears Daniel Pattis is now leading Zegama, and I think this is the first time he's ever led a Golden Trail race from my memory. Incredible scenes.
Yeah, it's insane. So in the splits, indeed, at the summit of Aizkorri, Daniel Pattis was first, Elhousine Lazaoui second, and then another 20 plus seconds back with Andreu Blanes. So that steep section that we were talking about, Andrew did not have what it took to hold off Daniel Pattis and Elhousine Lazaoui. So we are, as you were saying, David, and as we've been informed, we were seeing first and second in this 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri. What a change, what a change. So will Andreu Blanes be able to respond on the more runnable section after that? That is a big question that we will see unfold. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are with Judith Wieder in second place.
Again, she's flowing so well, running when she can, power hiking. From her body language, she looks very relaxed here.
And that's what we know about Judith, is that she always manages the race the way she wants. She doesn't let anybody pull her too fast or, you know, slow her down. She's just doing her thing. She knows how to do it. And there we go. We go in, how far? Still into the climb. And this is Antonio Martinez and Stian Angermund, who are running together, still on the climb up to Aizkorri.
That noise.
I love Antonio Martinez with his cat backwards, but always slightly sideways. Made him look a little bit more crazy than he is. Loving it. And he's pouring water over himself. It might be getting hot. Maybe you were right about the heat of the crowds.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks very, very bright at the top. And we know weather can play a big factor in races. It seems over the last month, every single bit of footage we saw of Sara Alonso, she was being drenched in a bottle from someone or pouring on a hat. We know that the heat is... When we think of Spanish runners, there's a tendency to think of Spain as the south of Spain, but actually in the Basque region, it's more like being in the UK and England, and it often doesn't get hot. And so these temperatures will feel quite hot for some local runners.
Yeah, so back to Daniel Pattis. I think you're absolutely right. Like, this is the first time he is leading a Golden Trail Series race. Not that he's not prepared mentally to do it. I think as we were saying, he's probably was towing the line with a bit of frustration of not being able to deliver the way he wanted in this season opening. Ooh. And this is typical, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we see runners hitting the deck on a downhill far less often than in the uphill. But at least the good part is that when they're like tripping going uphill, the pace is so much slower that usually it's no gravity, hands down, and then it get back up. But it shows again like how careful you got to be
And look how uneven these rocks are. When we think about trail, this doesn't, to me, even seem like it is a trail. This is just a selection of rocks that you have to try and choose where to put your foot so you don't fall over.
And you follow the flags that are planted here on that face. And it is true, David, there's not really a defined track, so you have to make your way in. From having been up there a couple of times, like if you pick the right trajectory as opposed to the wrong one, there's a lot of time to be made or lost, or having to make a massive effort as opposed to just flowing through the rocks, picking the right trajectory and avoiding making too much up or down. So there's a big difference here, and again, Daniel seems to be very comfortable while Elusin is giving up a bit of ground here on that section. And also, I want to get back, because if you're not eyes on the ranking at Aizkorri, Luca Del Pero was fourth coming into the summit. Nadir Maguette and Stian was with fifth, and then Stian and Antonio Martinez that we had on the screen were 6th and 7th. So there's been a bit of a change in ranking. And for example, Roberto De Lorenzi and Thomas Caron have dropped back quite a bit.
Yeah, that surprises me actually. Roberto especially dropping down. I don't know quite as much about Thomas. But yeah, already some quite big changes happening. And the fact that Nadir's up there in the top 5 still, when he's known for his downhill, and yet he's in the top 5 on the up. Like, this is exciting. Since I've joined Golden Trail, people have always talked about Nadir's reputation, but I'm yet to actually commentate a race where he's delivered the level of expectation I think he built up in his youth. And it looks like today he's positioning himself in a very good situation to be able to potentially do that today.
Yep, he is, after all, Il Mago, the magician. And so if he can pull it out of his hat, you're right, David, he will do extremely well.
Now, it can actually be quite painful to fall down on these rocks. They are quite sharp. I know some athletes in the past have wondered about wearing gloves to run over the top of this, just because it allows you to grab the rocks a little bit more without fearing pain and cutting yourself slightly. It shows you how hard it is, because Daniel Pattis is a good technical runner. We saw at the Dolomites race 2 years ago where he caught back the chasing group over the technical downs. He's someone who is comfortable over hard terrain, and yet these guys they're finding it tough going.
Yeah, most of the runners, you remember when they were asked in those interviews, were saying that this, La Cresta, this is the ridge that defines a lot of people's races altogether. Look at this. Beautiful drone shot, and now they're dropping down a little bit. And so you got to think as well, this time around, there's no mud. The rock is dry. And I'm very surprised here to see Daniel Pattis putting time on Elusin. And you can see that as much as obviously they're not flying at 3 minutes per K, the technicality of the terrain preventing that, like, he's still moving at a pace that is really decent. And again, this is what we were talking about. You know, Daniel Pattis went up and down the cross, and then you could see Elusin popping it right straight. So he is definitely taking advantage of Daniel opening like paving the way, opening the course so he could choose the best trajectory. But I'm pleasantly surprised, sorry, David, as the way Daniel is moving at this point.
Yeah, and it is something Elusin loves to do, is to sit back and to make his decisions later. So it allows you to kind of strafe around the ridge rather than having to go over it each time. I mean, he is the master of that. At the moment, if I was to look at these two, I'd say it's definite advantage to Elusin. He is the faster, he's got the faster flat out pace, probably a minute faster over 10k from recorded times. So Daniel's going to have to make moves on the slightly rougher terrain to really get enough of a gap to try and protect himself from those faster, more flowing runs of Elisine.
What a race, what a race. We had already, if we look back, Andrea Blanes started out extremely fast. Was it truly a suicidal pace and he's not going to be able to come back? Is he going to try to make an effort as soon as he's coming back on the flat and more runnable section? Look at this. Daniel is putting time on Elusine because we have this cam runner who is now opening the way. Daniel can choose the best possible trajectory and benefit from what Elusine was thinking he was going to be the only one to benefit from. And look at that. The gap is increasing, even though ever so slightly. There is a difference that being made, and Daniel Pattis so far is outrunning Elusine.
And Elisine's coming to this race having run 26k, 5 loops last weekend. He will have more tired legs, and he will have question marks in his head about last weekend and about his ability to finish off a race as well.
True, true. And as much as we see the power of the mind in either empowering the runner or restricting them in their performance, we had seen that Elusine had come so many times second, and then the minute he eventually won a big race, that was the authorization for him. Oh, I can't win this. I belong to the top of the podium. I can do this. And all of a sudden, that unleashed the beast that we know. But same the other way around, when that could create question marks for Elusine. It's like, oh, well, my strategy didn't work then. Is that going to ever work again?
Yeah. And just for an update on the splits we've had coming through, we were wondering whether Andre had overcooked himself. He's actually clawed back 10 seconds over the last checkpoint. So he's now he was only 20 seconds down at the previous checkpoint. We know he's an orienteer. We suspect he'll be equally as good over this kind of terrain. So hopefully Andre is not out of it at this stage. It was just that steeper climb.
Yeah, very much so. So the race is still on, as we have at the Santo Espiritu. So we had seen those things already, but no, we hadn't. And look at this again, the one French flag flying in the women's top 10. Julie Lelon is moving up in second place. She was the 2024 Trail National Champ, and she is doing hell of a race so far. Oyana Cortazar also coming back. She was almost out of the top 10 and now back into 5th. What an effort here. Fantastic. It's awesome to see, and I almost wish that we had more cameras down the back of that top 10 because there is a lot going on.
Yeah, and we know Oyana is very good over technical terrain. She's raced this course more than anyone else in our top, I'm going to say top 50. And so she will be clawing back even more seconds as she reaches that peak.
And so there we go. We were coming out of the ridge and down into that more runnable section that's going to be in the grass. We're going to have, as per usual, beautiful drone shots, and there's going to be a bit of an aid station. I don't think they're allowed crew there, but there will be people handing over stuff, and we will see, as you were saying, David, if on that runnable section, Elusine is able to actually close the gap with Daniel, and if Andre Blanes will be able to restart the engines and creep up again, possibly challenging Elusine El Azawi and Daniel Pattis for the top positions.
Well, this is a very steep downhill. It's about a 500-meter descent over around a mile as they come through Arbella into Alts. So this is the area where of the remaining course is going to suit Daniel more so than Elisine. talking about how the mental approach to races changed, what I found quite interesting about Ellison's response to losing last week is very much in his head, and what he was telling to people was that he basically, when he took that wrong turn, if you recall, coming into the sound that allowed him to catch up. I think Ellison is convinced that because of a car distracting him, that cost him the race. Not that Philemon outran him down the home straight. And I do wonder whether part of the power of Ellison in a Michael Jordan type way is that he can tell himself his own narrative and believe it. And in the same way Michael Jordan was constantly finding an enemy, constantly finding a reason why something had happened that wasn't an explanation of him not being the best in the world. Whether Ellison, that's a defense mechanism that could really help him here, because he's coming into this race thinking he was shortchanged last week, not that he lost because he was slower in the kick.
Even though he was.
even though everyone else on Earth, maybe not his coach, even though everyone else on Earth seeing that had a different conclusion. Yeah. And that is quite a gap now.
Oh man, I am so happy for Daniel, and I really hope that Team Italy and the Team Brooks in the chat can blow it out, because this is really fantastic to see such a good person up in the lead, a fantastic representing of our sport. Will we have a bit of a split? Yeah, you see, there is a bit of a gap, eh?
And this is when the doubts can...
Oh, David, I thought I heard the Andreu, which could mean we still have the audio of our cam runner who would be right behind. Can we widen this drone shot to see if possibly Andreu Blanes had actually made so much ground that he's now getting close to first and second? We are being told 20 seconds back.
Now, if Andrew catches up, what is that going to do to your head if you're at LSE? And you're not only the doubts are creeping in because Daniel, who you've never lost to, is pulling away from you, but suddenly you're being caught on the downhill, the section that you thought you'd be in control of.
Very true, very true. Oh. We're in for a treat right until the end. Like every year, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Zegama is all about. I mean, one of the many things, obviously, but the fact that nothing is ever done until it's done. They're going to keep diving into the trees and then onto that flatter grass area. And if Andrew is truly 20 seconds back, whew, that's going to turn a few heads.
Now that there is a huge amount of descent still to come. We're at the 24k in the race approximately, and they still, from the top of Azuri is they're looking at approximately 1,600 meters of descent, the most in our series by far. A punishing amount if your legs are already tired from that descent off Alats.
Here we go, we've got more runners, and this is Sarah Alonso, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen to that roar. Fantastic.
We can now see in the distance the summit of Aizkorri before the ridge. He must have the biggest emotion. Right now, going up. This is a guaranteed. She will be deaf by the time she gets to the summit. Next year, we're going to have to plant earplugs at the bottom.
Now, her nickname as a kid was Lungs because of her stamina. She was a football player, but they called her Lungs back then because she can just keep on going.
Oh, I thought because she could keep on talking no matter what.
That's true, that's true. She uses them to put a good effect in more than one way.
So there we go. This gives us an indication of how far these two women are between Sarah Alonso in first place and Judith Wieder in second place. Judith is actually quite far back because there is a bit of a single track. She'll get there and then all the way around, and then she'll have the final kick to do. So that is several minutes, I would say, in between those two ladies. So as much as, you know, she's trying to pass and make some ground so she doesn't get slowed down too much by the runner in front of her, Judith Wieder will have to make a whole lot of work if she wants to catch up with Sarah Alonso for the win. Look at that. She is already gone now, and she's onto the ridge.
And the adrenaline rush she'd have got there. She would have oh.
I was going to say, careful, careful. You cannot afford. Like, oh, there's so much to lose.
And this is one of the challenges of leading, knowing you have Judith behind you. You're very aware of how fast Judith is over terrain like this. She's the best in the world. And so you know that you need to be moving quickly to protect that lead. But how can you do that without risking another fall? It's very hard to maintain a good pace and focus.
And also, as you were saying, David, you're coming out of an extremely hard, long climb. So you've got your climbing muscles on. Then you've got everybody yelling at you, so you're most likely overreaching a little bit. And then, boom, find yourself on that ridge alone, much less noise. You're going downhill, so you have to get your head around it much faster, much more technical. There's a big transition here to be made, and that could come at a cost. And thanks for those images again, like this slow-mo of Sarah slipping down. Luckily, it didn't look like she hurt herself, but watch out, beware.
But the experienced runners will try and take nutrition on that climb so that you've got free hands. You don't want to be having bottles and gels on you right now. So we can see, for example, Sarah, it looks like she is hands-free. And typically you'll try and dump your nutrition at the top and just make sure that you can run with both hands ready to grasp, to respond, to protect if you fall.
Yeah, and she's still, I mean, by her look, she's still running extremely aggressively. Like now, in her mind is that first place or nothing, so she's holding on to it. And as you were saying, doing her best to try to hold off Judith Wieder.
Venga, venga. Eso es.
Yeah, we get personal cheers from the cam runner with Opa. SOS. And it's not like the 3 letters SOS is this is it. It means let's go. And there we go. Judith probably a minute away from the top of Aizkorri. There's a bit of a flat section, and then the final couloir uphill in the rocks. And as you can see, the crowds are still here in full force.
I'm loving that athlete ahead, just both arms aloft saying, worship me people, I'm here for your cheers. Almost as if they're geeing the crowd up for Judith to come through. It's good to have a hype man even on the course.
It is indeed.
Judith looks pretty focused here, right? Compared to Sarah, who was taking on the crowd a little bit more, responding to them. Judith seems to be in race mode right now.
She is in race mode, but she had a few signs with her hand responding to the crowds. She is indeed chasing and head down. You got to keep your head in the game. She wants that win, and she always have like the most professional attitude towards it. So it is good to see her the way she is right now, full force, focused, looking after herself. But still, you can see a few times she was giving it up to the crowds. The question is now, will she be able to close that gap on Sarah? Or see, she's smiling away and shaking her head at the absurd amount of cheering and noise and loudness. And there she goes, transitioning back. There you go. She is back to running already. Yeah, it is race mode for Judith Wieder, the Swiss athlete representing the Team OCA.
We've just had some splits through from the men's.
Hit me, David, hit me.
Our three front group are together, all together. Andre Blanes is leading the Golden Trail again, 1 second ahead of Daniel Pattis, 2 seconds ahead of Elisine Alazoui. They are now grouped through in 2:36 to us. Wow, what a race this is. Absolutely flying.
Just when we think that things are settling down, nope. So we hear...
Now, to give you an idea of just how much damage someone like Judith can do, when Judith raced Maud Mathis for the first time at the Dolomites run, she took 2 minutes out of her on the descent, overtaking Maud with a better path. Maud didn't even know she'd been overtaken. So she came down the mountain thinking she was leading, and then discovered Judith had absolutely torn her apart on that descent. So we can see it here. Just look how fluid she is. She knows this is the moment where she needs to make her move and to start actually using her advantage if she's going to try and catch Sarah.
And I remember that time at Dolomites because there was another runner who passed Judith Wieder, who passed Maud Mathis, and was also flying down, but not quite as fast as Judith. It was Ruth Croft at the time.
Never heard of her. Never heard of her.
One of the set runners, just pops in every once in a while.
Now we should be getting our race splits from the ladies as they've come over the top quite soon, to give you an indication of quite how different how far apart our two front ladies are. But this is great to see. Still both moving incredibly well, and this is a position Sarah likes to be in. She loves running on fear.
True, and I was just trying to look at both of them running, like with that split screen, and obviously the terrain is different for both of them, but it seems like Sarah is running so much more aggressively, just hitting the trail hard, and obviously moving well, but at what cost? In the meantime, Judith seems to be moving slightly slower maybe, but completely flowing, and then just power hacking, moving through. So is she actually moving through that ridge, spending far less energy, or is she possibly...
And Therese Leboeuf.
It is Therese. It is.
But yeah, you're right. She's looking so much more fluid, and even Therese is looking more as if she's just more at one with the mountain than Sarah, who is attacking every single step.
Yeah, and I mean, Therese is also looking extremely well. So, as you were saying, like that 1 year where she found herself leading and completely lost it mentally, like she would have learned from that. And now she's like, all right, I'm currently in third position, knowing that, I mean, Judith and her know themselves very well. So if she was to come back to Judith, these two could work together extremely well to be able to close that 3-minute gap on Sarah.
Now, looking at some of the race splits of the men's, wow, our front three have really pulled away. Luca now still in fourth, but he is 3 minutes and 30 seconds behind. Nadir on his shoulder. So 3 minutes 30 seconds between our top three and our fourth and fifth runners. Now, Sarah did say that she was desperate for it to be sunny today because she knows that Judith's advantage over downhill is magnetized even more when it's wet. So the fact it is dry will be giving her confidence.
Interesting.
They're all calling her by name.
I mean, that's the entire family that's up there. We're switching between first, second, and third, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining now, we have Sarah Alonso leading Zegama-Aizkorri 2025 on the ridge, followed by Judith Wieder representing Team Hoka from Switzerland, and Thérèse Leboeuf, Team Compressport, also from Switzerland. That is your top three right now in the race, with Sarah having, at the last checkpoint, over 3 minutes lead on second place.
The women do have a little bit of a more of an advantage than the men in that because there's a field strung out ahead of them, they can start to actually grasp what the terrain is doing. Now, Judith she's hiking a bit more here than I would necessarily have expected. Maybe we can't see that ascent, but there were some sections where I would expect her to be flowing a bit better.
Well, that's the question, because even if she's power hiking, she could be moving at the same pace than tiptoeing while you're running, while in the meantime wasting so much less energy. So at first glance, I'm with you, David. I'm like, well, what's going on? I almost thought, like, is she bonking or is she going through a low? Because it does feel like a very different style, and she would be slower, but is she truly slower? We'll have that answer at the next checkpoint, or we'll see the difference, a checkpoint between Sarah and Judith, but also between Judith and Thérèse.
And you can see Sarah now is starting to descend. She is through the hardest sections of the ridge and is about to hit some very, very steep declines. Loving the audio from the cameramen, the support, it's great. And this is where home advantage does count. Being given information, being extra support. She will be finding out exactly where Judith is in relation to her, and Judith might not be able to get as much information, particularly out on these ridgeways where it's likely to only be local individuals on the course. You're not going to have your team there.
True. That does make a difference. And I'm also looking at those images, and usually there's very little reception, and we cannot see that much footage on the ridge, which is super exciting as well. I don't know if this is an improvement in technology that allows us to have those images, or if it's just because of the good weather, but we are seeing a whole lot of images on that ridge, and this is fantastic because, you know, a lot of the years we were commentating, David, we just did not see that. And the crowds were like, oh, yeah, well, you know, Zegama was technical, but they could never witness how hard this is and how relentless. They're doing on the ridge, but it is also up, down, up, down. Like, look at that climb up to the highest point. So up on the screen in the background, you can see that little peak, and that is where they're going to start truly going down for good.
Yeah, once she hits Aizkorri, then she will be changing gear, but she still looks like she's attacking, Sarah. She's about 45 seconds up on her split time from 2022. Still moving very well, but as you can see, power hiking when needed also. And we should be getting our splits for Judith in the next couple of minutes. We should be finding out exactly how wide that gap is.
Oh, and so three things I want to say. Just a quick note on the men's race. Macallan is moving down to 13th position, so he might have overcooked himself getting excited too early. And on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, Manuel Merias is now in the top 10 in 10th place, and Marcin Kubica as well in 11th, and those two are going to come back in the rankings. I can guarantee you that. Hopefully we'll have images at some point because there's going to be a hell of a show in that downhill. Just a side note, we're back with Sarah Alonso still, how do you explain that? I was going to say cruising, but it looks far more intense than cruising. She's fighting almost every stone here on her way.
And that's something about when you watch Sarah run. She just seems to be flat out from start to finish. You never see her not looking like she's out of breath and giving absolutely everything. And contrast that now to Judith. Judith just looks like she is completely relaxed in everything she's doing here.
Yep. David, I can't add anything to that. I would agree 100%. And I would say at this point she might be moving slower than, slower than, I was going to say Sarah Alonso, but slower than Thérèse Leboeuf, who is now creeping up, ladies and gentlemen, creeping up onto Judith Wieder. And we might even see Thérèse catching up with Judith. And the two Swiss competitors will be running together perhaps for a while. And like I was saying, they know each other well. And if they can help each other, they're both coming from the orienteering world. If they know each other and they work together, this could be to their advantage, maybe balancing out the home advantage that Sarah has.
Yeah, they'll certainly be communicating with each other. Significantly between the two of them, this is the first big race of the year for Thérèse, where we've seen with Judith, she's already run a marathon this year. She does have those distances in her legs. And is this Marlin?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Malinosa creeping up onto third place. This is happening.
This is very early in the race for Marlin to be catching up, and wow, you can see the differences. Marlin will be feeling incredibly good right now. She'll also know the splits, and the fact that she's got Judith a little bit ahead of her, I suspect it's not going to be too long before she starts to see her in view.
I would agree with that, and as well, like I can't help but thinking, it's never helping when you get really sick 3 weeks away from a race. But the thing is, she's lost a ton of weight when she was sick. So she said she had put on a few kgs back on, but if she's just 2 kgs lighter, that would be like a dangerous weight to be in. But just if you maintain this for race day and then put them back on, not having that extra kgs would probably help climbing as well. So I want to make sure that nobody misinterpret what I'm saying, because there's been so many problems in trail running in the women's as well as in the men's with weight loss and calorie restriction that led to insane amount of unhealthy behaviors and basically leading to athletes coming out of their circuit because of injury. This was never the intention of Malin, but that is kind of the consequence that might actually help her for this time around if she holds on to that pace again. Ladies and gentlemen,
And look at that
David,
gap now.
I know you want to say it. Let's go.
Oh, I mean, Daniel now being dropped a little bit. Andre pushing the pace. He's clawed back those 20 seconds down the hill. And now him and Elisine are pushing the pace at the front of our race. We did wonder whether he'd gone out too hard up the climb in the first half, but I think it was just not being someone who's necessarily as good at power hiking. And now that it's more flowing, it's back to his advantage. We know he's got a 2:09 marathon time in his back pocket. He's super quick. And the fact they're locked in together, this is going to be an incredible finish to this race.
It's going to be crazy indeed. They have gone through the 8th station, and now this is the last kind of climb to Andraitz, which is when they get to that kind of col, all made out of rocks, and they drop down on the other side of the mountain, the Zegama side of the mountain, and start their 13-kilometer descent.
And the crowd's here. Huge crowds. I
This
don't
is
recall
Zegama,
there being
people.
tunnels. Yeah, I mean, Zegama just seems to be getting better and better. And as you can see, this climb out to Andretz, it is very steep.
And look,
It's
Daniel
not-
is here as well. And now Elusin is attacking. What's going on?
But this is the last significant climb. It's quite a short one. It's only about 250 meters, but it is gonna hurt. And that looks like Elisine has decided, I'm making my move. This isn't just a difference of ability. He is
shifted
making
another
his
gear.
move.
He has shifted another gear. He knew he had it, and he wanted to play it right. And for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, Elusin El Azawi is not attacking while he's getting close to the finish line. He's attacking at a point where he said, I need to shake them off. I don't want them to be with me on the descent. I know I can run fast downhill. I don't want to pull them the way they pulled me up until now. And so he's making a move. And so far, nobody, neither Andrew or Daniel, has been able to respond to that attack.
Wow, and we saw the last time he did this was probably the first race he won in the Dolomites run when he came over the top, and it's almost as if someone flicked a button and he started sprinting, and you could see it there. There was that step change in his body language, and he's clearly trying to break them and shake them up. Wow, look at the damage that has done. Andrew right at the back, hiking, Daniel jogging, and El Hassin is working very, very hard here to break them now.
Yeah, I mean, he would have learned a thing or two from running with Killian last year. Probably knew that this was a critical part of the race. And making a difference here, then you can actually disappear because the trail narrows down and the vegetation rises. They will be running in on the other side. And if you can get out of sight of your competition, this is where you start playing with their mind. And they're like, okay, Elusin is out of sight. We will never see him again. So very smart move at this point.
If we think back to Mont Blanc, it's quite rare for him to attack knowing an uphill's coming. And Mont Blanc, he waited, and as soon as the climbing was done, that's when he launched. But here, maybe he's sensed something among the other athletes, but he's just realised now is a good time to attack. And we talk about Killian not being here. Significantly, that may mean that Killian has told him more about the course than Elisine has known. It's helped him with his strategy. They are teammates. They're both their normal, and so potentially he's come out today with a list of mental points to knowing when to run different sections in a slightly different way to how he would have done previously.
Absolutely, yeah. And he might even have had a call with him this past week, just to make sure he would have his duck in a row, because basically failed from a strategic perspective in Noli, and he was like, I do not want this to happen again. I need to get smart. I need to do everything I do beside my physical ability to pull it off and take the win home. Keep the win with a normal from Zegama. And here's a slip from Sarah. Just there. Luckily, she didn't hit the floor.
Oh, the parents are watching at home now. Nerves would be flowing through you.
Daniel Pattis as well. A bit of a slip here. Man, if you fall on the wrong rock, whoo, that's your coccyx gone.
Now, we do have some split times from the front of the women's, although they are completely irrelevant in terms of second and fifth, because we've already seen Marlin and Therese make changes. But coming through at 2:43, it was a 5-minute lead over Judith. 5-minute leads over second place. But first, confirmation of the men's splits coming through at approximately the 30k mark.
Yeah, and Andrew Blanes is not dead, ladies and gentlemen. He started out fast, but basically that's what we said. He's playing his cards where he knows that counts the most, and maybe he chose also not to respond because he knows that 13k downhill requires wheels, and if you blow them out in that last climb into Andraitz, then it's game over. So he might be looking after himself. He is a smart runner. Elusine Lazawi still chasing and holding on. I mean, not chasing anymore, like leading at this point. And Daniel Pattis also probably doing one of the best races of his career so far. Hopefully he holds it together. That would be awesome to watch. Where are we? We might very well be with the first ladies. Are we there just yet? Because that is the climb onto Andraitz. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's one of the challenges with trying to beat Elusine. One of the reasons why he's been able to just sit behind everyone is that he is such a good climber, and people forget that because he typically hasn't attacked on climbs in the past. And what I think really surprised Remy last year at Mont Blanc was the ski slope coming up to Le Flagère, where Remy always knew that was the moment he'd be able to crush him with his climbing ability. And he tried and he tried, and he said they were running at 200 meters per hour climbing speed, which is not that much slower than the world record for the VK. And yet,
you mean 2000?
Sorry, 2000. Yeah, what did I say?
200.
200. So yeah. I mean, that's more my kind of speed. So 2,000 meters per hour climbing speed, and Elusine was just sat on his shoulder, unfazed by it. And I think that's when Remy really realised quite how good Elusine was at climbing. And this is, at that stage, many people undoubtedly were saying Remy was the best climber in the world, and yet he was unable to shake Elusine off. And he's used that today for devastating effects to try and bridge the gap between him and Daniel Pattis, who we have on screen now. Now we think Daniel is still in second place, and we're currently seeing him here. We're just waiting for confirmation for that.
And you can see now every single climb of this year's Zegama-Aizkorri is absolutely loaded with people. Crowds are cheering. And we say this every year. This is a year to remember. This is one crazy here, and just like that, Daniel Pattis goes from crazy loud cheers into silent descent, and those transitions are a tough one to negotiate. Who do we get here?
I thought that was someone just saying to the crowd, cheer me on, and then I realized their hands were raised because of the poles. That was why.
So if these are the poles, ladies and gentlemen, there's gotta be only one person who's using them in this part of the course, and that would be Manuel Merias, which means he's coming back strong. I do not have the name of that runner in the white t-shirt and black. That could be Marcin. Yes, that would be Marcin Kubica, because we saw them earlier when I was telling you they are creeping up into the top 10. So that would be Marcin Kubica, the Polish runner, and Manuel Merias. So they would be probably around 9th and 10th if they haven't moved position. We saw Andreu Blanes here come through quite a far back. I'm impressed compared to Daniel Pattis. There was a substantial gap. Was that about a minute?
Yeah, I mean, and it just shows the differences in skill levels and intensity that they're taking out on these different sections, and that's why Zegama is so fun, because it changes so often. It does have the fast ups and the downs and the technical, and so it allows the runners to really try and apply pressure to their opposition at different stages of the course.
Yeah, so we do have the splits, and yeah, exactly 1 minute and 2 seconds back from Daniel Pattis is Andreu Blanes now, still sitting in third, while Eluzin had 40 seconds on Daniel Pattis.
Wow, 40 seconds. It seems like 2 minutes ago that Eluzin attacked, and yet he's managed to, and the fact that those three have been separated by such big gaps already, really significant. And also, how exciting is it that we're going to have potentially second, third and fourth ladies coming through close with that ability to attack each other over that terrain?
Yeah, we're in for a hell of a show, that's for sure. Hopefully we'll have images. Again, I really believe this is Marcin Kubica and Manuel Merias here on your screen.
Yeah. Thomas Carden is just ahead of them, and Manuel has caught back about 40 seconds on for Marcin since the last checkpoint. So those sticks really helping him.
Exactly what I was going to say. People were doubtful in the chat, like, no, this is not the right race for poles and that. But again, to your explanation, David, if you are training with poles and familiar with them, like, they will make a massive difference, because they'll save your legs so much, so that when you get to that point in the race, and even in that descent, you haven't blown all your matches just yet, and you have plenty to give, while others will be far more cooked already.
I do think there is a mental benefit as well to being able to pull out your poles. If you're feeling tired, or if it's really tough climbing, it's a way to tell yourself, well, I've got something to deal with this, rather than just having to face it by yourself. And if you're being caught by someone with poles, it's so frustrating, because there's nothing you can do about it. And all you can think is, this person's saving it. It can be crushing to have someone with poles overtake you.
So, yeah, absolutely, David. We just had on the screen Luca Del Pero. So, I believe now sitting in fourth, if we haven't missed anyone. Let's look at the splits. Yeah, that's
the splits are saying, he's about 3 minutes down on Andre at the moment. And we've got a few more splits from our ladies as well coming through. We saw Marlenosa there catching up. Behind her is Rosalara Falui. She was very close behind actually at the last split. And behind her, Arne Gibson, now up to 6th place. About a minute, a couple of minutes down on Rosalara as well.
So it looks like we have the audio of still that last climb to Andrade. And people are going crazy. Nadir Magé is here. Stian has moved up here in the blue top. It's good to see the behind the scenes when things settle down, the runners have gone through, people take a breath. And I was going to say, start screaming for the next runner coming through.
It's a long day to be cheering the top of your lungs all the way through.
Yep.
That's for sure.
And here are the flags for... Oh, it did look like Thomas Cardin. Let's look on the splits here. Yeah, that was him. So he's moved back up.
Sat in 9th, it looks like he is with Nicolas Molina just going through there.
That's right.
And so we should be seeing Marcin Kubica and Manu Marias approaching that area very soon. And there's confirmation of our top 10 currently. Oh, 45-second gaps now.
Yeah, so 45 seconds in that last section, and then Andreu Blanes lost a minute on Daniel Pattis and a minute 47 on Eluzin. Eluzin certainly went like pedal to the metal and made a move that nobody could respond to, but putting a minute 47, does that mean that Andreu just blew out and just could not respond, but like to an extent that it was not intentional? Or is that like I thought so earlier, is like, okay, he said there's no point in responding now, I'm going to keep a few more bullets in the pocket, and I will shut them on the other side where I know it will hurt the most. Big question mark here, and we'll be looking very closely at the splits on that downhill. That is, ladies and gentlemen, our first Polish runner, Marcin Kubica, followed by Spanish runner from Team New Balance, Manuel Merias.
Oh, we've just had an update. It looks like Roberto De Lorenzi really suffering out there today. Thanks to YouTube for update there. They're down to, he's down at 28th at the last race split. So he's clearly suffering after last week's race. Back to back, something's gone wrong for him on this course. And was that Bogdan Damian who came through there? Did I spy?
Sorry, I was just looking at the splits. But looking at the splits, I will be able to tell you if he was. No. I don't see. That
Bogdan,
would be
a very good downhill runner.
Leonard
Technical
Mitrika,
downhill runner.
if that was the Datacore running t-shirt.
Great
Oh, they're
performance
running.
He's up there. That looks like Alan Santa Maria coming through there. Is from his body style, the taller
Yeah, I
runner.
didn't see the socks, so I can't tell. He had pink socks.
Now, Elisine has struggled with race management in the past in these longer runs, not always being able to get his nutrition right, particularly in the heats. And wow, look at this. So changes again. It looks like with the terrain changing, Therese has managed to regain the lead slightly.
Well, is it that, or is it that split was just before the images we saw?
It could well be, actually. Let's have a check.
That was...
So this will be the split at Arbella. So this is very close to when we'd have seen them, actually. It's towards the base of the descent of Aizkorri. So it could be they are still grouped together then, and Marlin hasn't been able to stretch out quite as much, but they are very close to Judas still. Third and fourth, there's going to be a massive battle for that second and third podium position.
Yeah, and it's also like interesting to note that Anna Gibson on that technical part was able to just hold on to that sixth place.
Yeah, because we don't often see terrain like this in North America. And so it's quite hard for them to practice. And clearly she's adapting well. You know, coming from track, she's only been running trail for 2 years. And she said she's had to completely revamp her training to be prepared for this. She does a lot of cycling, but she'd normally be focusing on her 1500 meter pace, and she's had to adapt to kind of more 50-60 mile weeks of running to get her legs ready for a race as long as this early in the season.
Yeah, no, you're right, David. And like what she's done in the off season, including like a lot of skiing, a lot of mountain sports, a lot of mountain biking as well, and biking. She's coming here with a fresh mind. Like she's fully resetted the racing part with a good break. So she'll be fresh and really wanting to have a hard go at it. So it'll be good. It'll be good to see what she can do. So far sitting in 6th, but perhaps with the ability to climb even higher up in the rankings, as you were saying, thanks to her fast legs and fast speed from the track on, once again, that last descent that requires a bit of effort. You can't just let gravity carry you to the finish. You do have to push.
And talking about that last descent, one of the challenges of it is it's just so painful on that road to have to push. It's at an angle where you're really feeling the impact of every step go through your quads. And we're back. This looks like El Hassan to me at the front of the race, and he is flying. The technical sections are over, and he is able to open up now with his 28-minute 10K pace.
He will certainly be running scared, and now he's made his move. He will not want anybody to get anywhere close to him. So now he's shift that gear, and he's not going to be looking back. So one thing is that I really hope he doesn't take a wrong turn somewhere, because at that pace, it will take 30 seconds to get back on the course and correct it. But also, like, I hope he'll still be running like smart in a way that he'll still be looking after himself, still hydrate, still eat a little bit, because that descent, as much as it's fast, it's still very long, and it's the back end of a marathon.
I mean, it has been an early attack from him. The fact he's 13 kilometers from the finish when he launched it, it's a long way to be maintaining this kind of pace. And look at the crowds. Wow, we know about Santa Spiritu, but to have it throughout this course is incredible.
That is perfect. He's got his team there, giving him a few splits, indication what's going on.
His team can't keep up. His coach can't keep up with him, and he's shouting out instructions. We need to get his team in training just to be able to get enough time to tell him what to do.
And again, smart move here, even though now they're in the shade. Like the whole time that person was trying to pour water over Eluzin's back, try and cool it down the jets so he can carry on pushing. I wish we had a bit more data on the screen and show the pace at which he's running out. I can't remember exactly, so I don't want to pull wrong numbers out of my ass, but we had people do the splits and calculate Killian's pace. And that was ridiculous. Like on that last descent, the average was like getting close to 3 minutes per K, which, knowing that there's a few bumps and see those flatter section when you really have to shift gear, like that is insane, the pace at which they were running.
Yeah, and the fact that like this is a marathon, don't forget, like, he's running uphill right now, and look at the pace, he is flowing through it, incredible. And I can't wait for this next split. We should be getting one relatively soon, but it wouldn't surprise me if that 45-second gap has grown significantly over Daniel. You know, Daniel's a great runner, but I just don't see him being able to live up to this kind of speed.
Yeah, we will see if that was the move on the way up to Andrades. That was the move, the winning move of the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri. And as we were seeing the lead man, we have on the right side of your screen, Sarah Alonso still leading the women's race with a gap that has constantly increased, moving from 2 minutes to 3 minutes to 5 minutes over second place. Still Judith Wider coming from Switzerland and representing Team Hoka. But we saw... Is there a bit of a limp, David, on Sarah's?
Maybe very slightly, but it doesn't look like it's... Oh, is there? Now it's in my head. See, clever. She's putting down her cap and taking on water. She's always concerned about the heat, Sarah. It's something she's not a big fan of.
So it really shows that now things are heating up, and she's been pushing hard since the beginning, so she will be feeling it by now for sure. The crowds will still be carrying her, and her gap is really substantial now, to a point where she could possibly let go of the gas pedal a bit and just keeping it safe, making sure that no crashes will come across that win, and that if anybody comes back to her, she has the ability to respond hard. Let's hear.
Did you catch any of that from the camera runner?
No, not quite.
And Sarah will know all of these runners personally. You know, they are friends of hers.
Oh yeah.
It's a real advantage to have someone who is toured with for years on your shoulder feeding you information. And we've just had the first split come through. Daniel Pattis now has dropped back by 3.5 minutes on El Hussein. I mean, that is different races, different gears, and it just shows how fast El Hussein has broke.
Brutal.
Coming through the 34K mark, exceptionally fast.
However, like if we carry on down the rankings, in third place, Andrew Blanes is now 20 seconds back only from Daniel. That's going to be a fight.
Sarah Alonso has also come through Urbia, the 28.5K. She is now 1 minute and 20 seconds up on her pace in 2022. So it shows she really is flying here.
And at the last checkpoint, there was less than 40 seconds between Malenosa and Judith Wider. And Malin was still running together with Thérèse Leboeuf. And actually, only 3 seconds back was Rosa Lara. So, wow. They're like, basically, they're all within 40 seconds from second to fifth. That downhill is gonna create, like, break dreams and make memories in the women's race, no doubt about it.
I mean, Sarah is now a full checkpoint ahead of 6th place. That's how much she's been pushing this pace. Granted, it's only a few kilometers, but wow. And she's still responding to the crowd. She's still drawing energy from them. Now, I was doubting Elisine a little bit coming into today, if I'm honest. It seemed, having spoken to him in Nully, that he had been relaxing quite a lot over the course of the winter. And it's always quite hard to ascertain and understand what his training is like. But he was saying fairly confidently, you know, I've just been not training for huge sections of this winter, and I have been mainly just running with the camel, not actually doing anything specific. So I was concerned he was coming in here not quite the athlete he was in the past, but that is certainly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends, because the kind of shape you want to be in for 26K is very different to a 42K. And so perhaps he had the base, he had built something very strong, and not just sharpen the tools to like such a speedy race like Noli was, and therefore wasn't able to kind of respond so aggressively to Philemon's attacks. But when we see what he's able to pull off at this point in the race, and basically just obliterate the rest of the field, whether that was Daniel Pattis or Andrew Blanes, maybe that's the kind of shape he is in, like more like marathon shape, and he needs to work a little bit more on specifics to gain the speed that he would need for the other races of the season. But look at him go now. Like, he is bouncing off the ground. Like, I don't even, like, somebody tell him, don't look back, because there's no one to be seen, brother. You are absolutely flying in the lead, and all you got to do at this point is look after yourself, do not make any mistakes, and that will be the win for you.
Just such a fluid runner. It just looks effortless. And it's quite hard to understand whether Elisine peaks, like how his form does change, because last year it may have seemed like he was peaking to the latter half of the series, but actually he had a fall in Kobe when he was leading. In China it was at altitude 5,000 meters, and he didn't respond to that. He's not someone who's ever done well at altitude, and so his first opportunity to run free, he won. And so we don't know how he typically starts at the beginning of the season, because it's been a long time since he's been at this level and had an opportunity to race this early.
Yeah,
we've had a time check for Judith come through. She's still 5 minutes behind. 5 minutes behind, still in second, and we should be getting the rest of the... And in fact, Marlinosa has now moved up to third, but Thérèse Leboeuf on her shoulder. They are 40 seconds behind Judith. And Rosa Lara Fului is only 15 seconds back. So super close still, the top three ladies. So the three ladies chasing Judith.
Yeah, and as you said, 40 seconds back in that long descent is absolutely nothing. Imagine this. Could the Basque Country handle first and second in the women's race? That is going to set Zegama on fire. Imagine that if Malenosa manages to pass Judith Peter in that downhill. Woo!
I mean, for me, I would be surprised if that were to happen, partly because Judith is so good at those flowing downs. She can just scythe through them, but this is where it comes down to race management, and the fact that Marlin has she's been having to rest a lot recently. Does that mean she's going to have more legs to be able to run well?
So much left to happen in that race. We will be on our toes until the end, and already we can have images of the finish line. 3 hours 26 minutes elapsed. I believe that is getting close to course record time. And is this live? No, it is not. We have the replay. That was Andrew Blanes as he was leading the race at Arats, coming down.
Elisine about 5 kilometers out from the finish currently.
So another 15 minutes, roughly, just over that. So there we go, team. If you're joining us now, this is a bit of a recap of what went down so far. Early leaders, Sarah Alonso and Andrew Blanes, were early on crushing the race. Sarah held on to that lead to open a 5 minutes gap now on the rest of her competition, while Andrew Blanes was caught up on the steep part and on the ridge, but never actually died and came back to the lead just before the last climb to Andrades, where we will see that very soon, I believe. Elouzine El Azawi made his move. This is Daniel Patis and Elouzine here on the ridge. And Sarah going across the ridge in full force, taking chances and sometimes making a few mistakes, but none that cost them. And Judith Wieder was followed by Thérèse Leboeuf. And we saw Malenosa come back onto Thérèse on that ridge and making a move. There she is for third. While Sarah was still moving fast and trying, hopefully not to fall. 3:29.25 on the clock. People are now lined up 5-6 row deep on that finish line, waiting for this man, Elouzine El Azawi, the Moroccan runner representing En Normand. Still looking over his shoulder. He must have had nightmares of Philemon last weekend, so much so that he is running scared. Although with the move he's made, he's opened a gap that is probably going to be impossible to close. And what he needs to do is just keep up the effort, not take chances, because a mistake could very well cost him something. But basically, whatever, like, the only thing standing between him and the victory is himself.
Yeah, and this is a significant win for him because he's raced his several times before, and he's never quite got it right. He was sat on Manu Marius's shoulder at around this stage in the WED 2 years ago, and we at that time thought Elisine had this in the bag. We know of his fast finish. We know that the route is mainly road and smooth trail, but actually he didn't attack at the right moment, allowing Manu to push just on the slight bit of technical terrain, the last little bit coming into town and make a break. And so, he's come into this race with some regrets about that. And you know, last year Killian was just sublime on another level, and so he's finally putting it to bed that while Elisine has won the Golden Trail Series, he's won some incredible races, he's never really won the biggest historic races. You know, Sierra Zanao, Zegama have eluded him. And this to me is a big one for the history books, to be able to actually just tick it off your list and make sure you've got your name on something that is going to last for years to come.
Yeah, and David, what do you think? I mean, Elisine still won Mont Blanc Marathon, which is one of the references.
True.
But like, what do you think about that? You know, when he was racing Manuel Merias, that was still at a time where I believe he didn't have everything figured out, especially in terms of nutrition, and where he might have finished on fumes in that last descent at the time. Now he would have handled his effort much better, but also much more so his nutrition. And we see him now, like, I mean, look at him go. He's just not slowing down at all. And you cannot do this on an empty stomach.
And he wouldn't have that team, that team pass off before either. That's something that has eluded him as well. And when we first came on tour, lots of us were having conversations with Elisine, trying to understand how we could help with that nutrition. And he wanted to be able to race with mint tea and dates, like genuinely, and honey, because he's just only used to natural food, and it's been a very long process for him because he was taking on so little liquid as well, that even when he was struggling to adapt to gels, most other athletes are then pushed into taking nutrition from their drinks, but he also wasn't taking on enough drinks. And so we've really seen a transformation of him, not just in, as you say, his mental approach, but actually being able to manage the race properly. And I'd love to understand, coming into today, was that always the plan, to attack that last climb? You know, or is that something that he's now so mature and experienced, he just decided off the cuff? Yeah.
I don't know. That's a very good question. But I mean, just this is the last bit of climb. Second to last, there's another bit of climb, a cheeky one on the road that lasts only a few meters. But before that, I mean, David, it looks like Elisine was running a 1,500-meter track race. He was just flying. Super clean gait, stride, not being thrown around the place because that was a four-wheel drive track, super groomed. And now we're on technical. And look at this. He is still like full throttle. No one is going to see him again. That's it.
Yeah, and he's just covered the last 3.6k in 13 minutes and 20 seconds. Like, he is... I'm going to try and quickly do some... I'll try to do it in my head, so I'm not that good at maths. But, yeah, he is absolutely flying. And to know you've got this in the bag, I wondered now when he looks at a race and he sees that Philemon and Patrick aren't there, you know, if he just thinks, sweet, I've got a day I can control. It really seemed like he chose how this race was going to end.
And I'm looking at the rankings as well. Like, Thomas Cardin is still in 7th, so he's moved back up. Antonio Martinez in 6th could be moving up because, I mean, his descending skills are strong, and we know he always finishes strong in those races. Will Andreu Blanes pass Daniel Pattis? That is a big question mark there. There's still a lot to happen in the men's race as well as in the women's race because things were shaking out. And as you were saying earlier, David, there was so many women like Judith and then Malin, Therese, Rosa Maria, and now then there's a bit of a gap after for 6th place. But they were all within a minute.
And they've all got such different running styles, and they're all so good at different elements of the course as well. And it's nice to see a race where the downhillers can really do well, because we've seen so many trail races historically dominated by the climbers who get ahead and they just can't be caught. But Zegama, even in the dry, offers that opportunity.
And there we go. We're tuning to almost the audio of the finish line. We are getting close. Eluzin has this little part of single track to handle. It's going to be, I think, a hard left. Like he's going to go all the way around. And in about a minute time...
6-minute lead now. 6-minute lead. Andre has come through with a 13-second lead over Daniel Pattis. Incredibly close for second and third in this men's race. Wow!
The fight is on, and none of these gentlemen will be giving the other one a chance to take that second place. They will give everything they have and a little more. Every position counts here in Zegama. And right now, Eluzin is flying on his way to the win. A few hundred meters, and he'll be on the road.
And he will be
hearing the finish line from there.
Well. So we've just found out. So Judith is still in second place, but she is only 12 seconds ahead of Therese Leboeuf, who is only 8 seconds ahead of Marlon Osser. So second, third, and fourth are all within 20 seconds of each other. I'm pressing refresh as quickly as I can to try and find out where Rosa Lara is as well, because it's likely she's also close behind.
That is going to be an insane downhill. If they all see each other, will one of them be wanting to open and lead the other ones to the other one's advantage, or are they going to be looking at each other when a move will be made? So many questions that I hope will have answers with cam runners, with our top female runner, Sarah Alonso, but hopefully, really hopefully, that we will be with the chasing pack to see what happens there. There we go. Eluzin El Azawi from Morocco, representing Team Normal, has now entered onto the road, and we see our two speakers here on the line. Jose Depa is there to set Zegama on fire and welcome the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri winner. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, soon to be crowned winner, but no one inside. And as you were saying, David, he's opened his gap onto the chasing group.
Now I wonder if you're Patrick, if you're Philemon watching this at home, you'd hope that maybe there was a chink in an armor last weekend, but clearly Elasine is still the runner of last season. And now he's got the confidence of this and the ability to run at these long distances. He's got the base, clearly. He just needs to sharpen his tools, as you say, and work on his sprint finish. And this season is wide open.
Yeah. Although, once again, this is good to remind everyone that Zegama is the last race that has the marathon distance. And the other races are shorter. He's handed over a bottle here. Not sure that is within the rules, but we'll
and just
roll
to
with
confirm, that. Rosa Lara Falui is she is also amongst that group. She's only 4 seconds down on Marlon Osser. So it is second, third, fourth, and fifth women, all within 25 seconds of each other, still with 12k to go. This is going to be a ridiculous finish.
Yeah, I really hope we have images of that, because that's going to be images to remember. That's the last climb that I was telling you about, the little cheeky one that triggers cramps in about 98% of the field, except those front runners who are on a whole other level. Right hand turn onto that single track, back on the trail, 3 switchbacks, and down into that steep ramp into town across the street. Final turn. Hands up. We
He
all
surely
know what's
knows
going to
now.
happen.
He surely knows, right? But he's not going to slow up. A cheeky high five attempt there. And I believe this is the section where he was dropped coming into the town.
Yep. That's where Kilian had made the move. Even though Kilian was sick, you know, he had gone out so hard to try and break his own record and eventually had to slow down because of stomach issues.
Yeah,
Now
he was a
Izluzin
minute ahead.
is alone.
A good tight turn there. Nicely anticipated.
Yeah, almost overshot that one. And there we go, we're transitioning into town because it seems like everybody now will be streaming that finish into the towns of Zegama.
Now, interestingly, this is slower than Elisine.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, he's got 3:42. 2 years ago, they did cut the ridgeway slightly because of the bad conditions, but it just shows today's been such a different race. Without Kilian pushing the pace from start to finish, it's meant that people have almost adapted to more of an attacking approach, running for the win rather than just for a time.
True. Yeah, and now he allows himself to giving away high fives. He knows he's getting close, and now the win is his. We're transitioning to the production on the finish line. There we are, and here he comes. Smile on his face. He knows he finally did it, taking the win in Zegama after countless, after second places behind the king and his teammate Kilian Jornet. This year, he said it in an interview, Kilian is not here. This is my opportunity to take it. And he did just that. David, once in a lifetime, and probably not the only one, giving away a big heart to the crowds. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri winner, Elusine El Azawi.
And I apologize, Elisine, for ever doubting, even for a moment, that this is how you were going to end this race. Really looking back, it was a question of when was Elisine going to make that attack. And we expect Andre and Daniel Pattis to be neck and neck coming through very soon to this finish. But right at the beginning, we saw Elisine sat back in a way that he didn't used to last season or even the season before. He's really matured into understanding that the first few kilometers is just where to get into your rhythm. And it wasn't until close to the peak that he was up back in contention. But when he made that move, it was such a step change to everyone else. He was pulling out seconds per meter, it seems, and to put up 45 seconds within a couple of minutes. And we suspect he now has around a 6-minute lead by this finish. That's how devastating that downhill has been.
Yeah, they have time to have the hands of everyone in the town of Zegama, come back, have finish line interviews, have a drink, and then we'll be waiting for our second place finisher, who we still don't know who that be. No name is set for that second place, ladies and gentlemen, whether Andre Ublanes is going to be able to hold off Daniel Pattis, or Daniel Pattis will be able to make the best of that descent. And look at the smile of Elusine. He will be absolutely delighted for that win.
This is a big tick on his resume. Zegama, one of the biggest and most historic trail races on Earth. When he finished last year in second, it looked like he was delighted. That to him was a win, I think, mentally. He looked so happy, and today to finally win it. But I'm refreshing the chip timers because they're still yet to come through 41k, and we don't know if it's going to be Andre or Daniel Pattis who's next in for this huge battle for second and third.
And there we go, we've got the interview with Depa in French. I'm going to translate that.
Mais il a fait ici 43 minutes et le dernier on les écons il vient en 5 ou 6 minutes derrière comment je vais dire arrière de moi. Everyone, I'm very happy to die. I'm winner in Zegama. For year I always second this year. My dream is winner. Zegama, I like his love and thank you so much for the fun.
It was indeed a dream of his, a dream of all the trail runners that only few achieve. And see, David, the interview's been carried on and still no sight of our second place in the men's category still.
We know in Nolly that Philemon had come into that race really focusing on being able to sprint the last kilometre. And they've been doing specific sessions to ensure that they can race fast. But in second place, it looks like Andrew Blanes in second place, coming through now with around a kilometre left to run. Daniel Pattis not in sight, so we believe this is our second place runner. Incredible performance from him.
That is it, and the fact that he started out so fast with the bold move. Look at his chip! Like, did he hit a branch or did he fall down on the ground? I don't know, but the man is still standing and he's about to take second place in the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri. What happened? Hopefully we get a question here on the line and he'll be able to answer that. But nothing seems to be stopping Andrew Blanes. He started out hard, knew he had something incredible in the legs, and for him to come here and take second place here in Zegama is absolutely outstanding. And I really hope we'll see him again in the Gold Trail World Series, because that's a whole lot of points that he's going to score today.
And he's still looking super fast here, flowing extremely well. With Sierra Zanao still to come, he's won it in the past. It's a great race for him. So the points he gets today combined with that, let's see if we can tempt him to come to America, where they are fast flowing trails. Also should be good for him. Getting an athlete like this on the Golden Trail would be fantastic, and certainly enough opportunities left in the season with 4 races still to go. Only your top 3 count, so actually he only needs to have a couple more good races and he'll be right up there in the mix for our top 5 this season.
Yeah. We shall see what his plans are, but for now I'm sure he's gonna soak in those last few 100 meters of the race. What a special moment. And I think just like Elusine was delighted about second place last year, Andrew Blanes will be delighted with second place this year.
And we've just had the chip timer come through, and Elusine had pulled back 7 minutes over Andre by 41k. Daniel Pattis is around 40 seconds behind, so not that far behind the third place Daniel coming through. I think he'll be happy with that as well. You know,
Look at him.
I don't think he was expecting that.
Scream at the crowd. This is actually a motion that we remember him doing, and seriously now, fist down and just screaming. Look at that. Fantastic finish for Andrew Blanes, who will take second place, David.
And to be able to do it in your own country as well, incredible scenes. Andrew Blanes, he led from the start, and we thought he maybe had overcooked his race, but no, running fluidly all the way to the finish. An incredible second place from our Spanish orienteer.
Who who I really wonder had put Andrew Blanes so high in the ranking before the race. I doubt there were many. But once we saw him start, it all of a sudden became clear that that man had came to Zegama with something in mind, something that he wanted to achieve. And look at this. The Brooks runner from Italy, Daniel Pattis, also pulling off an outstanding result. So close in third place. And he knows it. Look at his smile.
Cheering out to the crowd. He'll be happy like that, with that. I don't know how well he'll know Andre, but you know, the fact that he gave such a strong performance and showed confidence, having been ill earlier this season, to actually take it to Elvacine, to lead out, to try and lose him, you know, that really shows a gear change in his mentality and how he sees himself amongst these athletes.
Yeah, and seeing these runners like giving each other high fives and congratulating each other, I absolutely love the respect that all these gentlemen have for one another. This is what's making our sport like such a good sport to watch and to be part of.
Yeah, and the fact they can go on tour together, they'll have meals together, they know each other extremely well. And it can be quite hard to have fierce rivalries sometimes amongst that, but they've shown today, you know, they're willing to attack, they're willing to take risks, and I just love the fact that this race has shown us so many different terrains where you can really understand the different skill level it takes to be a runner at this level.
All right, we got Luca Del Pero getting close to the finish line now, and he'll come and take fourth place in the men's race. And we just had Sarah Alonso go through the 34K mark in 3:52:33. So now we'll hit refresh pretty hard to see how far back the second place is, but also who that second place woman will be.
And what a performance from Sarah today, to lead from start to finish. It just shows how confident she was. She knew her split times, and I think people now are looking at her thinking this is a different athlete to who we've seen in previous seasons. In Nolly, she attacked those climbs so aggressively, but we know that Madalena wasn't at her best. But today she's just confirmed she is now up in the mix as a top global athlete.
And there we go, Luca Del Pero. He's consistent. Like, we were wondering whether he had raced a bit too much at the beginning of the season already. And see, he's shaking his head. I'm really wondering what's going through his mind right now. Whether he's like, oh man, that was too much for me, or there's something here. Even though he takes a beautiful fourth place, he looks absolutely cooked, as you would expect. That final downhill is just taking so much out of you. And there we go, already another runner coming in.
The fact that he only had a 30-second lead over
Lorenzo Beltrami.
Luca would have known how close it was between them, so I suspect Luca's been pushed all the way to the finish there.
Oh yeah,
and you can see the fatigue in him.
Luca passed him, if I'm correct. No, sorry, I'm wrong. Like, he's been fourth for quite a while, and it's actually Lorenzo Beltrami who's moved quite a lot. It was 20 seconds in Arats and finished in fifth.
And is this Thomas Cardin coming in? Has he made the overtake?
Antonio Martinez.
Martinez.
Yes. No, Thomas Cardin. Yep, the Frenchman. He can be happy about this performance for what I believe is his first participation to Zegama.
So, Thomas has made up a minute to take that sixth place. He was about a minute down with 4K to go, so a really strong finish by him.
And here comes Antonio Martinez. Making his way into the finish as well. Oh man, you can see they are all looking over their shoulders because they know that in Zegama you let go of the gas pedal and 3 guys or girls pass you all the way until the end. You have to stay focused. And there he comes. We got people chanting. Did we get the audio from a bar next door? Antonio Martinez, who will take 7th place, sorry. And if nothing has changed, next up will be Stian Angermund. And see, these 2 gentlemen know each other, and actually, Andrea Blanes was having the interview.
I suspect he's saying, "What's happened to your face? What have you... Dude, you know you've got a massive cut on your face." We're still waiting for a few splits from the ladies. We're expecting Sarah Longzay to come through this finish line at around 4:09, 4:10 today. She's still ahead of her 2022 pace, about 30 seconds up. And we're waiting for splits as well from the 34K mark. She came through in 3:52 several minutes ago, so it seems her lead is still significant. And Judith Wieder confirmed coming through 20 seconds ahead of Marlin Osser. So at the moment, Judith is 4.5 minutes behind Sarah. They are catching her up, but it's going to have to be significantly faster than that to catch her by the line. Marlin Osser 20 seconds down now on Judith Wieder. They will know where they are in relation to each other, and we're just waiting for the updates on... and Rosa Lara Belia has come through 7 seconds behind Marlin Osser. All of our second to third, fourth ladies all together. I suspect Therese Leboeuf won't be far behind either.
Oh yeah, that is insane. And as we're looking at the splits eagerly on the women's race, we have the traditional top 5 champagne ceremony on the line. You see all these gentlemen now have a bit of skills, and in that mayhem comes one other runner.
Individual collapsing through the spray.
That's one way to finish a race and be like, oh, what just happened to me? Good effort.
Now in the ladies, Therese Leboeuf has come through, but she has dropped down almost a minute from Rosa Lara. So it seems it's now 3 ladies in the hunt for our last 2 remaining places on the podium. And the returners, Stian Angermund, I for one am happy to see him back racing again. A good return for him being in the top 10. It's incredibly hard to race at your peak performance when you're so far out, 2 years out without racing. So clearly still some life left in his legs.
And yeah, team, stay with us. Oh, Marcin was pretty hot on his heels. Marcin Kubica breaking the 4-hour mark.
And we hope to be bringing you the footage of the front of the women's race
Yes.
very soon.
Yes, David, I can second that. And we are like all of you in the chat. Now is time to have images of the women's race. Not only see Sarah in her last kilometers to celebrate the outstanding race she's done. It was, I don't know if it was much of a strategy. She was just the strongest runner in the women's field today, and she just kept crushing her competition. As you said, the gap has shortened ever so slightly in the last split, but she's so far ahead that she might actually be looking after herself, which would be an extremely smart move. But then behind, like all these names, Judith Wieder, Malinosa, Rosa Lara and Therese Leboeuf being within 20, oh no, actually more than 20 seconds for Therese Leboeuf. You were saying that she's a bit further back. So now it is between Judith, Malin, and Rosa. The podium is nowhere near done. Sorry.
But we've seen how steep that last section coming into the town is. There's some very tight turns. It is rocky. Those parts of the course are where the difference can be made when they're so close, second to fifth ladies. I'm starting to wonder. I don't know enough about Rosa Lara's sprint speed, her closing speed. We haven't seen it on the Golden Trail.
Well, I mean, last weekend she did extremely well in Noli for her kickoff in the Golden Trail World Series. I, for one, was impressed. I was like, well, you know, when you come in for the first race, it's hard to gauge like if your training in the off season has been and how strong you are against your competition. And yeah, she did extremely well, and on a shorter format. So we could assume that, you know, if she had wheels for that 26Ks, that she might have some left to have a kick in that downhill, or the other way to see it is that that's going to be such a long race that she might finish a little bit on fumes and will have a bit, possibly not enough in the tank to respond to the likes of Judith, who, as you were saying, she is now a longer, definitely marathon and longer distance runner.
Yeah, and significantly, Judith and Malin weren't racing last weekend. And so you suspect they will have fresher legs coming into this. But once it gets to this stage of a race, a lot of the time it's down to nutrition and just how much belief you've got.
And it's good to see the whole Team Poland in the chat celebrating Marcin Kubica, 10th place. Polska Górą is what I've learned over the years. That's the I don't even remember what it means, but this is kind of a play on word. And yes, we are also hoping to get back to the coverage of the women's race. And there he is.
Here we go.
You asking for it. And finally, our production delivers. We have our women's leader, Sarah Alonso.
She's about 2 kilometers out from the finish now. I'm sure she knows she's got it in the bag. She will have been told the race splits at this stage. And but she's still moving well. In many ways, for her, it's just been a time trial today where she's gone out with a pace in mind and she's delivered to it.
Yeah, she has. And are you sure about these 2Ks left to the finish? Because if that's the case, the record is 4:16.
Oh, sorry, I've been looking at. I was looking at the checkpoint before. Apologies, you are right.
I mean, I don't know, but if that was truly 2Ks left, then here's
it's not at all. I was looking at 4:10 as her finish time for last year, but actually that 2 years ago. But actually, that was her time to the penultimate checkpoint. So there's quite a lot of time left to go still. Apologies.
That's all good. I was just like, oh, maybe Ninke's record is going to blow, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen this year, at least. And we just keep going back and forth.
Yeah, the women's race, it's about 6K left to go for Sarah.
Hola Albert, Aitor, efectivamente estoy aquí con Elusin. Elusin, congratulations, finally you made it. First victory in Zegama, how are you feeling?
I am very happy, I am feeling good, I am very happy because I am now is 4 years, you have experience in Zegama. All people ask me, Elusin, you need winner because Kylian is not here. But yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you for the fun, my team, all the person here in Zegama. That is incredible race.
You went from minus to maximum 100% Elusin signature. how was your strategy? Yeah, at the start you have confidence, and I wait 34 kilometers, and I go fast in the turn.
Albert, como veis, muy contento. No sé si queréis preguntarle algo.
So there you had it, the interview with your 2025 champion on the line. And I think the next up will be the interview in Spanish.
Anders coming through for Norway there. And how good is Elsin's English as well? That's progressed incredibly well, given he already speaks Berber and Arabic and Italian and French.
A bit of French, yep. Yeah, that's pretty good indeed. I think he needs that as well to be like on the scene and able to exchange with all these runners and just learn and understand what's going on around him. That has been a limitation factor for the likes of Riweda or Yao Miao. Although Yao Miao is learning quite a lot of English, and she said she was even playing English songs and singing them with the guitar. So maybe one day we'll have a bit of a one-to-one interview with Yao Miao. Singing a song in English. Here is the man basically acknowledging he didn't have the day he was hoping, but still saluting the crowds. Manuel Merias.
And we know what he's capable of on Zegama. He won in the time of 2:42. Not 2:42. He won. 3:42 previously. He's a very, very fast finisher, but it's a race that's very hard to get right year after year.
Yeah.
Now we expect Sarah to be finishing at around 4:25. Recalculation. 4:25 to 4:26. Although that was based on 2 years ago, where she was closing so fast, hunting down Maud Mathis, where she won't have quite that intent today. But another Polish runner, Marcin on our screen, running through, one of the organisers of the Tacha Sky trail race. A fantastic race in Poland.
And always a happy runner here, always smiling. He absolutely loves the sport, and as you were saying, massive contributor to his sport in Poland with organizing a race.
And we can talk about the impact Zegama's had on the Polish trail community, because it was here when Marcin and Bart Prodziewski came, and Bart podiumed in his first international trail race, that Bart went home deciding he was going to be a full-time trail athlete, and Marcin decided he'd start the Tacha Trail Sky Race.
And this is a young gun who just crossed the line, Mattia from Italy, who done extremely well. This is one of the names we should actually look out for in the coming years, because he's been running consistently for a while and like doing really well in the junior, and now coming into the big league, like Mattia has done extremely well there. So exciting. There we go. Interview with Andreu Blanes, second place here.
Ha sido una carrera espectacular. He soñado las 2 primeras horas, luego he sufrido. La última bajada me dejó la vida y al final, pues mira, segundo.
So he enjoyed this. The last descent cost him his life. I think if I got it right.
Te hemos visto salir súper fuerte, has estado dando ahí muchos palos para la primera posición, luchando con Elusin, con Daniel.
You were going super strong and in the lead.
¿Cómo has vivido esa lucha?
Pues he salido a mi ritmo, no tenía la sensación de ir tan fuerte, iba muy cómodo, pero llegando a Santos muscularmente empecé a tener problemas de amagos de rampas y demás, y a partir de ahí he tenido que gestionar muchísimo. Yo pensaba que la segunda parte era mi punto fuerte, pero es que ya he llegado muy justo, he empezado a a no poder controlar bien las piernas, a caerme un par de veces y a tener que gestionarlo de la mejor manera que he podido.
¿Qué te ha pasado? Has luchado realmente fuerte, ¿eh? Porque...
Pues pasando Moano, era la zona de correr, me he tropezado, ya no tenía reflejos, ya la costilla en la cara y ha habido un momento que digo, no puedo seguir, me he levantado, no sé ni cómo y he seguido, pero me toca la cara, me tenía lleno de sangre y digo, pues no sé ni lo que tengo, pero bueno, ahora ya hay que acabar.
Muchísimas gracias, Andreu.
I think she was asking him about what happened to his face, and apparently he's hurt his face and also his ribs. And I'm not sure I caught exactly what happened with that. But we are back with Sarah Alonso. Last aid station before joining the finish line.
Yeah, she has 4K to go now. 4K of running left. And she's tracking almost exactly her time from 3 years ago.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, she won't care about that now. Well, she will care about it afterwards. She'll dissect every Strava segment and where she did well, where she slowed down. But right now, all she'll be caring about is getting to this finish line and celebrating with her family.
Yep, that's all we can say. She is cruising on the way down, and once again, 4Ks to the finish line, to making a dream come true. And we're gonna have Daniel Pattis on the line with a bit of an interview. And this is Sarah's mother here in the yellow t-shirt.
Daniel.
There we go. We switch to Daniel.
Third position here in Zegama. How are you feeling?
It's just a dream coming true. Like a podium at Zegama at this special race is so cool. And yeah, I'm super happy.
We also see you leading the race in some part over there in the Cresterío. How was it?
Well, yeah, I was a little bit excited, but I tried to stay calm because I knew it's still long. And yeah, especially knowing that Andreu was really fast on the flat and outside Brazil, of course. I knew that it could be hard to keep the first place, but that's not the most important today. Like the podium, still super cool.
Was it hard to fight with Andreu and Lucin?
Yeah, like keeping up with them in the last case that are so flat, so fast. Yeah, it's just hard, but nevertheless, no, it's still super cool.
Aitor, Albert, pues Daniel que nos cuenta que está súper contento con este tercer puesto, que ha sido bastante duro, pero aún así tampoco se lo esperaba, así que muy contento.
Oh man, like when there's an interview in English, we get the Spanish translation, but when there's an interview in Spanish, we didn't get the English translation, and my Spanish is nowhere near as good as it should be. So apologize for that. Hopefully we'll get that to you, or somebody can sum it up in the chat about what Andreu Blanes was talking about, because we are indeed curious to know what happened to him and why his face was bleeding when he crossed the line in second place.
But a third, quite a familiar place for Daniel now. You know, he got his first one in Dolomites, and he got another third position in China last year. But this, to me, is a better third. It's he had to fight for it more, but also the level he had to perform at to get it. You know, really impressive.
Yeah, David, it would be interesting actually to like check out the ITRA score of these gentlemen to really get a gauge of. Oh, Sarah, you should know that she was looking left and right. So there you go. It's going to be a right-hand turn into a single track after that little kick. There we go.
Gap down to 3.5 minutes now. They are catching a back. I can't see them catching a minute per kilometre though.
Nah,
coming into our finish. Sarah's clearly now just either preserving her legs or knows she's got the victory and just doing what she needs to get to that finish line in first.
Yeah, that's what she needs to do. Just look after herself, go through the case without slowing down, but not making any mistake, taking the wrong turn, a bad fall, you know. Everything happens so quick. You got to stay on your game, stay focused.
Wow, Judith's been making moves. She's now a minute up over Marlenosa with 4.5K still to go. She's pulled out a minute lead in second place. Marlin herself is 25 seconds ahead of Rosalara.
Yep.
Yeah. So clearly that downhill has had an opportunity for them to put some distance into each other.
And again, the experience, the race management of Judith Vider paid off. And obviously downhill running skills. Maybe Marlenosa, having been sick, could not quite be entirely herself and at her level to respond to Judith. But still, like, I tell you that much, 3 weeks ago, you would have told her that she was on her way to finish third at Zegama. She would have not believed it. She was in a hospital bed, not able to eat with salmonella. So it's a pretty solid turnaround for Marlenosa, and a third place will feel like a win today.
And it's still not a huge number of times that Marlin has raced marathon distance. For quite a few seasons, she was a couple of seasons she was on the Golden Trail, performing at a very high level, but they intentionally held back from running Zegama because she didn't want to be doing marathons so early in the season. So she doesn't have quite as much experience as the others at running for 42K. And especially now Judith has been focusing a little bit more on ultra. She will be finding this something quite easy to consistently operate throughout the time without having too many challenges on pacing.
Yeah, and I'm looking at both of them running down, and obviously this is a very different type of terrain at this moment. But when you see that guy next to Judith, he cannot shake her out, and he looks like he's working so hard. And look at her, boom, a bit of a climb, and she is flying past her.
She looks so relaxed as well. So relaxed. You wouldn't, if you saw her now, you'd think this was still the first third of the race. So smooth. But this will take Sarah back to the head of the Golden Trail Series rankings, I believe. Now ahead of Madeleine Faria, 2 wins under a belt and a 4th place. What a start to the season from her.
Yeah. After China, she was like, Sarah was leading, and she was like, I could not believe it. And then obviously she was missing a race last weekend, so she fell back in the overall ranking.
And we've got an interview coming up with Daniel Pettis shortly.
Third victory here in third position here.
Yeah, I think we've had this interview already, but maybe we.
Incredible feeling.
We saw you leading some part of the race there in Rio.
Daniel's getting a bit more airtime.
Yeah, I was first on the top of the the top of the main uphill. I knew that it would be hard to keep this first position because Elusine and also Andreo are really, really fast, especially on the flat and the downhill. So the last kilometers, I knew that it could be hard to stay first, but that doesn't matter. Super, super happy with my third place today.
What about the fight between Elusine and Andreu Lanners?
Yeah, Andreu overtook me at kilometer 35, I think. And it was really, really hard to keep up with him. He was immediately going away. I gave my best, but yeah, in the end, it wasn't enough for the second place, but still really, really happy.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and congratulations.
Daniel Pettis still happy. Still happy.
That's going to be that way for a long time.
But you can see, like, Sarah's still taking on some nutrition there.
Yes.
Yeah. she's already thinking about her recovery. Maybe she is feeling very, very tired. She did bury herself up that climb.
But I think you're right, David. Like, I think she needs to look after herself all the way through to the end, because, you know, the gap between her and Judith has gotten smaller and smaller. And even though it is still to a comfortable pace, getting so close to the finish, she cannot make mistakes. She cannot start cramping. She cannot bonk, because like we're seeing when this split screen is on, like Judith is flying down.
And especially if you start to cramp down the trail into the city, it's so hard to move when you've got tired legs and very tight turns and very awkward to run. So, but oh, she's looking like she's back to her powerful way now, though. I mean, there's no doubt that she's still got some gas left in her.
And now you're getting to that road section. It's pretty much all downhill, and gravity will take you there, except for that tiny little bit of climb that we'll see on the road. She is now well within the last 2Ks, and she's looking back. She is looking back as well, making sure that no one is in sight to come and take away that win that she's dreamt about for so many years. Since basically she started, she said that Zegama was her first marathon, and she had at the time taken 3rd place. This time, it's the tables have turned, and she is in 1st place.
And you know, you wonder what this means for her season and future career, because there has been for some time, it's felt as if there's been 2 tiers of female athletes, where you've had your Mauds, you've had your Ninkas, you've had your Judith, who you know if they're turning up to races they're probably going to win, and then there's always been quite a gap behind them. But Zara is really showing now that not only does she have the speed when she's been running half marathons at 1:11, but she's also got the race management and the strategy now to be able to turn up expecting to win.
And knowing that you were saying it, the entire crowd here, all the spectators on the side of the trail and the road, like they all know her name, they all cheer for her, and that's got to count for something. That's going to give you this extra boost of energy.
And before Zegama's in the past, Zara is a different athlete to how she is before any other race. She doesn't, you can see it in her physically, the pressure that's on her, and the fact that she got pneumonia the last year. And she was even saying in the build-up to this year, she was feeling as if she might be ill. She was paranoid about something else happening. And now that she's got this victory, she can release all that energy. And you do wonder in future Zegamas whether she'll be able to race it without that pressure anymore, because she knows she's done it. Judith looking behind as well. She knows how close Marlon has been in the past. I mean, it's going to take an almighty effort from Marlon Usser to try and catch Judith now, who is absolutely flying. And still looking like it's effortless.
Yeah. Head down, focus, hunting.
We're going to hear the noise of the finish fairly soon. They do have a big screen at the finish line, and you better believe it will be showing Zara Alonso running through the town. She'll know this, every inch of this last kilometer.
I mean, and there will be tears. There will be, like, I don't know if this is going to be of excitement, of relief, because I can tell you that much. She was asking the camera runner, oh, where am I? Where am I? She is running scared. She knows how precious that win is. And, you know, until she holds it in her hands, she's going to just run scared and fight with every inch of her body.
And did you see how hard it was to just edge round some of those corners? The pain in the legs.
Yeah, she's been going hard right from the get-go. And redlining a trail marathon for almost 4.5 hours is something that's gonna do that to your legs, especially when you have such a long finish downhill. But she held it together. She had the conditioning. She was prepared. And she said she was indeed the strongest she's ever been. And look at her. This is it. Looking back again, she is real scared. But this is it.
And she comes into the town now. The crowd will be absolutely roaring for her. Ever since she started running, this has been the race she wanted to win more than anything else. It looked like she had the opportunity coming into last year, but she caught pneumonia. She came in today as the athlete that most people were looking to potentially win. And from the start, she took it out hard. She didn't make it easy for herself. She buried herself on every single climb, and you can see the pain in those legs now, how much it's taken out of her to be in this position.
But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. She is sprinting into the line, making history and taking, as you were saying, what will be the most meaningful win in her career. Look at her ecstatic, jumping around. The pain in the legs is gone. She finally holds that win in her hands. And she's going back to thank the crowd. She's stealing the line, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy.
And I hope they can get an interview of her mum as well. Idern will be on the finish. Jorge will be out on the course somewhere. They are as fun as Sarah is.
And look at how close that was. Judith Wieder is probably now a minute away from the line. Judith really closed hard on Sarah, but that was not enough. The gap was substantial. And there we go. The Basque, yeah, the Basque bucket hat, the infamous one, is back. It's gonna be a big hug. There we go.
What a celebration from her, and she is there hugging her mum. And I think that's her sister to her right as well. What a performance from her. And Judith about 2 minutes 30 behind. She will be coming around this corner very, very soon indeed. We're just waiting for an update on that third position as well, because it wasn't a done deal.
Yeah, indeed. But there he is. Here she comes into the streets of Zegama, handing over high fives and still moving on her way to a fantastic and well-earned second place. What a race for Judith Wieder. She will be stoked about that.
And there's an element of when you come to a race as historic as Zegama, you almost want someone local to win it, even if you're competing, because you know how much the crowd will delight in it. But what a performance from her. You know, she put herself in with a shot at the peak, and to be able to hold second for so long when it looked like Marla Ossa was coming, it looked like Rosa Lara on her shoulder, and she just showed her maturity there to be able to hold second.
This is why we call her like the mom of the circuit. She crosses the line, and aside from like her joy of making second place, she goes straight to Sarah because she knows how much that win meant to her, and she's just going and hug her and congratulating her. But man, it looks like she worked really hard. Now things are settling. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just gonna be as much noise in the streets of Zegama to welcome Malenosa This is going to be
You can
crazy.
see she's celebrating already. As Martin has said, she was in a hospital bed 3 weeks ago. To come here today, she wouldn't have been expecting this result. What an incredible battle she has had to get this third place.
The Basque Country is going to be on fire, team. There she is, your third place in the women's race in this 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri Malenosa.
Congratulations to our top 3 women.
What a fantastic race from the 3 of them.
And it won't be long now. Here she is as
Look
well.
at that. That was a close one.
Rosa Lara, 2 races in 2 weeks, still moving well. A really good performance from her as well. 3 Spanish runners in a row. Sorry, 3 Spanish runners out of our top 5.
Top 4. No?
Top 4 even, yes. Top 4, yes.
He's bringing it up a notch. Wow, that was a close race for that top 4. And so it looks like Rosa Lara has maintained that distance. Let's hear it from Sarah. Here's the third long coming into play.
And Therese Leboeuf coming in for 5th here.
And so if we're looking at stats, it's also 2 pairs of pink socks in the top 5. If that means anything to anyone.
It's the one they all want.
That's right. And then there you go. 2 Swiss ladies in the top 5.
And confirmation of our top 5 there. Sara Alonso in 1st, Judith Wieder in 2nd, Malin Ossa in 3rd, Rosa Lara Belui in 4th, and Therese Leboeuf finishing in 5th.
And I think she's asking where she finished. Therese Leboeuf wasn't too sure about that position. And
the starting's already beginning.
The Hydra is going to float tonight. I tell you that much. If you're not in for a big party, stay away from the bar tonight, because that's going to be on like Donkey Kong.
What a race Zegama has been. The men's and the women's hasn't disappointed.
Yes, all the way until the end. We've been blessed with such an awesome race. And now we'll have the traditional top 5 celebration. Champagne will be flowing.
And just to confirm the times, Sara Alonso 4:27.25, Judith Wieder 4:19.47, and Malin Ossa 4:31.18.
And look at that. Happy faces. There you go, you top 5 once again. And once the crowds have been present Oh, that's the wrong time for an interview. You're gonna get blasted. Yeah, so here we're not trying to even understand because that wasn't Castellan, that was Matt. So yeah, our skills stop here. Sorry, team, but I'm pretty sure she was like, I had the race of my life. Super happy to be here. Love you all. Let's drink some champagne.
She got the jump on the wall. Great bottle technique there from La Rosa.
And there's going to be retaliation from Alan. Yeah, she needs to be careful with her eyes. This is not the first time she gets blasted on the line.
Now, if you're wondering where the next battle will commence, we're heading out to America for the Broken Arrow Sky Race, Lake Tahoe, on the 22nd of June. It's 21.7K with 1,400 meters of elevation. Often snow-capped as well. Really, really great course, and it's the first time it's been in the Golden Trail Series.
Yeah, although like many times has welcomed top runners because that is the week West States taking place where the West States will be. And yeah, there's always a massive lineup. And so this year we're really hoping to bring you the live coverage, even though that's still up in the air to my understanding. It is a fantastic race and up at altitude, which also means that some runners will be able to pull off a great result based on where they live or if they've come and prepared at altitude early enough.
Yeah, and we saw last season, even though it wasn't Golden Trail, Joyce Njuru and Patrick Kipangino both winning there. You know, they know the course well, and it now becomes part of the tactics of trying to decide which races to pick, because I suspect Ellesine won't go there given the altitude. What a strong finish. This is rapid.
I know, yeah.
From Norway, fantastic result. Is this Ida coming through, I believe?
Yes. You're right. Sorry, it took me a while to get that. And then technically, if there's not been any changes, we'll have next up Oyana Cortazar and Anna Gibson. Let's keep an eye on that. But yeah, that was a super solid finish for Rockram No, Ikram was 6, and then Ida was 7.
And we should be bringing you some of the interviews with our top 3 ladies shortly, so we can find out what their experience was on this race and if it went to plan. But yeah, the 2 American races, in the past they've been later on in the season, after Sierra Zanao, but due to the World Champs, we've moved the American trip forward. So there are back-to-back races in America happening next month. Could actually make a difference, that timing, because less time to adapt to altitude, and also it's typically where we've seen the series champion peak in America. We saw that with Remy, we saw that with Ellesine, but I don't know if it's going to be the same story this year.
Yeah, you're right, David. That's a bit of a reshuffle in the cards when it comes to the calendar. It's more stacked, and basically after going to Americas, so in the US and then in Mexico, back to back, then we'll be back in Europe for the pit style race in Austria. and also back-to-back with Sierre-Zinal. And after that, Sierre-Zinal will be the last race of the season before the final that will then take place month after that in October.
Yeah, it's a long time for the athletes that decide to go to the World Champs or not to be able to train and to try and peak, which hopefully should mean that we see the best of everyone in our final. And they have changed the rules slightly. We saw last year some of the athletes in the final not running the prologue if they weren't in contention for the overall series, whereas this year you have to run the prologue and the final, which should ensure that our series runners aren't at a disadvantage going into that big race.
Good point. The good point. That's important to mention indeed, because it did make a bit of a difference in if you show up on the final with fresh legs or if you've already gone hard for that prologue. So I'm glad you mentioned that and brought it up. We're leveling the field for that final.
But yeah, the first time Golden Trail is heading to Mexico. Super exciting. And it's great because not only do we get to see a little bit of trail from a different part of the country, but for our athletes as well, it's something they really look forward to. And part of the race selection isn't just about how you're going to score your points, but it's where you want to go.
And there she is, Oyana Cortázar, finishing. Wow, I don't even know how many Zegama she's run, but she's been in a circuit for way over 10 years, and look at her, still coming into the top 10. Amazing performance. And the crowds will welcome her with a lot of noise. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, and you know, Ayana won back in 2011 and 2012, back-to-back wins for her. So you know, she was racing this winning this 14 years ago. I'm sure she'll be giving a massive hug to Sara Alonso. They know each other extremely well. And listen to the crowds. Actually, the crowd wasn't as responsive as I thought they would be.
Depa was there to bring her own. That's what mattered. All right, team. We're gonna have, as for the men's, the interviews of the top female finisher, starting with Sara Alonso. Let's hear it.
Has conseguido tu victoria aquí en Zegama. ¿Cómo te sientes?
No me lo creo. O sea, todo el rato ya lo tienes. Y yo hasta que no cruce, yo no me lo creo. Y he salido por ello desde el kilómetro 1. Iba primera, pero hoy primera también.
She was first right from the first kilometer.
Me van a adelantar. Yo estaba sufriendo por dentro, en plan, ahora ya no. Y ¡buah! Al final ya cuando pisaba el asfalto he dicho, lo tengo. Y lo he conseguido y ha sido una pasada.
Has estado liderando la carrera desde el principio, no has dejado ningún tipo de tregua. ¿Cómo has preparado esta carrera después de 2 años sin poder competirla?
Bueno, tenía exactamente los parciales de 2022 y creo que los he ido clavando todos. No sé cuánto cruzo la meta porque con la motivación ni mira el crono, pero creo que es que he hecho 30 segundos arriba abajo y en Arach 1.48, en Santo Espíritu 2.4. No venía nadie y yo, pues perfecto.
Vale, también en el podio se puede pedir algo más.
Ya, he ido a preguntar a su hermano cómo iba Malen y me dice, bueno, y luego en Andrés me dicen, Malen se ha puesto tercera y yo, toma, y eso también me da motivación. También decía, joder, Malen va muy bien, ahora que no va adelante.
Zorionak, Sara, y ahora disfrutar.
Muchas gracias.
She can speak as fast as she can run, that's for sure.
I was thinking something similar. I'm like, man, the flow of word that's coming out is insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the delight she has there and the energy she's still got left. Just so great to see.
So there's been a few changes because I'm seeing faces here on the line that I had not seen. So Patricia Pineda wrapped up in 9th, Martina Martinez in 10th, and Anna Gibson also. No, she hasn't come in yet. Anna Gibson hasn't come in yet. So we do have our top 10 across the line with Marta Martinez in 4 hours 41:47, and I believe we're just there. We go. There she is. Sarah Gibson, all smiles. It looked like it was a tough race. I was impressed. I thought she was going to come back, but then I guess this was a bit of a long race, as you were saying, David. A marathon to kick up the season.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that this time last year she'd be doing 1,500 meters to turn out a marathon in May, very, very hard. And also, she's a young runner who is still learning trail, adapting to it, and doesn't have miles and miles in her legs over the years. And so it will take her time to get used to this distance, but particularly so early in the season.
Absolutely, David. That is experience in the bank. She will be more familiar with what a marathon feels like and how to handle it. But I'm still excited to see her in the rest of this season in the Golden Trail World Series, especially stateside, to be at home and on a much faster course as well that she will have had the opportunity to go and check out and be familiar with. So this is not the last time we're seeing her on the finish line within the top spots.
And we often talk about how there are sometimes differences between North American trail and European trail. And as an athlete, it's very hard to understand that until you actually experience it. And so she would have got from today those exposed peaks where we could see the scrambles, we could see how hard it is to actually pick a line. And so next time she races, she'll have that experience as well. It's not just the distance, but being able to put yourself in different circumstances is super useful to improve your technical skill.
Yeah, and so we got a bit of support here from the studio. So we have Judith's interview, and then we'll do a bit of a translation of what Sarah had said.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm really happy. It was a tough race, actually. I had to fight a lot, but I know I need to fight. I have someone at home who is fighting a lot, so I did it for her, and it means a lot.
You had some references with Sarah. Did you know how far was she, and have you tried to beat her a little bit?
I mean, Sarah was just in her own class. She did an amazing race. I knew she is in a good shape. I tried to do my best and maybe get closer in the end, but she was just better. I'm happy how I fight it, and I have my own battle today. And I can be really proud about that.
Thank you so much, Judith, and we hope to see you more here in Zegama.
Definitely, the race is amazing, and it really made up to all the expectations.
It's great someone's experience of Judith and being able to still come and race something like Zegama and experience what is a very unique course for the first time.
Yes, and so again, back to Sarah's interview, she said basically being in the lead, she thought that she would get overtaken at all times, so she was running scared and she hated this. But she did about the same splits as she did last year, within 30 seconds up or down. And also when she's been told that Malin was in third place, that gave her an extra boost of energy and excitement to keep running strong. So thanks to the studio for giving us those pieces of translations that we're just liking for now. But it's coming. It's coming. And I believe we'll have now an interview eventually with our third place finisher. And hopefully, if it's in Basque, we're screwed. If it's in Spanish, we might get half of it. And if it's English, you guys will have it all. So,
I can translate the English if needed. But Judith clearly had quite a battle on her hands from what she was saying. It seemed that she was aware of how close they were and really was struggling to keep that pace.
And it sounded, if you read between the lines as well, that there's things, I don't know who it is at home that is fighting something that gave Judith the strength to fight back, let's say, and not have an excuse to get complacent, but just give everything she had. So here you go. Your top 10.
The Spanish dominance. 7 Spanish runners in the top 10. It is their national championship, but Wow, the strength and depth of Spain right now is truly impressive.
Indeed. And Ikram had a really good race, kept coming back. Like I think she was like way out of the top 10 earlier in the race and just reeled in pretty strong. Well done.
But this finish line will be open for several more hours today. And the partying will continue right through the night.
Oh yeah.
I think last year there were 25 countries represented at Zegama, and around 540 runners were registered, with close to 15,000 runners apply. I imagine those numbers will go up for next year though, given how great a race it has looked like today. There are also 5 runners, and I don't know if this is true this year, who have run every single edition, all 23 editions, with an average age of 45 years old. So we're hoping they're on the course still, they're able to finish, because 5 of you left. Come on, guys, you've got this.
This is awesome. And yeah, right, we can remind the audience, if they don't know that it was Alberto who thought that, you know, his village deserved more attention and something could be organized. And so that course that he designed, like, took up most of an existing course for a pilgrimage. It was like, oh, you know, we could turn this into a race. And they did that first edition. I think was that 17 people just in there. And the rest pretty much is history.
Sarah, congratulations! Finally, you made it.
There we go, English version.
In Zegama.
We'll see if we were telling you the right thing.
I can't believe it. It's a dream come true.
You were leading the race since the beginning. Was it so tough?
I know that I can win the race, and I go for it. I have planned to do the same timings that I did in 2022. Nobody was coming, so it was wonderful, but also leading the race is so stressed because you are thinking all the time someone will pass you in the last moment and pass that. Leading all the time and in the last kilometers someone pass you is so hard. So I was like, until I don't arrive to the finish line, I will not feel a limit. And all the time, people, you got it, and I say, I don't know, I just want to arrive.
Did you have some references with Judith?
Bueno, yes, but the people were saying me really different things, like 2 minutes gap, 5 minutes gap, 1 minute, 6 minutes, and I was like, between 1 minute and 6 minutes is a big gap. But yes, I know all the time that there was a gap, and I was looking behind and nobody was coming, but wow, so amazing.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. The excitement is high.
And that is the trouble, you know, if you're being told 1 minute and 6 minutes, you have to run as if it's 1 minute. The gap between you. But interesting, it did seem like she was racing right through to the line, and you know, was really being caught in that last bit of the race. Had put a lot into that first half.
Yeah, we could see it in the body language. Like, she was racing hard until the end because she was like, nobody's going to take that away from me. I'm not going to let go of the gas pedal. I need to have this in my hands so I can actually, basically nobody can take it away from me. So it's interesting to read that, to hear that we read it well as the race was unfolding, and she confirms that she was indeed running scared and not having the exact splits, like a reliable one. As you said, you have to run as if you had nothing.
And as we said before, Sara Alonso now leading the Golden Trail World Series with 2 wins out of 3. Fantastic performance from her. We will be back with Broken Arrows Sky Race in America on the 22nd of June, I believe. I just double checked that. And there will be a recap show of this Zegama. If you want to see all the footage from behind the scenes, see the nuances and the details of the men's and women's race really broken out for you with some beautiful camera work. And that will be coming in the next week or so.
Yes, David, and aside from all the exclusive footage, you'll have also the interviews, the race debrief from the athletes themselves, who will tell you their perception of how everything went, whether this is a satisfaction or like a disappointment. There's going to be all the backstories that are going to be offered to you in that video recap, so don't miss out.
Thanks for watching, guys, and we will see you next time.
Is it the end, David? Because I think we're still waiting for Melon's interview.
Oh, we're waiting on Melon, are we? Okay.
I don't know. We're just unsure about what's going down here. Looks like the finish has been cleared. No, there's still runners coming in.
The camera's coming down. The cameraman's having a sleep. They've passed out.
Bring a gel to that person.
We're going for an up short shot now. It's wonderful scenes. Wonderful scenes.
And then again, I mean, nice time also to thank everybody, all of you in the chat. You've been present, and there we go. There we have it.
Ha sido muy, o sea, yo creo que lo más duro que he hecho en mi vida, o sea, he empezado súper bien, los primeros 9-10 kilómetros, bueno, iba silbando, estaba dentro de los tiempos, estaba súper feliz, disfrutando con todo el mundo, y ha venido la primera bajada y los putos calambres ya jodiendo. He pensado en parar, o sea, me he explotado de todo, pero bueno, hoy sí que he sido muy cabezona y en la subida hasta Arad he podido remontar un poco. La verdad que me he sentido muy fuerte subiendo y es una pena porque he perdido mucho tiempo bajando y me gustaría saber, sé que les escucha, me gustaría saber lo que hubiera pasado si no me acalambrara, pero bueno, estoy súper orgullosa de cómo lo he luchado y al final meterme tercera con el nivel que había junto a Judith y a Sara, con este público, este tiempazo y rebajando 4 minutos el tiempo del año pasado, vamos, estoy pletórica.
Hasta hace casi 15 días no sabías ni si ibas a poder correr por la salmonelosis. ¿Cómo te sientes? Es que eres toda una campeona.
Sí, la verdad que, bueno, estoy orgullosa, ¿no? Sabía que venía fuerte, la verdad, porque el trabajo estaba hecho, he entrenado bien y aunque la preparación no ha sido la soñada, pues bueno, a veces los cambios ayudan y igual ha sido para mejor, no se sabe. Lo que sé es que he hecho una buena carrera, estoy súper contenta y nada, con mucha motivación de volver y seguir mejorando año a año.
Correr en casa es correr en casa, ¿no? Porque tenías aquí toda tu gente animándote.
Ha sido una puta locura, o sea, el año pasado me sorprendió, pero es que vuelves y todavía lo disfrutas más. Este año además en toda la zona de Urbia y Andray tenía todo el pueblo, tenía todas las amigas, o sea, lo he disfrutado muchísimo y la verdad es que es una suerte tener la puta carrera del mundo, mejor carrera del mundo en casa.
All right, we're gonna have an English version, I hope. But other than that, she said like she had a really good time. She felt strong at the beginning, and then was finding herself without trying too hard, creeping up in the field, and then eventually, I don't know exactly what happened, but she fell back a little bit, and she was like, "Oh, that's a shame," because then I realized that I was getting close to third place, and eventually got into third place, and then. Mireia asked her, like, how is it to race at home? And she's like, wow, I mean, already last year was outstanding, but this I felt like my entire town was on the last section of the course, and that was just like next level. And she she really enjoyed that. As you can see on her face, she was absolutely stoked about that third place. But again, this is what I could make of that interview. Sorry, my Spanish is still not fluent. There we go. Now we have it in English. This is going to be the test whether or not I was telling you lies or if I actually got some of that right. There we go.
Malen, congratulations. Third victory here in Zegama. How are you feeling racing at home?
Wow, it's been a dream again, and I'm just so happy. The race has been super hard, and yeah, I didn't expect to be third today. The level was so high, and
and I'm just so proud of how I fought, of not giving up, and also like being 4 minutes faster than last year. It shows the work I'm doing is great, and I just enjoy so much with the class, and I'm just super happy.
15 days before this race, you didn't know if you would be able to race because you had salmonellosis. You're a machine.
Yeah, I mean, after salmonella, it's not the most normal thing being in 30 Zegama. The doctors were laughing when I told them I was going to even race. So, yeah, but sometimes, I mean, some plans change, and it's for the better. So I knew I could do a good race because I knew the last 12 days had been super good regarding training. So, yeah, I'm super proud, looking forward for what's coming, and super excited to keep going on with the season.
What about racing at home with all your people here too?
It's just so special, and every year you come, it's even better. Last year it was so great, and this year was even better. And yeah, I had especially all my town in the part of Urbia and Andrade, and all my friends, and so many known faces. And I just feel so lucky of being from here, having the fucking best race in the world at home. So yeah, I'm just so happy.
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go, team. You have it.
And the fact that she's had issues with cramps through the last few seasons, and they've really disrupted her racing. So not just to be on the start line and performing well, but to have cramps happen again, and for her to be able to manage it and still come back for third must be super, super positive for her, knowing that she's maybe now in a new position where she can start to get on top of the issue that's held her back.
Yeah, and also what I hadn't realized is like run 4 minutes faster than her previous time. So, yeah, as she says, the work that she's doing is paying off. And again, she's one of the young athletes in the circuit, so many years to come of racing at the highest level, and slowly but surely getting experience, fine-tuning, sharpening the tools. We might see her at the top spot of the podium at some point around here. As she said, the best race in the world is at home, and that is very, very meaningful to her. So, yeah. David, I think we'll have the award ceremony. And then I guess this is going to be a wrap for today's broadcast.
But thank you for watching, guys. This is race 4 in the Golden Trail series so far. 4 races still to come, all leading up to our final in Italy. And just to recap the results for you. So in the men's, Elusine Alazoui for Morocco wins in a time of 3:43.28. Second place was Andrew Blanes from Spain in 3:50. Third place, Daniel Pattis from Italy in 3:51.40. Fourth place was Luca Del Piero, also from Italy, in 5:54.19. And Lorenzo Beltrami coming in 5th place in 3:54.58. And in the women's, as we've just seen, the winner was Sara Alonso in 4:27.25. Judith Wieder, 4:29.47 in 2nd place. In 3rd place, Marlin Ossa, 4:31.18. Rosa Lara Feliu in 4:32 dead for 4th place, and Therese Leboeuf in 4:33.29 finishes off our top 5.
There we go. Thanks for the recap, David. I believe we'll have the award ceremony at some point.
And if you think of, ahead of the season, like who particularly impressed you, surprised you today? Which results do you think will stand out in your mind in the future?
I mean, what Andrew Blanis has done is cannot go unnoticed, to be honest. And he's reproducing what he had done on shorter distance at Sierra now. Now he shows that he can pull it off in the marathon distance, and he had the confidence to go for it. So that is very meaningful, and we can expect him to keep going at it hard and hopefully partake in more races in the Going to the World Series. But then also something that I want to bring up, and not to take anything away from the women's field here, but the course record was still a long way away.
True. But if you look at someone like Nienke Brinkman, he's so fast, and this race almost suggested though that it felt to me a faster race than Sarah's third place 3 years ago. And if you look at the level of competition, if I hadn't been looking at the clock, it felt like it was probably the second fastest time in history. I think this was 4:27.25. I'm just trying to check Sarah's time from 3 years ago. I mean, this would have put it ahead of anything else. 2 minutes faster than last year. But I think actually because it was a race rather than Sarah was burying herself in that first half, and actually she could have raced it probably to finish with a faster time.
Yeah,
you're right.
Still 10 minutes off.
But it just shows you how impressive that result was. And the fact that Kilian last year, he was ahead of the record before his stomach issues settled in on a harder day to race as well. So
correct. Yep.
There's still space for this men's record to be improved by 2 minutes, 3 minutes potentially, on the right day by the right person.
And by the right person, you mean Kilian Jornet himself?
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. Come back, Kilian, is what we're saying. Come back. Yeah, absolutely.
And so there you go.
But the men's race again felt very different. That if you looked at that performance of Elizine, I'd love to know the splits of the last 15k versus the 2 previous years he's raced it, because while his time was actually slower than he's raced before, I think, or very similar time, he committed far later in the race, and then actually that speed in the last 15k, it wouldn't surprise me if he's up there with Kilian for that short period.
True. All the speculation we can make, I guess, for the next race. And there you go. We've got now 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, and now 8th, 6th place with Ikram Rasholat, who had a pretty solid comeback. She'll be stoked about that. Team Homa in 6th place. And now onto the top 5. I don't know how they're going to be organized on the stage. And so next up, in 5th place, coming from Switzerland, representing Team Compress Sport in a time of 4:33.29, Thérèse Leboeuf. There we go.
But almost puzzlingly, everyone's time seems to have been slower this year. Thérèse Leboeuf was down on her time from like, it doesn't seem like anyone has actually. Last year in harder conditions, everyone raced better.
Which might mean, like, for those runners who are comfortable on technical, cooler temperatures allows to push the engine a little bit further, while the slippery terrain doesn't slow them down as much.
Yeah, but potentially it was hotter than the temperature gauge would suggest. And here's Rosa Lara coming through. 4th place today. Great performance from her.
And another compressed sport athlete. And here's Marta Coy from Salomon, Spain, congratulating all these ladies. She is one of the figures of Zegama. Now we're down to our top 3. There you go, you heard it. In 3rd place, representing Team Salomon, and coming from the Spanish Basque Country, is Malenosa. Oh.
The cramps are returning. That's for sure. Malenosa, 2nd here last year, 3rd here today. Great performance from her.
She hasn't realized she is on the podium. She needs to step up. There you go. Ooh, that's a big step.
And it will be, I'm intrigued to see who actually races Broken Arrow. We'll see a lot of our American runners return, but with visa issues for America being a lot harder to travel, and also with different race profiles, I'm not sure who of the ladies on offer today are going to be there. But also, even if we think of our winners from China, in Nolly, I'm wondering how many of the Europeans or Africans are going to be racing, and whether there's a lot of opportunities for points to be had from the American runners and to come into our series with a bang.
I think you're right, David, in the sense that there will be people coming and disrupting the top spots in the series, whether or not they are going to be doing the series, just like the lady who's getting on stage right now, Judith Wieder. She wanted to come to do this race. She wanted to do well. I don't know, but I think she is not doing the Golden Trail World Series. And I feel like in the US, at altitude, at Broken Arrow, there will be female athletes who will come and enter in the top 10, if not top 5, and who will just be wanting to show the world that, this is their home turf, and whether or not you're doing the Golden Trail Series, they can come and compete. And look at this. Judith's still very emotional, running for her own personal reasons today. Someone at home is fighting a big fight, and so that gave her extra strength. And there she is.
No problems with the steps. She will be full of energy all day, and probably the rest of this week, and if not year, dancing around. Sarah Alonso winning Zegama. And we hope to see the return of Lauren Gregory, who showed so much promise last year, returning for Golden Trail.
Yeah, she was injured earlier this season. She was supposed to be racing in Asia, so hopefully she's recovered from that and she can come back in full force. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your top 3 finisher in the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri. In 3rd, Malenosa, Judith Wieder in 2nd, and Sarah Alonso finally taking the big W here.
And how much do you know about Mexican Trail? There's the axe.
Here's the axe.
Her name will now be inscribed on that axe. And I believe they're given an axe they can take home as well.
Yeah, it is, because I remember the testimonial of Manuel Merias, and he said his uncle, who has supported him from the very young age in his running endeavors, and he said, like, one day I'll bring you back the axe, and he did. He did, and that was extremely emotional for Manuel to be able to do that and honor his word towards his uncle. And the Basque spirit throwing the flowers in the crowd.
And the age range winners also receive a Basque beret as well. Fantastic traditional piece.
24 edición del maratón Zegama-Aizkorri. Nos falta la botella de cava. Le vamos a pedir a Nico Sinal, el director de Goitur, que suba para entregar esa botella de cava a la campeona Sara Alonso.
A second bottle of champagne for them all to start the party here.
Yep. Malin is pointing out who's going to be targeted. Little do they know that Sarah's going to shoot right at them. Both Judith and Malin should have their shades down right now. Yes.
Y Marta Martínez Avellán. El podium de esta 24 edición.
Tonight's going to be a rager.
Leading from start to finish. Sara Alonso, fantastic performance, and not a long journey back to be home afterwards. Less than 20 miles drive from the finish of Zegama. Well, to a parental home. Currently residing in just outside Barcelona.
So I'm guessing, David, what's coming next is the men's award ceremony. Unless we've had it already, I'm not too sure, because we were focused on the women's race. Yeah, no, the men's, onto the men's, the top 10 from Poland, scoring a beautiful 10th place, Marcin Kubica. He's cool on the podium, there he is with the white t-shirt.
Daniel Pattis in the already orange background there. All of the athletes quickly ensuring they've got their clean sponsored tops on. Clearly displaying.
Gotta do the job, gotta show the logo.
Noveno clasificado.
That's what's paying for the party.
Estian.
I know Andreu Blanes is a bit higher up in the rankings.
Laren Eurokosaria eta label produktu en bolsa. Sari emaile Denis Perez, kultura gaietako zinegotzia.
So you had called them all.
Representante de Sunto, Joaquín Pérez. Estian Angermund.
There we go. Estian in 9th place for his comeback into racing.
Love to know if they get some stats on the crowd this year, because I can't remember seeing quite so many people on the course.
Entregan los premios Nagore Arrieta, Gizarte Servicio eta Zinegotzia, Concejala de Servicios Sociales, e Iñaki Albizu, Turismo Gaietako Zinegotzia.
So Nico Molina here on your screen. from La Sportiva in 8th place. Then 7th place, Antonio Martinez. It's quite the ceremony. There's one person per gift, so one for the side, one for the bag.
And
there he is.
He had quite a battle on his hands, it seemed, down the mountain. Antonio caught by Thomas Cardin with only a few K to go. They look quite weighty bags. Must be something good in them.
Oh, I mean, that's like almost 10 years ago, but they used to be heaps of local products. In my days, if I can speak that way, there was honey, pasta, tomato sauce, like a lot of really cool local food. Salt as well. Thomas Cardin, there he is, 2024 European champion, who's had his first go at Zegama with quite an aggressive start. A bit of a low in the middle, and then eventually railed in for 6th place.
And as you were mentioning earlier, the history of the race, amazing to think that one of the biggest trail races in the world now has started not by a trail runner, but just as someone who was wanting to bring more tourism to the region. And if you look at the impact of this race on the town, a town of only 1,500 people swells to over 15,000 for a weekend. And there isn't space to park. If you watch back on the race and see as they come into the town, there are tents up throughout the sides of the hill, as people are desperate just to get anywhere to be able to sleep the night before, because so many people descend on the region.
Yeah, it is definitely the biggest weekend by a long shot for this town. And after bringing on stage Lorenzo Beltrami in 5th place, Luca Del Pero in 4th. Right here, shades on. Just wondering where the 4th place stands.
And he's never quite, I wouldn't say delivered his promise at a Golden Trail race yet. He's always been kind of the 3rd to 5th place area, and he's had some results outside of Golden Trail, which suggests he could be pushing for higher up the podium.
I think he's playing like several circuits as opposed to some runners like Daniel Pattis, for example, who is going full focus on Golden Trails, organizing his season, and therefore all his training blocks. Like we've seen Luca Del Pero already compete quite a lot and also travel quite a lot. He's competed in South America, up high at altitude. So it's it's different strategies, but like if you play well in both circuits, you could score prize money in both.
Yeah.
And double dip, if I can say it that way. But obviously it doesn't give you the chance to perform at your full potential.
And we've seen that from Roberto De Lorenzi a couple of years back as well. Frederick Chanchand, both of them picking, choosing which races, and that partly comes from the mix of technicality and speed. Races like Sierras are now super fast that you just know you're not going to score well if you're a technical runner.
And here he is, had the time to clean up all the blood on his face, but I don't think that man will be laughing too hard tonight, because that's going to be painful. He said he really injured his ribs falling down, but the joy of standing here in 2nd place at this edition of Zegama is overcoming the pain
Yeah, and those ribs will take a few weeks or months to fully heal, but I'm sure the joy and the glow of that second place will last even longer.
There we go. And your 2025 Zegama champion representing Team Normal and coming from Morocco is the one and only Elouzine El Azaoui.
I'm sure joy as much as relief to be back in winning ways.
Yeah. And also winning with a different race strategy, like, you know, his race strategy up until there, he was on the first person and try to make a kick at the end, and that didn't work last weekend. So he had a really quick turnaround to change his strategy and say, like, no, I want to take the win. And if it's not going to work at the last minute, I'm actually going to make a move way earlier than that. And look at this. It's over 7 minutes between first and second. This is how hard he pushed when he chose to pull away. So again, Daniel Patis, Team Brooks from Italy in third, Andreu Blanes, Team Hoka from Spain, and Elouzine El Azaoui from Team Normal from Morocco. Your top three in this edition of Zegama-Aizkorri.
And that's the crazy thing. People often talk about the speed of runners and how, you know, their 10K times, their marathon times, half marathon times aren't comparable to road runners. But, you know, Andreu Blanes, he's run a 2:11, he's run a 2:09. A supremely fast marathon runner, and yet he can still have 7 minutes taken out of him in a half marathon down the course by Elouzine. Incredible.
That axe is going to be put to good use.
I wonder where he's going to store it. How's he going to get that home?
Yeah, because for those who don't know him, like, home is wherever his camp is. As a berber, he's a nomadic person that just moves around through the desert with their camels. And so obviously they try to move as light as possible. And this is not the lightest item, although it is very functional. So that's probably going to make the cut, pun intended.
Yeah, you'll have to get a new strap on the back of Amelia's camel to be able to position that in.
Yeah, he's going to get some good length here.
And Elouzine, he's practiced his bottle spray as well. He used to be quite as good as he is these days. So he's clearly won enough now that he's had an opportunity to practice.
It's all about experience, team. And just like that, David, we're wrapping up this live broadcast of the 2025 Zegama-Aizkorri with your top contenders here for the final shot. We appreciate you all. Thank you for joining for this live broadcast. And once again, next up in the Golden Trail World Series, as you were saying, David, is going to be in Palisades in Tahoe for the Broken Arrow race. And you're going to be there?
Sadly not. No, I will be at Glastonbury Music Festival, I think. But I'm
sure. Not a bad place to be.
I've been watching on my phone. I've been getting updates.
Sounds great. All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in. And this is us saying goodbye. And until the next one, team, look after yourselves. Be safe out there and enjoy your trails.
Happy trails.
Vamos a ver si completamos ya definitivamente esta foto de campeones y campeonas. hemos completado del todo. Vamos a pedir también a los patrocinadores y colaboradores que han estado haciendo la entrega del premio que intenten colocarse en esta foto de familia. Ahora algunos os van a tocar agacharos para poder aparecer en la foto. Un aplauso final para esta foto de familia. Corredores, corredoras, campeones y campeonas de esta edición y los patrocinadores y organización de la Zegama-Aizkorri en su edición número 24.